Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the 2021 Scottish Election Special here on Independence Live. But for the next 2 days we will be bringing you all the excitement and drama from what has been described as the most important elections since the reconvening of the Parliament in 1999. We'll be providing you with full coverage live from the Emirates Arena here in the East End of Glasgow, as well as the As It Happens action from all across the country. Throughout the next 2 days, we'll be joined by a number of special guests to discuss the results as they flow in, as well as commentary from accounts across the country. Full details of our schedule can be found on the What's On guide, which of course you can access on whatsonguide.scot, which of course you can also find all the details of all of our shows across Independence Live and the IndyLive Radio. We'll also be looking to hear from you, watching at home or from work. Let us know what your views are, how you feel the campaign has gone in general, how you voted, if you were one of the 1 million of us that actually used the postal voting service, or whether you stuck with a visit to the polling stations. And if so, what was your experience? Was it busy? Did you have to queue? Or how do you feel the pandemic measures even affected your experience on polling day? This election has also been significant in the fact that we saw the option to vote extended to our new Scots, and of course the future, with 16 and 17-year-olds, many of which casting their first ever vote this time this year. So as always, you can contact us throughout any time throughout the whole broadcast using any of our social media platforms using the hashtag which we'll set up, which is hashtag IndyLive SE21. So that's IndyLive SE21. So certainly get in contact, keep us there. We'd love to hear what's happening for you guys throughout the day. So obviously just to pass across to Mr. Independence Live himself, Kevin Gibney. Kevin, how's things?
Very good, thank you. I'm going to take my headphones off because it always throws me when I can hear myself talking.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm so excited to be here covering this particular election. It is so important for Scottish independence.
Sure.
And yeah, here we are, Paul, you know. Lots of things happening with the data on the screen, as you know, and the little ticker box down the bottom. So look forward to seeing that change.
So let's just talk a wee bit more about that, what you've got in store. So obviously we're conscious that many people won't be able to watch the broadcast for the full duration, maybe just dipping in and out. So one of the points to help to accommodate people in that scenario is we're using a graphical display this time around. So you tell us a wee bit more about that, what we can find on this.
Right, okay, so if you look on screen down the bottom of the graphic, we've got 4 parties on the left, 4 on the right, and that's Indy parties versus the unionist parties, right?
Makes it nice and easy then.
Exactly, with the score, the current score at the moment being 0 each, right? So the first one is other, right? Any other, you know, pro-Indy, could be an independent, whatever.
Sure.
And then we've got Alba and the Greens and the SNP for the Scottish. And the other side, of course, we've got the Boo Tories, Labour, Liberal Democrats and other for them as well. So, and the columns, the first column is TOTE, which is total. Then it's constituency, the next column. Then regional, the third column. And you know, if everything works perfectly, people should actually see those going up and down. And the scroller will also tell us who's actually
any latest news coming in, things like that as well.
News down the bottom.
Okay.
But we've got a packed event. It's a long one, but.
And am I right in saying that we have an overlap reference that people can look to see how that would compare to the previous Scottish elections?
Wait till we show you this. This is pretty groovy. So this is from the results from 2016, so you can compare them on screen at the moment. You can see 2016, the score was of course 69 to 60, right? So we'll be keeping an eye on that, right? Pro-Indy 69, Unionist Boo 60, with a nice little picture of David Cameron in case you've forgotten what he looks like. You know, that guy, you know. So there you go, folks. We've got all this information coming in, and of course people can communicate with us via where it's been live streamed to. And we've got on the right hand side that lovely chat thing that pulls in.
Sure.
You know, if people post to, I need to check that because I don't see any for Facebook, and there's tons. So I've not got that quite right yet, but we'll get that going. And so that'll be really good to monitor that as well, and we can put up some comments that come in. I'll just do a little one at the moment. Let's see, what have I got here? Let's see, there must be a nice comment in here somewhere that I can stick up. They're coming in so fast. Now this is a good one. Right, that's from James, and you'll see that, should see that up on the screen. Wishing the SNP and Alba all the best of luck here in Thailand. There you go.
Excellent.
Martin's in Thailand watching this in the sun and under the palm trees, probably drinking a beer.
Yeah, listen,
imagine.
We just need to emphasise that Independence Live has a global audience.
This
you know,
is true.
so there'll be many tuning in from across the world watching us live from the Emirates today as well. So, I mean, just going back to your results checker there, we've been informed that we're expecting 48 of the 73 seats to be expected to declare today.
Really, 48?
So,
I didn't realise that many, the constituency seats.
So obviously they will be constituency seats because we can't also
No.
sum up and find out the result of the regional seats until indeed the constituency have been declared. And again, although we are based in Glasgow here, we will be having information and people joining us from the other counts that are happening across the country. Particularly here in Glasgow, we've got a couple of hot seats that we'll be looking closely at, particularly the South Side region, where also we've got Nicola Sturgeon, who will be up against Labour's Anna Sauer. And although I don't think anyone would even imagine a scenario where Nicola was to lose her position on that seat, touch wood, but I think it's more of the case of also seeing how Anna Sauer can potentially make a dent in the votes there. I think that would be the best that Labour could hope for. And I'm sure they're looking for some good news, not that I have any particular sympathy for them, following their Hartlepool result that we heard earlier this morning, which seems to have kind of knocked many people a bit off their perch in that one as well. So that as well. We've also got Jackie Bailey's seat in there. We've got a few other bits and bobs here, and we'll certainly be keeping you up to date with what's happening as these scores come in across the country as well.
And of course we'll be getting some reports from the floor, hopefully if they can get their tech sorted out.
Of course.
Fiona and Ray doing a sterling job down there, but hopefully that'll be okay. And maybe we'll get some stuff coming in from air, etc.
Yeah, so we've got Richard Walker, who's going to be joining us today. He's our representative out at the air count. So having a chat with him just before the broadcast, he's told us that they're not actually expecting the result to run about the 4 o'clock mark. And even that he suspects is going to be somewhat ambitious because they were really late on getting their count started here. One thing to add on that is there's a real different vibe in the hall today. I don't know what you think, Kevin, but there's not that usual buzz that you get from a normal count. It definitely feels a bit different.
Well, there's a lot less people. I mean, we've covered loads of elections and referendums from in here, and yeah, it's completely different. There's not as many people because of the restrictions, and yeah, it's a bit quieter, that's for sure.
It's probably on a par of how, you know, your perception of what the campaign was like in general.
Yeah, well, to be honest, right, I didn't really notice much of it because I don't watch the TV, and the only time I come across anything which was quite a bit of a shocker to me was when I was actually watching Stalingrad, a brilliant movie, the German one.
Yep.
And I was on a kind of obscure YouTube channel watching it late at night, and a party political broadcast came up for the Scottish Labour branch office, you know, so I was like, that actually took me aback, to be honest. I went, my God, these people are right in the ball here.
Well, listen, it's funny you should mention that. Something I picked up on myself, much like yourself, Kevin. I spend most of any viewing time is usually online and on YouTube and stuff like that, and it didn't matter the kind of variant of video that I was watching, subject matter, it was every second video was definitely a Scottish Labour and a Sauer video, so there's no doubt to see where they put their campaigning budget behind. They've obviously tried to target more of the kind of younger audience there, as looks to be their kind of gamble on that side. But also we'll remain to see whether that's been a success for them or not, and whether the other parties, indeed the pro-independence parties, might have missed a trick of trying to back a bit more in the kind of online media sections.
It was that happened in 2014. We had no real online advertising presence by the Yes campaign, you know, and it felt like a repeat, you know, and yeah, it was a bit concerning because come IndyRef 2, they're going to be all over social media, and you know.
I think it's a bit of a game changer. I mean, obviously people like yourself, Kevin, were really the only actual broadcast media that had really given a voice to those people who are in favour or indeed soft to the idea towards independence. And I would argue that certainly a lot of the content that you guys put out at the time would be a key contributor in allowing people to get the informed decision and changing their mind towards it, and maybe being open to the idea going forward. But you're right, I think next time around it'll be an entirely different game. I mean, we still don't really have anyone from a mainstream media perspective that's sharing our platform on this, so to speak, as well. But let's hope we can maybe make some dents in that from some going forward, you know, maybe like the Daily Record, you know.
Yeah, that would be something if they were to come on board, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
I say that tongue in cheek, obviously following the interesting headline that they set out yesterday with the kind of half Nicola Sturgeon, half Anna Salwa face.
The Daily Record trying to sit in the fence and be the good guy on both sides, but you know, chips are down. The Daily Record is just will follow the unionist path, you know. I don't see them changing, you know.
No, definitely.
I think we're down to the National and Sunday National, that's it.
We do have the chap who was behind the vow. He seems to have changed the floor to some extent. You know, you're not getting any views on that, or?
Do I have views on that? I find it hard to. But do you know what? We'll take a yes vote from everywhere. But you know, it's still painful. You know, thinking about, you know, he was the editor of the Daily Record at the time when the vow came out. You know, and it was really an Indy supporter.
Absolutely.
You know, and look at the mess we're in now with the Tory party. You know, and again, this is something that's, I don't know about you, Paul, what you think about this. Labour are losing down, and again, are losing elections down in England with you know, places that were hardcore Labour, and you know, if you just extrapolate that.
Yeah, listen, I think the only comfort that I'm taking from that is it was quite a low turnout. It was a 40-odd% turnout for there, so you've almost got to take the perception that many of those who are your traditional Labour voters are actually so sickened by the stance of Keir Starmer's government or potential government proposal, and the fact that they're just not bothering to vote at all. So it's not like they're changing their vote to Conservative. Now, I've got no stats to tell me that, but it's a bit of hope to say that that's maybe the case, that some real heartlands. But listen, it's an echo of what we saw in Scotland. You've got a Labour Party that, you know, were untouchable for so long in there, and you know they kind of forgot that they relied on the people to vote for them, and that their goal should have been about a betterment of the lives in Scotland, and that clearly never happened. So as a result, you know, they learnt a very heavy lesson, and it could be well that the drift to the right of the Labour Party in England directly is also going to be a painful point, that they may never see government again unless they continue to stride to that side of the right, you know, which is a worrying scenario for anyone involved.
The other thing is, you know, the leader of, you know, Labour is called Sir, you know, and he's not exactly inspiring people, right? But you know, Sir Keir Starmer, come on.
Well,
you know,
do you know the funny thing is, I saw a commentator discussing that the Hartlepool result, suggesting that this was still an overhang from the Corbynites.
Yeah.
And it was somehow the Corbynistas that were a result of that downfall last night, you know. And the reality is we need to redefine what we think a Labour Party is all about, because they're unrecognisable to what I expect a Labour Party to be. And as I say again, it's more the kind of Blairism approach to Labour, of dragging it to the right, which makes it a success, unfortunately, in other parts of the United Kingdom. But it's certainly not a Labour Party in anything other than name, and that's the biggest worry, because people don't have a choice. What do you have? You have a choice between Labour, Tories, Liberals, or who else, when your Labour Party can't even lay a glove on the current Conservative government, despite the unquestionably ridiculous record of how they've treated people, and the amount of people that have died under their direct policies and stuff like that as well. So yeah, so it's crazy times, and I would argue that for anyone else, many have made the argument against me personally when we're discussing independence in any forum, is to say, you know, we should be standing together, we shouldn't be put borders up. But I think the more we see results like this coming out, and indeed was demonstrated in the Brexit vote, is that we've got, you know, two different paths drifting in a different way. You know, it's despite the record of what we've seen with Tory, they're still polling very high, and still, as we've seen this morning, that many people in England are going to continue to vote for him, which, thankfully, and we'll find out after this weekend, hopefully won't be the plan for Scotland going forward. The
other thing is, and we were talking about this before we started the broadcast, was that what's driving the political scene up here is independence, and what is it seems to me, what's driving it down there is still Brexit.
100%.
And got to take that into consideration. These, you get Labour supporters thinking, I don't want Brexit. I don't want it to come back. I don't want Labour. Apparently, it was at Hartlepool that it looks as if they've just lost. That the guy that was in for the seat there was a big EU supporter and was against Brexit, and they put him back up.
I think you're right on that, and as I say, it wasn't just a kind of narrow defeat. It was a fair old scalping that they took on that. Yeah. And again, 2019 probably opened a lot of people's eyes to folk who were out during the miners' strike in the 70s, 80s and stuff like that. They decided to cast their vote for the Tories going forward, which is unimaginable. Many folk turning their grave off the back of that. But again, you're absolutely right. I think that's to do with Brexit. People who are soft on the EU idea, and it really seemed to be a turn-off in some of these kind of northern areas as well. So
I'm just looking at the screen there. Do we have Ray on? Is that no yet? So
they're still doing some testing at the moment there. So we're very, very fortunate. We've got one of the best parts in the hall that the guys have been quite well to camp out and get for there. So they're sitting next door to our buddies in the BBC, I might add. So
yeah, we've got all the mainstream media up there, folks. I'm just pointing my finger, up that way. I remember the first time we came here. It was obviously IndyRef.
Sure.
And we were directly across the hall there. We just didn't want to be anywhere near the mainstream media, and here we are. We sell out, man.
Well, to be fair, we can't really argue. I think we've been treated pretty well so far here at the Emirates. We've got a nice wee booth where they've gave us all the space and stuff, and there's not been a challenge here, so certainly we've been looked after
although
so
we
far.
did have a bit of a seat gate. We had 4 seats here when we left last night after setting up, didn't we, Paul? And we turned up today and there was
a
seat
thief.
There was a few angry words getting said. But there you go.
So obviously we've got a bit of coverage going on up here. So have we got things we could show people, Kevin, about what's going on in the hall? What kind of things that we've got happening about the hall?
Well, I don't know if you've mentioned, Paul, the What's On guide has got the schedule for today, and we do have the IndyLive Radio crew are going to come on first, right, for a little chat, and that's just to make sure we've got everything okay, plus to tell us what they're up to, etc., right? But we also have on today, if I can get this to work, we have Eddi Reader is on at 2:30.
Excellent.
That'll work. Lesley Riddoch on at half 3, and Gordon McIntyre Kemp on at 4:30. And then come 5 o'clock, there'll be kind of a roundup, and we might be talking to the I Write boys.
Oh, excellent.
Right,
excellent.
They do the satirical show. So we'll see if that happens. Again, if there's 4 results coming in today from here, I believe.
Sure.
So I have also been told once they're all done, it's pack up time. I might not get kicked out, Paul, earlier. Okay, but we'll see how that goes.
So again, just to mention, we've got Gordon McIntyre Kemp. Yeah. I'm sure doesn't need any introduction. He's from the Believe in Scotland team.
That's right.
The Business Scotland is obviously these guys have been doing a lot of great work and really getting the information out there for people with regards to discussing independence, the key facts and figures. And more genius aspect to that is they base their numbers around the figures from UK government numbers. Yeah. So they're very difficult for anyone to come and challenge about understanding the origin. Well, Gers, I think, is all but been destroyed. Even I don't think it's really pushed by the unionist side anymore as any kind of numbers to go on. It's that also been torn apart so many times. And of course, Lesley Riddoch. Yeah, Lesley, we've had on Independence Live many times. She's also a key supporter of the channel. Lesley is without doubt, the key expert and certainly the independence side of things with regards to the Nordic models and how we can learn a lot and take some examples back from what's happening in the Nordic countries, and a great individual to chat with, very knowledgeable. And I noticed she was subject to an attack on social media.
The other day,
apparently there was a fake tweet had gone out on her name that was suggesting that people shouldn't vote Alba in their second vote. I know she was quite quick to put a response to say that it was a fake tweet and hadn't come from her at all there.
Dearie me, that's
So-
pretty poor stuff.
So I know we've got the IndyLive Radio guys there. They're not doing a full coverage wall to wall with us today. They're not like echoing the show. They've got their own schedule going on there, but they'll be on to tell us a wee bit more about what they've got planned over the next 2 days as well.
Paul, I've got to admit to you, man, between moving my headphones, I missed what you said that last bit. Please repeat. Do apologise, folks. It's
Do you want me
multitasking.
to start for the intro? Or
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Just start right. We'll stop the stream and start again.
No, so I was just asking a bit more about the IndyLive Radio guys. So what they got lined up for us the next 2 days. I know they're going to give us a chat and join us and take us through it, but they're not doing a like for like of this show,
No,
so they're not broadcasting this onto the IndyLive channel, was they?
That's right. They're not replicating exactly what we're doing, but they do have some stuff happening in IndyLive Radio. And again, you can go to the website indylive.radio, or if you go to the What's On guide.scot, they've got a schedule up there as well. Plus, you can listen to the radio there while you're browsing through the
Jackpot.
the stuff for the live streaming events, and they've got their own schedule page.
And they've also we wouldn't recommend that you listen to just now because obviously you're joining us, but
Yes.
they've got a great podcast station and stuff in there,
they've-
so a lot of the shows get redone as podcasts. Some excellent content on there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we kicked off at IndyLive Radio in early 2019, and because they were using a lot of the stuff, the Independence Live live streams, and turning them into audio and putting them out. But then we started doing the podcasting and putting it up, right? And the podcasting gets a lot more listeners than the actual radio station at the moment. But that's a shame. We're still trying to get the figures up for the radio, but people, it's on demand. You can download it, listen to it anytime, and they've got a lot of great content in the radio. Do some live stuff. There's some stuff that's pre-recorded, and a lot of that goes out in the podcast channel. You can find the link via the website indylive.radio for that, or again the What's On guide. I've got it up there as well.
And again, just to remind many people, particularly folk who are part of, not necessarily just yes groups, but any groups at all, anything that helps out communities in Scotland and anything there, Independence Live is always available to make sure we can get your content out to the biggest audience as possible.
Yeah.
By all means, contact us at any point if you've got an event that you want some help with to get also a bigger audience on.
Right, so we're there to help groups, right, and so we can run the live stream back end. They can concentrate just on the content, the Zoom content. If they get that organised, we can then do the live stream behind
So
it.
also we know how much effort goes into organising any events. There's a real challenge getting to get speakers lined up, making sure we've got, hopefully going forward events, we've got access to these things as well. So Independence Live, they really take that pain away from groups, Kevin, that's right, yep. So
that's the point. We want them to get their content out there, absolutely,
So don't have to buy expensive Zoom licenses and all that stuff. We can provide that for them.
We can provide that for them. All you need to do is the content. I can see some people waving at us from down there. That's Ray and Fiona. I don't know what they're wanting other than waving.
Okay,
waving at us.
So let's stand by there, Kevin, just now.
Right, okay. So, are we ready to go? Wait there. Okay, Paul, give me a second. Right. Okay, Paul, so just let me know when you want to go live with them.
Hello, guys.
I'm just waiting for Paul to tell me to go live.
Go on the cameras.
Go live?
No.
Okay. Right, we'll be...
Hi, guys, how we doing?
Coming over to Zoom in a little while.
Hello.
I'm listening.
Yeah, apologies, guys. Apologies, slight technical delay. How we all doing? We all good?
Okay, so I'm just waiting for the nod to.
Excellent. Okay, so listen, what we're going to do, guys, we're going to send us. We're going to get you on the live stream. I'm going to give you a count there. So, Valerie, you want to give us the first couple of results?
We're going live soon. Zoom.
So hang fire, what I'll do is I'll bring you in on the live stream so we can declare it on there, okay? I'll come on the chat first and then I'll just bring you in, Valerie, okay? Okay, Kevin, when you're ready.
Okay, here we go, folks.
I think there's another one come in that we haven't had time to write up.
Hi guys, how you doing? Thanks again. So just passing to some of, we've got an announcement of some results coming in. Valerie, if you want to update us on what we've got going on there.
So the very first result that came in was Orkney, and that was a hold for the Liberal Democrats. And then the next one was a hold for the SNP in Aberdeen Donside.
Aberdeen on side.
Yeah, one side.
Perfect. Thanks, Valerie. Fiona, you said you had something coming in there as well?
Yes, I thought I'd just seen Paisley, but I can't see a name.
Do we know the party at all?
No, it's just giving numbers at the moment.
George Adam, maybe?
The tweet just says
Easily.
electorate, total votes cast, the turnout. It hasn't said a name. So we'll come back to you with that one when we get some more details.
No problem. So we've also got joined today with with Ruth Watson. Ruth, how's things your end?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. I'm not going to be doing any of the sort of particular number crunching, but I'm here looking with interest at hoping to analyse some of what's going on and have some chats and see what the vibe is, as well as what the outcome is. Obviously, anecdotally, I know that in Angus, where I am, the turnout, the postal votes there were 31,000 postal votes sent out. I don't know what the return of that is yet, but that's pretty significant, and that's a big up. And I'm seeing here on Ballot Box Scotland on Twitter, they're saying that their report of turnout, that was an hour ago, they said that the report they have was 66.2% in Linlithgow, which is Lothian. That's up 12% on 2016. That's a pretty significant turnout, and it, historically, a high turnout is good for the SNP and good for Indy parties, because I think we've hit peak Tory, but that remains to be seen, of course.
And of course, there's a massive increase in the postal votes this time around because of the pandemic. Many people felt that would have been a safe bet. And I think they reckon it's like 1 million, that were actually applied for. So whether we're all fulfilled in that way and how that will impact the overall, apologies to things.
Yes, and of course, you've also got the fact that this is the first year that foreign nationals, Scots or new Scots, are able to vote. So I think that might well tip the balance as well. I think there's a lot that's going to be really different and interesting. And of course, looking across the border at what's happening in England, we know for a fact that Labour isn't going to come to save Scotland. So I think that this is going to be a very important election for a number of reasons.
Perfect, thanks, Ruth. And James, how are you doing? How's things in your side of the world?
Yeah, really good. It's certainly a lot better than it was yesterday when I was doing polling station duty. It was absolutely freezing. more winter than spring. But I just wanted to quickly mention, I was really, not so much surprised by the result down in Hartlepool yesterday evening. But what I did note was that Hartlepool has been a Labour stronghold for as long as Scotland has refused to return Conservatives, which is quite amazing.
Shall I maybe chip in a bit on Hartlepool, because my mother lives there and I went to school there. So I do have a little bit of maybe insight that might help my insight. And disclaimer, I haven't lived there since 1979, but say my mother still lives there. And it's a place that had the heart torn out of it by the Tories, by Thatcher, and the industries were just destroyed. And you went from having a working class, thriving small town to a place where there was a huge amount of poverty, drugs, crime. Anybody, my generation at school, we all left because you couldn't work there. So it was back in the get on your bike days of the Tories. And since then, I mean, they've got very low levels of immigration. About 90% of the Hartlepool people were born in Hartlepool. So they've not been affected by a lot of the Brexit, impacts that other places have felt. And yet they had a 75% vote for Brexit, which, when you think that kind of Labour background, it's astonishing that managed to go there. And they've lost their hospital. You can't get an appointment with a GP for weeks. Their police station has been removed to Middlesbrough. I mean, they've got a lot of genuine grievances. But what astonishes me is that instead of blaming the Tory austerity that has led to them, they've blamed, first of all, the EU, which was pouring millions of pounds of funding in there. And secondly, when that hasn't helped getting rid of all that, all they've lost is funding. It hasn't done any advantages to the place. They then turn on their Labour council and their Labour MP and say, well, you can't protect us. And they can't. So now they're siding with the people who are the cause of most of their problems. I mean, it's an astonishing situation to observe from the outside.
So just briefly on that, Fiona, do you think that is the case to that extent, or do you think the low turnout that's been demonstrated there is an indicator of probably people just abstaining entirely from casting their vote due to frustration?
I couldn't tell you what the voting turnouts have been like in previous years, but last year there was the only reason the Labour candidate got back in the last election was because the vote was split between Tories and the Brexit Party. They very nearly got a seat there, and this time the Brexit Party aren't standing, so the Tories have mopped up all those seats. And I think it's losing faith in Labour is what's at the root of it. But at the root of that is the fact that Labour cannot protect them from a Westminster government that's determined to promote an austerity agenda and will use whatever tactics to do it.
So it's a very worrying scenario entirely on that. So also, Ruth, and we've got John on his line, online as well. Sorry, apologies, because someone else's teeth in this morning. So just going to catch over with the guys from IndyLive Radio, who I believe have now joined us all. So you get yourself, Fiona, and I believe Jerry's also online. Jerry, are you about?
I'm here, yes, here in Edinburgh.
Jerry, how's things going on your side?
It's actually sunny here.
Oh, don't tell anyone.
And I'm completely buzzing with the news that the turn-up is up so much, considering everything, you know, the increased franchise and the pandemic. So that's fabulous, it really is.
Are you getting an indication of what the voting figures are in Edinburgh? I was seeing that Lothian, Linlithgow, has got their vote has increased significantly. Have you any idea what voter turnout was like in Edinburgh and Lothian?
No, I'm not actually plugged in too much to what's going on, because I'm presenting a music show with the election coverage on the radio later. So I've mainly been preparing for that. So I'm not hearing anywhere where the turnout is down. I don't know if anyone else is that's the same for everyone else. It seems to be up everywhere.
I heard earlier that it's up across the board in parts of Edinburgh. It's up by 10%.
I think that's significant, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, Ur Blaze from Sky. If anyone's on Twitter and follows the adventures of Ur Blaze on Sky, on Twitter they posted earlier that there's 87% of the postal ballots that were sent out have been returned in Skye, Lochaber, and Badenoch. So. He doesn't say how many votes were put out, but still, to get that kind of level of return, it does suggest high voter engagement.
All right, yeah, I was seeing those percentages in the high 80s, and I didn't really understand. But so they send out a bunch of postal votes for people who have applied for a postal vote, and that's the percentage that come back. That's amazing.
I think it's quite significant. Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier that in Angus there were 31,000 postal votes sent out, which I'm told is a 60% increase, as well as there being the folk at the polling station I went to said that it had been like a usual day for people turning up. So that does again suggest, we don't have the figures yet, but it does suggest that, again, high voter engagement, which has to be a good thing. I'm really interested to see that Liam MacArthur has got back Scotland on Twitter to see what the figures are for that. But it's so the Lib Dems are down 5.4% and the SNP was up 5.2%. It was still a significant difference. It was 77,238 votes for the Lib Dems and 3,369 for the SNP. The Tories were up 1.9%. Labour was down 0.4%. So it might be interesting to see what happens in that. This is on Ballot Box Scotland. Anyone who's on Twitter, Ballot Box Scotland is an excellent account to follow.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. Is that across the board or one particular constituency?
That is in the Orkney Islands, which is Highlands and Islands on the list. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the list vote in the Highlands and Islands.
I gather that Aberdeen non-site has been declared as an SNP hold.
Yes.
Do you have this Ballot Box Scotland have the breakdown of the figures there?
Well, it's interesting what's happened there, because the SNP they held it with 51.6% of the vote, but that's down 4.4, and the Conservatives are up 8 points. So Labour are down, and the Lib Dems are down. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I don't know if perhaps there's other analysts that could look at sort of other smaller parties perhaps that have maybe taken votes off that. But certainly the SNP vote was down a little, but still 51.6% of the vote. So that's not too shabby. So it remains to be seen. But interesting to see that the Tory vote has gone up as Labour and the Lib Dems has gone down. So it does seem to me that there's a kind of like sort of unionist or British nationalist sort of, trying to sort of going, we'll just throw everything at the Tories if their priority is the union rather than policies.
Well, is that not what Douglas Ross was asking people to do towards the end of their campaigning, rather than vote to get a Conservative MSP in there, vote to increase the unionist list?
Yeah, James Kelly is saying right now that one thing is already now beyond all doubt: Labour will finish third. So that rescues Douglas Ross's high, it seems to me.
Based on one result, as you said.
Yeah, because I guess you can extrapolate. It depends how representative the constituency is. But could I pick up on something you said earlier, Fiona, about Hartlepool? The result from Harlow is equally devastating for Labour.
And Nuneaton.
In Harlow, 7 seats were up. Labour seats were being contested. Every single one in Harlow went to Conservative. Every single one. So it's not a specific, perhaps, issue in Hartlepool. It's England-wide, really. And if that is the case, then even if the SNP simply holds its own, as it were, this time round, it would suggest that we've got a huge divergence of view across the island, probably to a degree that's not sustainable. And it then leaves the powers that be with a quandary about which way to go now. And according to Alan Little, and according to what I've written in the Sunday National, they've decided to go heavy on suppression. I'm not sure that's a clever idea, but that's the decision that seems to have been taken. It'll be interesting how that works out today. Can hardly hear John. Oh my! Well, what I did was I took it off the setting that said automatic, and I put it on to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's
Just thought you were saving your voice for later when the exciting results come through, John.
Are you suggesting that Aberdeen Donside is not exciting? Oh, we all know it's the one we've been waiting for.
Listen, guys, just a brief update on some news we've got in from the hall here in Glasgow. So it's from the Annie's Land total. So they're announcing just really 53% turnout total there. Postals was 81% response. So Glasgow Annie's Land total, including postals, 58.70% average overall. So we're hoping we get a slightly better response for that when some of the other results come flowing through, that's for sure.
To be honest, how does that compare with previous elections? Is 52% good, bad?
Yeah, I believe it's slightly less than what they were expecting. That's what they're telling me so far anyway in the hall.
It's going to be very interesting to see where these breakdowns come out, and then obviously to see what the outcome is too, because I mean Glasgow, like many cities in Scotland, does have sort of anomalous pockets, doesn't it? Sort of where sort of perhaps people who of a certain football persuasion might be more or less inclined to turn out and vote. It may well be that we're seeing a drop in the vote because there are people who haven't been able to bring themselves to come out and vote, for example, for Labour or for the Conservatives. Obviously, we'll find out if that was the case for the SNP. We'll see what the result is. But I know that here in Angus that there are former Conservative Party activists who, even in the last election, were out pounding the streets for the Conservatives who are now no longer Conservative Party members and are just not going to vote or aren't quite sure where their political home is. I see Valerie's got something interesting to say, so I shall let her say it.
Oh, I'm just saying that I just checked the turnout in Annie's Land, and out of the Glasgow constituencies, Annie's Land does, in Glasgow Northwest and in Westminster, it does tend to be lower, and it was 50.45% in 2016. So that's like much of a muchness, really, to what you're saying, Paul.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly up this year.
Yeah, I don't have any previous figures in regards to the postal votes right enough, Valerie. So I mean they're striking at 81% there, but like you say, I've got nothing to measure that against from previous turnouts.
I think the postal votes have been have gone up a lot this for obvious reasons.
Sure.
You know, because of the pandemic, and a lot of the parties had a drive on. I know in the SNP there was a huge push on to get people to sign up for postal votes.
And Valerie, do you have from your stats there? Do you have previous breakdowns from previous elections that might sort of give us a glimpse or a frisson about what might be about to happen?
In terms of I think Bill Kidd's a shoe-in for Annie's Land, is he not? I'm sure.
I take nothing for granted. It's politics.
I'll put my house on Bill. Yeah, I think he'll do it, and no bother. That's my. They have a fantastic team in Annie's Land. They're a wonderful team of activists. They're tireless, and I think Bill Kidd has got a big
nerd.
Yeah.
Sorry. I froze there for a second. Sorry. I shall try and sort my internet connection
I'll
out.
let somebody else talk.
So guys, just on that, also we've got the IndyLive Radio team on joining us. So guys, what have you got lined up for the next few days? How are you going to get people up to date with the coverage as things turn out?
I'll take this one, Paul. So myself and James are going to host a radio show from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock. Oh, James is shaking his head now. He's pulled out already. What?
You're on your own.
So it's election coverage with a sort of a musical ear. So we're playing music, but we'll probably be taking some of your interview guests audio. Because between 4 and 6, remind me who do you have on at 4:30 and 5:30?
So at 4:30, we're joined by Gordon McIntyre Kemp from Believe in Scotland.
And Lesley Riddoch's on at 3:30.
Yeah, so Lesley will be joining us at 3:30. Right.
I might talk to the team and see if we can go early and take that one for the radio listeners. This is a venture we've not really done before, obviously, because the radio station sort of is only a couple of years old. So the last parliamentary election, that was before our time. So tomorrow we're starting early. So before you guys, you've got your coverage at 1, we're starting at 10 a.m. again with a combination of music, chat and results. And so it'll be very interesting to see what as the results pour in the morning. So that's our usual Saturday show slot, which James normally hosts, but James is unavailable. So James, tell us if you're coming with me this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be on air with you, Jerry. Don't worry about it. I'm actually looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that you pick some of the tracks that I nominated earlier.
I have every single track requested by everybody lined up already, and that's the sort of thing. I wanted to be a show for the listeners. My neighbours are starting to knock on the ceiling. I think they're probably going to start doing work. That'll be typical, if I'm hosting a radio show. So yeah, we want listeners to request things that might give them a wry smile as well. Bring a bit of humour into the election experience, because everyone's worked so hard for whatever party they've been campaigning for. And there'll be winners and losers, and it's an exhausting moment when you reach the finishing line. So to bring a bit of light energy to it is what we want to try and do on the radio, I think.
And again, Jerry, just to remind also our viewers how they can listen to the station and how they can get in contact with you guys.
Right. Well, you can get in contact on Twitter on IndyLive Radio. That's our Twitter handle, and we have a Discord chat system as well. So if you go to our website, indylive.radio, so as soon as you go to the website, you'll start to hear radio station, and you can go to the chat menu and sign up for the Discord chat. And you can also email us on studio@indylive.radio. And what have I left out? Oh, Alexa, people with Alexa, I better not say this very loudly because it'll start it off. But maybe I'll try and say it. So you just say to Alexa, Alexa, play Independence Live Radio Scotland. And as if by magic, it'll now be.
You can just see them all lighting up all over the country. Just
exactly. Yeah. So that's the magic words. Play Independence Live Radio Scotland. So they're all the different ways, and there's also an app for the Android and iOS app stores. If you look for, what is it you look for in the Google and the
Play
iOS?
Store? Play Store.
Well, you go to either the Microsoft Play Store or
We don't have a Microsoft one, James.
No, but it's on Microsoft for Android devices. And for Apple, it's iOS devices.
But I think what you search for is just IndyLive Radio.
Yeah.
And you'll find the app.
Perfect. Apologies, guys, but a noise in the hole here just now. So obviously the other aspect to that is What's On Guide is the best place to find any information about all the shows coming up on IndyLive Radio as well. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so over to you, John. What's happening on your side of the world?
Oh, it's me. Sorry, I was busy typing up the results of the Edinburgh Dawn side. It looks like the turnout was 58%, which is 7.2% up. The SNP vote, the absolute number was 18,514, which is huge. It's double almost the nearest other party, which are the Tories. The SNP vote was down 4.4% at 51.6%. The Tories got 9,488, which is 26.4% of the total vote, and that meant they were up by 8%. And the Lib Dems, Labour came in at 5,500. Their vote was down 3%, and the Lib Dem vote was down by 1.3%. So on the face of it, I don't know how representative the Aberdeen Dawn side is, but James Kelly is suggesting it might be a slight worry that the SNP vote has gone down, while the Conservative vote has gone up. But with numbers like that, i.e. that the nearest threat to the SNP is 50% of the SNP vote, I mean, these are significant.
Another result come in. Stornoway is an SNP hold.
Yay!
So I'm seeing Jason Allardyce from the Sunday Times Scotland has just sent a tweet saying, we're hearing the Tories are worried about 6 seats, Ayr, Eastwood, Aberdeenshire West, Edinburgh Central, Dumfriesshire and Galloway and West Dumfries. If they fall, the SNP will almost certainly get a majority. But I'm also seeing on Twitter that bizarrely and horrifically, Humza Yousaf has just been accosted and harangued by 2 members of the Liberal Party, according to Rob McDowell on Twitter. A nasty and a pleasant event at the Glasgow Count with 2 members of the Liberal Party giving Nazi salutes as they walked away. What is happening? What is happening? It's like Brexit has unleashed the nasty. It's pulsating. So I really hope that
something. The answer to some of that may have been on the show. If you got a chance to see the TNT show on Wednesday, where we had an excellent guest called Richard Haviland, who has moved from an adamant no in 2014 to an independent supporter now. Now, he's an ex-senior civil servant at DFID, and he said it broke his heart to make that move. It broke my heart, he said, because it meant that I've now become somewhat alienated from my family. And we went through his journey and what his journey meant for him. And the essential point that he made over several occasions is this: not that he had left Britain, but that Britain had left him. In other words, he grew up in South London. He went to Dulwich College, the same school as Nigel Farage, obviously not at the same time, he's a good bit younger, and spent all of his time in London until he moved to Drumnadrochit about a number of years ago. And up until Brexit, and until really what confirmed it for him was Boris Johnson being elected, he said that nothing good is going to happen. You know, he said, most of my family live in the hope that Labour will be somehow re-emergent, and that when they become re-emergent, that a lot of the stuff is going away. And I said, why don't you believe that? He said, because I know that the damage that has been caused may not be able to be fixed, even if Labour is of a mind to do it, assuming they ever got into power. He said, would take at least half a generation to rectify. So
well,
said,
I'm hoping that.
No other. He said, I can either sit here and watch this mess happening around me, or I can act. And I've chosen to act. Though he said, and I think this is an important consideration, he said, I have many reservations about the SNP.
Well, he's probably not wrong I mean, there's no political parties, I think, a shining beacon of hope. But for now, the SNP is the best lifeboat we've got, I would suggest. Looking at Twitter, Highland Council say 36,993 constituency votes have been returned for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, a turnout of 64.8%, which according to @Alistair91 on Twitter is a turnout up 6.5% on 2016. So again, that's looking at good turnout. And I see that Valerie Gold, you have got more stats and facts for us about another election result coming in.
And not really, no.
It was probably me. Just Alistair Allen's been re-elected for SNP in Hillenan and Yar.
Well, that'll be the Stornoway one you were mentioning.
Must be.
Here are some stats to accompany that. What you just said. The SNP vote in 2016 was 6,874, and today it's 7,454, and the turnout was up by 5%. So the SNP share of the vote was much the same, at around about 51%. So it looks like a result similar to Aberdeen Donside, with the SNP, well ahead, and it seems from this.
So according to the Scottish Sun on Twitter, the SNP got 7,454 votes. The Labour came second with 4,013, the Conservatives 2,116, and the Lib Dems 353. A very poor showing for the Lib Dems in an area that one might have thought they might have done a wee bit better. James Kelly on Twitter said, at least my Gaelic is now just about good enough that I knew Labour had lost before I heard the English translation. So good for you, James Kelly.
That's another one. Clydebank and Milngavie. Marie McNair is an SNP hold.
And she's a new MSP because it was previously Gil Patterson. He's retiring. So he's a brand new candidate. So that's good that she's been elected. And
can I ask if anyone has any details of the any differences between on the Tory vote for the Western Isles? Has that vote gone up?
Haven't seen any. There's no data.
Highlands and Islands, sorry.
So we've not got any results for that, but certainly from the Clydebank Mulgai, we can see that the Conservative dropped 7%.
Oh, really?
And it was a SNP hold, but the majority is sitting at just over 5,000 votes in there as well.
Is that up or down? Can you?
So as we understand, there's looking at 5.8 swing from SNP to Labour. Just double checking that result.
That's in Mulgai.
Yeah, that's correct. Clydebank.
So Clydebank and Mulgai, they held the seat, but you're thinking that some of the votes went to Labour.
Yes.
So Labour's increased their vote. So out of interest, is that a Labour increase from the SNP or from the?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're just trying to get clarification on that. It's a 5,000 vote difference there. So we're just trying to check on previous numbers to see how much that's ate into the SNP majority from the last time. We'll keep you posted on that, Ruth.
It does look from Twitter as if this incident at the count in Glasgow is pretty bad. I mean, you've got Liberals giving Nazi salutes. What is this all about?
Yeah, we've heard that as well, that Hamza was getting
Look at the pictures here.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Well, we coincide that with the approach that we got in Nicola yesterday, where she was checked out down the rounds.
Fascists.
Well, neither liberal nor democratic, are they?
No, and I think that that's the thing, isn't it? The thing that's very worrying here is that behaviour that one might previously have thought would have been contained to the BNP sort of Manky Jacket thug end of the scale seems to be seeping into just the Lib Dems. I mean, at what point did anybody ever think the Lib Dems would be throwing Nazi salutes around? So it seems to be that there's an element of nasty that's really sliding out from under the rock at the moment.
You were asking about data for the Highlands and Islands, the Alistair Allen's seat. There's a very tiny decrease there for the SNP, minus 0.7. The Tories went up 3.2, Labour up plus 2.1. So, a slight increase there for Labour and Tory, but not hugely significant, perhaps.
Can you tell me?
It'll be good if the Labour and Tory votes go up together across the country, because
for the list,
the biggest danger here is that the vote coalesces around one or the other.
Yeah.
Because that's when it becomes a threat. As long as it's divided, it's perfectly
okay. Well, that's exactly what seems to have happened here, John. They're fairly similar. Labour are up plus 2.1 and the Tories are up plus 3.2. But SNP got 51.4% of the overall vote. And
I've also got a note here, Valerie, that the Lib Dems have taken someplace called Oakley.
Orkney.
Annie Oakley, or is it
down in England?
Oakley? Sorry?
Is that down in England?
Yeah, we will be.
So Valerie, can you? I mean, it's actually really, really helpful having you guys looking at the stats and the facts and sort of coming to us with figures and crunching them. For me, the most interesting bit here, which for the after this, if pro-independence parties win, what we really want to be seeing is for pro-independence parties winning with more than 50% of the vote. And I think that that's a significant thing. So if you guys are able to sort of keep an eye on those and sort of feed us those figures as well as the differences on previous elections, that would be really, really valuable, because I think that would give us a very good insight as to what's going to be happening, not just now, but hopefully when Nicola, if she comes back as First Minister, when she calls an independence referendum, because we have to be over 50% to be able to build on that.
Totally agree, Ruth.
I don't agree at all. I'm sorry. To me, a proportional system is entirely different from first past the post. And one of the downsides, of course, it's harder to express a win, but it seems to be a win's a win. I don't care, frankly, whether it's SNP plus Green or whatever. Others may wish to interpret it otherwise, but the reality is, a win's a win. And if you're in charge and you're in power, you're in power. Now, for
an independence referendum,
resist the spin. You've got to resist the spin.
For an independence referendum that is one person, one vote, it will be interesting. It will be an interesting gauge to see. Yes, of course, a win's a win in terms of Holyrood, but when we're looking at a referendum, then it would be interesting to see. For me, the indications are one of the things that interests me is if more than 50% of Scots are voting for pro-independence parties, I think that gives us some indication that we might be moving very much in the right direction.
I think as long as pro-independence parties come out on top in this election, that's it. End of story. And I think it'd be important to what's happening behind what's happening behind Paul? Who is the spectral figure who turns up? Does anyone know who the guy is?
I think it's
Paul?
Could I also say just a wee thing about the people voting Labour and Tory? I've been doing loads of data input recently for surveys, and it's quite surprising the number of people who say that they identify with Labour and Tory and who are going to vote Labour, but who think Scotland should be an independent country. So just because they're voting for a unionist party doesn't necessarily mean that they don't support independence. I know that sounds a bit counterintuitive, but I do think that is worth bearing in mind.
I think you're
absolutely right.
And the point I was trying to make earlier was we mustn't get misled by other people's interpretation of results. If you win, you win. A referendum, I believe, is a different creature. It has to be handled differently. And that would give these people an opportunity to demonstrate their commitment to constitutional change. I think the biggest danger when it comes to a referendum is that there will be an attempt to produce a third option, if you like. And I think that would be an unmitigated disaster. But I think that's almost certainly going to happen if and when Boris has to concede the Section 30. And that's when the dirty tricks come in.
See, Richard is there. Should we hear what he has to say?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Hi, Valerie. That's our half hour up now, just in case anybody else is waiting.
Yeah,
to come on.
listen, thanks guys for joining us. It's appreciated. And again, just anyone else who's obviously finished watching the coverage today, certainly tune into IndyLive Radio. We'll keep you posted with some great music and chat, keep you up to date also as things unfold out at that particular moment in time. So we've also got joining us today, guys. I don't know if you want to hang on and say hello to him. We've got Richard Walker, who will be joining us hopefully from the airvote. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I am. Welcome to sunny here.
Hey, how's things down your neck of the woods?
Yeah, things are good, thank you. Still waiting for the result, obviously.
What's the general vibe in the hall? Is there any kind of excitement, any gossip, anything that we can pick up on?
I tell you what, I've got with me the SNP candidate for the seat, Siobhan Brown. So I'll pass you over to her just now, and she can fill you in on her perspective, and I want a chat with you when she's finished.
Fantastic, thank you, Richard.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining us.
No, thanks for letting me speak to you.
So how's things?
It's a long day. It's a major military operation. We walked in here at 9 o'clock this morning, ready for the count, and it's in our local leisure centre, so in a big hall. They've got barricades up and perspex glass everywhere. So it's been very difficult to do sampling or get a gauge all the votes as we usually do the sampling. So no, but it's long, and I think it's going to be close. But we've run a positive campaign, and we'll just have to wait for the result, which I think should be, I'm told, about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yeah. Okay, we'll look out for that. So anything other than that, any other rumours that you can tell us from the floor, any other views? I know there's no polls or anything happening that we can really judge that on, but from a general consensus, what's the vibe overall?
Well, in air, really, it's a two-horse race. It's between between SNP and the Conservatives. It's been the longest-held Tory seat for, I think, 124 years when you count the MSP and the MPs over the years. So, and for the last two Holyrood elections, it was really close. It was marginal, I think, between Jennifer Dunn and John Scott in 2016 by 750 votes. So, yeah, that's all. I don't have any other inside gossip at the moment because we can't really see that much, but we're just waiting for the result and just going through the process of the count.
Perfect. Well, listen, we wish you the best of luck. Sorry, John, have you got a couple of questions you want to bring in?
Before you go, I hate to impose further. Any sense, it's John Drummond here, any sense of the turnout?
Yes, it was highest ever, 68%.
Compared to?
I think last time it was close to, sorry, off the top of my head, it was probably about 59% or something last time, but I do know it is the highest that we've had for a Scottish parliamentary election.
Excellent. And what interpretation do you put on that in terms of?
I think everybody have their say. Yesterday with the at the polling stations, obviously we had the COVID pandemic and all the social distances, which delayed things. Our polls did close at 10 o'clock, but the queues were still there after 10:30, getting people in to vote in some of our polling stations. So there's a definite appetite for the people to get out and have their say and vote for the party they wish to represent them at the Scottish Parliament.
Could I ask if you see a greater turnout as positive for you or not?
I would say it'd be positive because the Conservatives always get out and vote in there. So I'm being optimistic, but I'm hoping it's positive for us.
Excellent.
Okay.
Perfect. Listen, we wish you the best of luck, and we're here for you, well, and we'll get around 4 o'clock
That's
about the
brilliant.
results come in. Cheers.
Lovely
Thanks
to
again.
meet you.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi there. How you
Thanks
doing?
for that, Richard.
Pleasure.
So again, just
How
to
are things
confirm,
going?
yeah,
How are things going for you?
We're going fantastic here, smooth and simple. We're
Excellent.
fairly,
Good to hear.
fairly quiet so far in the hall. We're going to get a bit more coverage of that just shortly for our team on the ground. They're going to let us know what's going on in there. But so you say 4 o'clock. We're expecting the result to air. Yep.
Yeah, I think so. It's difficult to know because it's because it's such a different type of election. You can't really go by previous elections and timing and things like that. But yeah, I think they're talking about 4 o'clock.
Perfect. We'll look out for that one there. John, you get any questions that you wanted to put to Richard?
Yeah, I just wondered if you'd had a chance to look at the early results.
I haven't, because I was just setting this up when they were dropping. So what are they?
So far,
I'll tell them. If you start recording, you start video. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah, apologies there, guys. Yeah, just double check. Yeah, we've got you on. We're on live just now, Ray.
We've got Fiona going to video now. We've got an ejection. There's an ejection of for public disorder from the hall.
Oh, really? What's going on?
Here we go. Here's these someone getting ejected from the hall at the moment. So you're getting that okay?
Yeah, we've got that coverage coming in. Thanks for that, Ray. Yeah, we can certainly see it from our booth there that there's quite a significant police presence. I don't know if we understand what's going on yet.
Apparently it's the racist party that have been causing public disorder, and they've been ejected from the hall right now.
Do you have any news on the Lib Dem who was making nasty salutes?
Okay, just while we're on, we'll just show you around the... We thought it was very quiet when we came down here, but my goodness me, it just took off. So ordinarily, it's been really quiet so far as the counting is concerned. I've done counts myself in the past, and basically this is really awkward because normally you like to be on top of a desk and trying to see where the votes have gone, so you can count up and get a good idea before the results is called. How you doing? Anyway, because of the social distancing, they've had to be very careful and keep people back, which has made it impossible to see who the votes are going for in advance. So it's very, very hard to call. But back to a sort of quietness now. As you can see around the hall, we're right alongside the BBC here in the far corner. We've got start here, which will be later on this afternoon, and obviously see that some of the results are coming earlier than expected from around the country, and interested to catch up with the fact that the postal votes have gone up by such a tremendous amount. I was looking at the results for Annie's Land as far as the voter turnout is concerned, and absolutely horrendous, 28% turnout in Chapel, 80-odd% in Whiteinch. Massive difference across the whole constituency of voter engagement. So for now, back to yourself there, Paul.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys, and well done in picking yourself up, which is clearly the best spot in the hall by far. And couldn't time that any better with a wee bit of an unfortunate incident, I might add, but also we timed that pretty well. So listen, guys, thanks very much. We'll also keep in and tune with you for most of the day, bring you any results, and indeed anything we can manage to get to come and chat to us throughout the day. Thanks, guys.
That's great then, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, so apologies, John, and I think you were chatting there before we had to cut across to the guys on the floor.
Yeah, I was just, that was very helpful, I have to say. It's great that there's somebody on the floor, because it gives you that topicality, which is, I think, is essential. I was asking Richard if he'd seen any of the results from elsewhere, and I guess you probably know. But when you were canvassing to the limited extent that you could canvass and getting feedback, Richard, in your neck of the woods, what was the overall sense of what people are saying and thinking? What was your sense of the mood there?
Well, it was quite difficult because we weren't really talking to people. I did a lot of delivering of literature and leaflets in Troon, and also I did a wee bit in Kelvin in Glasgow. But in terms of talking to people, that was quite difficult. When we did, there was clearly a lot of warmth and support for the SNP. I think I was definitely picking that up. In Troon yesterday, I was at some polling stations talking to people going in and coming out, and again, there was a lot of people giving me thumbs up and showing their support for the party, and also when I talked to them, there was quite a lot of support in this area for both votes SNP, which is in South Scotland a very important one, because South Scotland, we want to maximise the number of SNP MSPs, and that requires 2 votes, both votes SNP. So it'll be interesting to see that. We've also seen today some of the figures for turnout for the list vote, the regional vote, and they're pretty high. As Siobhan was saying, it's 68% in total, but there were some areas of the constituency where the turnout for the list seats was something like 70% or higher. So it's really good to see such a good turnout for this election, and I think it's always difficult to say specifically, but I do think a high turnout will work well for the SNP. There's been, that I've seen here and in Glasgow, a large number of young people voting. Again, I think that's good news for the SNP. So, as Siobhan was saying here, it's quite difficult to work out how to sample the votes, because we're behind screens and we can't really see them. It's becoming a little bit easier this afternoon, but still very difficult to come to any great conclusion. The only conclusion I would come to here is going to be tight.
Oh, really?
And it's traditionally a Tory seat, has been for as long as I can remember, certainly as long as it was created, I think. So, John Scott is a sitting MSP, so I think his majority is something like 700. So it's tight to start with. I think his majority will be reduced. I actually think the SNP will take the seat. I do think that. But if something goes slightly wrong with that, I think certainly the majority, John Scott's majority, will be reduced.
Yeah. You might be interested in this comment that Willie Rennie has just been interviewed on the BBC, and he said, we want to get away from talk of referenda, and the interviewer said, yes, indeed. That's the
shock horror.
Absolutely.
BBC impartiality again.
Yes, quite right. I did think interviewers in that circumstances were not supposed to actually express any opinion at all, but that's clearly old school.
Well, I think we vastly prefer for interviewers not to express their personal viewpoint.
Yeah,
but,
certainly on the BBC.
Yeah, well, perhaps we've gotten used to a different style now.
Well, you don't get any of that nonsense on Independence Live, guys. We're
of
fully
course
impartial.
Not. Absolutely.
Paul Hutchin, of blessed memory, is saying that the SNP are now confident of winning Edinburgh Central from the Tories.
Good. That would be a very, very good. That would be a very, very good result. I mean, Edinburgh Central's one of the key seats that they need to take to be on course for a majority. I know there was. I think John Curtis was predicting this morning that they were not going to achieve that majority. They were going to miss it by 1 seat. I don't quite know where this sort of comes from, given that there's no exit polls and not a single result. was known at that time. So I suppose John Curtis is a very knowledgeable expert in this thing, so I'm not disputing his ability to make a prediction, but I think it's all to play for still, and I think there's a very good chance of achieving a majority, which is, as we all know, very, very difficult to achieve with the Scottish Parliament voting system.
Maybe John Curtis issued a health warning with his forecast. I know I would do that because under a proportional system, it's a wee bit like holding your finger up to the wind and saying, I think it's going to be this way, but it could be the other way.
Absolutely. It's fair. And the figures sometimes, the difference between success and failure in terms of list seats can be very, very small in terms of figures when it comes down to the final few seats. And it's so hard to make a prediction on how that's going to go. And there are obviously constituencies which don't follow the national trend and which have, for various reasons, have results that fly in the face of what we see in the most of the country.
Apologies to cut across there. I think we've got the guys on the floor. I believe we've got someone lined up for an interview there.
No, this is not for. This is not for podcast. No, Jesus.
Okay, guys, we'll come back to them now. I think we've got a technical issue there. Apologies, Richard. Back to yourself.
No worries.
Richard, what interpretation do you place on the Hartlepool result?
Geez, I don't know. It's just so unbelievable that the political ideologies of Scotland and England are now so different. I can't believe why, after everything that's happened with Brexit, that the voters would turn out in such numbers for the Conservative Party. And I can see why they might reject Keir Starmer, but voting for Boris Johnson after the Brexit fiasco, for me, beggars belief. So I don't know what you make of it. I think one of the things, obviously, is the sheer inability of the Labour Party to put up a respectable opposition to the policies of the Tories, and I think Keir Starmer has to shoulder responsibilities for that, because clearly the voters have rejected him. Yeah. It's unfortunate that in doing that, they're also, I suppose, giving Boris Johnson some significant support, which is not good to see. Frankly, I don't think.
We were discussing earlier that it looks like that increase in the support is not specific to Hartlepool.
No.
It's also been seen across the local council elections in England. But let me tell you, there's been some feedback here on the turnout. The turnout in Glasgow South Side is almost 60% versus 47.8% last time out. And in Stirling, the council have said that all the votes are verified and counted. 41,090, a turnout of almost 70% in Stirling.
Good. Those are very good figures. And while we're talking about the South Side, wasn't Nicola Sturgeon magnificent in her takedown of the fascists on the streets, which was just so heartwarming to see. And I think she's absolutely right that Glasgow South Side will absolutely reject the politics of the far right and the politics of hate. And I look forward to seeing that confirmed by the result.
I'll tell you what's not going to help any of this, and hopefully somebody can contact Willie Rennie on this, is that according to Radio Clyde, the police have intervened.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Eddie.
How are you?
Hello.
Apparently, the Lib Dem candidate in the Emirates has been giving Nazi salutes.
I can't hear anybody because you're all muted, apparently.
We're all muted, right?
Ron Drummond is not muted. Why am I not hearing you? That's funny. There you are. Got you. Technology.
Hey, Eddie, how are we doing?
Well done.
Fine. Made it on.
Good for you.
Thanks for joining us. Stand by 2 seconds. We're just getting an update there from, apologies, John. Just kick back into that update if you can.
Yeah, Edinburgh Central turnout has been announced. It's 41,833, which is almost 63%, up from 57.3% in 2016. So this seems to be a general trend across the country that turnout is up, at least by 5, if not 10 or greater %. Hersham North is just about to be called, and we should get that soon.
Okay, well, I shall leave you now.
Perfect, thanks Richard.
Hopefully we'll talk after the result is announced here.
Keep us posted.
Take care.
Okay.
Best of luck, bring us a result.
Good luck with the rest. Good luck.
Hello, Paul. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes, Ray, we can hear you.
Right, I'd like to bring you in about 1 minute's time for an interview with Michelle Ferns, who's the Lynn McMahon, candidates for the list for the Alba Party. Okay.
Perfect. We'll stand by. We'll let you just let us know when you're ready, and we'll get you on.
We're ready when you are.
Go for it.
Okay. Right. Hello, Michelle and Lynn. Michelle Ferns, Lynn McCann from Alba Party. Oh, sorry.
Just a wee issue there. We've lost the visual part of that.
Lynn McMahon and Michelle Ferns with me from the Alba Party. They're standing on the list. This is an exciting time for you. How has it been? Tell us about the campaign.
Oh, the campaign's been absolutely exhilarating. I've been a veteran of many campaigns, but I suppose you've heard before that people think it feels a lot like 2014, and in some ways for people like Lynn and I, very much spirit of 14 in terms of a spirit of joyful campaigning. Again, I'm actually feeling like it's something that was a movement that was from the grassroots, from the bottom up rather than the top down. And for me, I've never spoke about independence so much since 2014, so that's been the main takeout, I think, for the campaign for me.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with all of that. I've never really been involved in politics as a campaigner before, so it's all been new to me. But it's been really exhilarating, and there's been a lot of real support, so it's all been good.
Right, your party brought together a lot of people with experience of politics, but also experience of commerce, of business, and health, education. How has that been taken on board by the public?
From my point of view, yeah, you're right. I think one of the major strengths of the Alba Party and our candidates is we are such a diverse group of people. As you say, we have people like myself who were councillors or had worked in politics beforehand, people from the business world, from the economic world, from the law, third sector, education, absolutely everything. And like most parties are a broad church, but specifically I would say we're very diverse. I think that was a real strength. There was a feeling when we spoke to campaigners and activists on the ground that was something they felt was attractive about the party. They felt that there was all sides of the argument were being covered. So yeah.
Well, it took the SNP 11 years before they got their first seat. They held that for a few months, and then another 22 years. 22 years before the SNP got the next seat. How soon do you want your first seat?
Well, ideally today.
Today or tomorrow, please. That'd be good.
That would be excellent. But you're right. You say that for people that have been in the SNP for a long time, as a new party, it's quite ironic to see some of the same arguments that were used against the SNP in its infancy when they were when SNP they were losing their deposits, never mind winning seats. And very much the attitude of the establishment at the time that the SNP were a pop-up party, a protest group. It took time to build that structure and that apparatus and to get that message out.
The fact that you've been calling for the SNP to get the first vote, how much do you think that has made for the actual election the important for it? Because it's been a strong turnout in many respects.
I think regardless of whatever the result today is, I think one positive to take away is that independence is very, very much back on the agenda for all of the pro-independence and indeed the unionist parties. What I would say the last couple of years has been talking a lot about Brexit, right? So and good governance, of course, these things are important. But the reason data of the SNP is to deliver independence for Scotland, and I think that's been on the back burner for too long.
Well,
so I think that's a big takeaway.
As a councillor, you will know from the NEC that it hasn't discussed independence for over 3 years. Do you think that will change?
I don't know if Lynn wants to make a comment, but
no.
I think Okay, the recent conference at the beginning of the year, I was still a member of the party at that time. Like lots of members, went along to make our votes known on the NEC and I suppose flag up what we felt was an increasing lack of democracy within the party in terms of a disconnect between the membership and the executive. And I think like lots of people went along to vote. There was a shake-up of the NEC, but unfortunately it didn't seem to last very long. And so I suppose I can only speak as now as a member of the Alba Party in terms of our constitution, our standing orders and the kind of party that we want to build, which is very much a party with strong branches, with one member, one vote. Policies that are brought forward, scrutinised, forensically scrutinised sometimes by the members, because I think that's healthy. Those checks and balances are absolutely critical to any party, especially in a country like Scotland where you have one party that's dominating so much. I do think those voices presenting evidence against interest and some critical analysis should be seen as a healthy thing for any organisation, for any movement. And that's sadly, I didn't feel much of that in my last few while.
When do you expect your results? Tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon will be there.
Well, thanks for appearing on Independence Live.
Thank you for having us.
All our viewers around the world. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us again. It's good to get some of the Alba candidates, get their points of view of what's happening there. And whilst we're having that, we had another result declared. We had Perthshire North declared, which is a hold a re-election for John Swinney. So we'll be holding that seat up there in the Perthshire North region.
So that's what I know.
I'm seeing a few extra results coming in. Turnout figures from Anniesland 51.87%, Southside, Glasgow Southside 59.78%, Pollock 54.33%, Maryhill and Springburn 51.87%, all up from the 2016 election. And Angus North and Mearns, which is just a hop and a skip from where I am, that was 61.29% turnout, which is up on the 54.27% turnout in 2016. So there's lots of really interesting figures coming out, all of it seeming to show that the votes are up. Eddi Reader is very kindly sitting waiting with us. Eddi, what do you think? What was the vibe where you're at? I don't know roughly what constituency you're in, but what sort of feeling were you getting from round and about where you are?
I just got a feeling of quiet confidence that people weren't so much. There wasn't, because of COVID, probably there wasn't the flags outside of all the parties and everything, and so it was just a simple, straightforward get to the voting booth and put your X wherever you're putting it. But I did notice that for me, and especially me and my husband, who we moved here 2001, and it wasn't really till 2012 that we actually started to look at what the Scottish system is. So this is only a few times that we've actually voted in the Scottish system, and it's bloody confusing, and it was tough to get our heads around it, especially when we're hearing the votes 1 and votes 2, and then we get up there and nobody seemed to mention this is vote 1 and this is vote 2. So we still, even at the polling booth, and I'm not the most intelligent person in the world, but it was hard for me to get my head around, and I think I got the feeling that when I was talking to the janitor where the school was where I was voting, Jimmy the Janny was kind of going, it's been constant all morning, just a constant stream of people. And we got there about 12. So he was just saying he's never seen it really as focused.
Eddi John Drummond here. What good to see you again. What do you put that down to?
I just think people are fed up with the argument, and it doesn't matter. What we want is independence, because we cannot control our own resources or investments or borrowing. Or I just see it as a no-brainer, and I'm not about to get involved in any splits or whatever, because nobody's bad enough for me to stop voting for them, you know, if they want Indy. Do you know what I mean? Nobody's bad enough yet. I don't care what anybody's done. We need Indy, and we need it as a priority, because, you know, I just, as a child growing up in the 70s, I absolutely know there was nothing here for children. And I don't want that to be the confidence that I see now coming back home. I don't want that to go away. I'm just like, that's a precious jewel that we have to really nurture and make sure it's not a rose that we can pluck and shake the petals of like the poppies. You know, we've got to keep it together until we get through the finishing line, and when we get through it, then we can all talk about who's shit and who isn't. No.
What do you think ought to happen, in your view, if Boris Johnson continues to refuse a Section 30?
Well, I don't believe he will. I think it's all bullshit. I've been with enough managers in the music business for long enough to know bullshit when it comes in the door, and that's all just bullshit. It's the same as that other dude, the one that liked to cheat the system. What was the guy that was with Cameron who did the coke head? Him, he, I don't
Which
know
one?
his name. I like him, but the one that was doing the money, what's his name? Bloody hell. God,
George Osborne.
That's right, Osborne. That's showbiz. He's already out of my consciousness. But he was somebody that I remember saying, oh no, we'll never share a currency. He had the choice. As if he had the choice. I think what's happening is people in Scotland are especially the yes voters from 2014, the ones that are like me and John, we're just getting on with our daily lives and we're accepting what it is, whatever the majority goes for, but we'll never go backwards, and we don't really believe bullshit anymore. There's no fear anymore about there's nothing in any argument that says it's going to be rubbish. And absolutely, I have to say that what I'd like to hear more of is the conversation about how we're not going anywhere. We'll still have to have deals with each other, with England. An Anglo-Scots deal will have to happen. We won't be disappearing off the planet. And I think that needs to be hammered home a lot more than it has been hammered home. The possibility of a better union, a better set of deals with each other in a more egalitarian way, in a more modern democratic way, is what we want, you know.
In the light of what you just said, how comfortable otherwise would you be with an arrangement for this island, which is similar to Scandinavia?
Absolutely comfortable.
Very comfortable.
Very comfortable. I mean, if the guys that they vote for in England, and there's a lot of really brilliant people down there that are trying to vote the right way, but they're gerrymandered down there. The constituency borders have been shifted just to make sure that, for example, those in the Ely, like Ely near Cambridgeshire, that's moved so that it's a majority Tory. So there's all sorts going on with the changing of borders, and they're trying to sort out the constituency borders, and they pretend it's about making sure it's fairer, but it's never fairer. It's about Tories getting in, and then they don't let go of power. That's the thing that they don't do. The left thinking, the centre left thinking, they split. The only flaw I can see is that when they're all perfectionists. I know I sung that song, but it's wrong. The song was wrong. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be just the intention for Indy, and then we can't just dump the SNP because I've done this wee bit wrong and that wee bit wrong, and that's no right. It has to be, the focus is on Indy, regardless of who the personalities are. The focus is on Indy. I mean, we'll all be gone in 50 years, so we
so
have
what
to
do you think,
about
given that Ireland is having its 100th year, well, one of the 100th anniversaries of independence? Actually, on a personal note, my dad was a Dubliner. He was born in 2000. He actually was born on this day 100 years ago, as Ireland was looking towards its independence. And it's interesting. I don't know what he'd have made of all the situation going on now, but we have an example of how the islands can work together, because we can see, Ireland is functioning fine with the common people can come and go, and have always been able to do so from the Republic, but they also have their European background and their European stability. So what sort of models do you think there are for that Scotland perhaps could make more of?
Well, I think that is a perfect example. The example of Ireland. It used to be ridiculous to me that we would learn about Ireland as a warring nation, and when I went there to tour, all I saw was people getting on with everybody, and Presbyterian churches were having their galas in the middle of Waterford and Wexford, and other places, Protestant churches were hand in hand with the people that were living there. There was no problem at all. The only problem I saw was in the north, always. And it's always due to unionism, because unionism is born of an empire attitude that is long dead and needs to be stamped down. Absolutely. It's about debtors, about hierarchy. It's about I'm bigger than you. And it really needs to get lost, actually. So yes, Ireland is a great example of how it can work.
We're getting some interference from the floor, I think, guys. If the people in the tech part of this could perhaps mute Ray on the floor, we're getting quite a lot of background noise coming in.
Yeah, of
Kevin,
course, guys, we've got that.
Thank you. It's just we're getting quite a lot of interference coming through. So Eddi, the thing about Eddi, you'll need to unmute yourself. The guys have muted everyone now. So Eddi, when you're doing, obviously you're a musician and you spend a lot of time within the creative sector, and I've noticed that actually most of the artists and comedians and the Tories or the right wingers are always sort of complaining that there's not enough right wing comedy and right wing artists, and that's actually just because they don't seem to be there, or at least the good ones don't seem. You know what I mean? It's like so what
they make me laugh. They make me laugh a lot.
But I mean, does it have, for you as a very well known musician and artiste, you've very plainly put your head above the parapet. Do you find that makes any difference to you, either professionally or socially, or do you know what I mean? Do you sort of find that your tribe flocks to you out of appreciation, or what? Why do you think it is that so many of the creative people actually look to independence and to Europe?
Because it's pragmatic and fair. And all small nations should have a population that gets what it wants, whether they want a pink elephant with a yellow nose, or they want a Tory, or they want a Labour, or they want a left or right wing. That population has only one conversation with the rest of the world, and that is its voting patterns. And I would love to know what Scotland would do with independence, because I think it's an exciting prospect, just like it was when I was 17. And I said to my dad, I need to go and make my own way in the world. If I had to sit and explain to my dad how much I was going to earn, what currency I was going to use, what clothes I was going to wear, if I had to do that before I left home, I would have never left my father's home. And I'm not saying the union is like a parental home, but I think it's like a little trap of family, an emotional trap that we've got into, whereby people in power, like the Tories, will use it against us, our love against us, our love of loyalty, our love of union, our love of family. And as long as we can, it's all to divert from not letting someone else have the financial control over what you want. So if we can get that off them, we can, every time someone brings up this idea of family and separation, that's what they're using against us. And we have to know that that's what they're doing, and they're doing it because the ownership of the resources is much, much more vital to people that are not going to tell you the truth. And that's why we have to get to a point where we're owning it, so that we tell each other the truth about it. There might be a whole bunch of Tories that grow up in Scotland in the next 100 years. I don't know. But what we have to know is what we want and how it affects us as we go forwards. So we need our own voice, and our voice is our voting patterns, and it needs to be the voice that we use to the rest of the countries of the world. We need to be able to talk to people in the world. We haven't got a voice right now. We haven't got a voice. Like if Johnson wants to go to war with Ukraine or whatever, then we're in it. And that's the way it was just before the Second World War. And we're getting people telling me that those people that started the SNP were all fascists and into Hitler and all that. I mean, that's total bollocks. And they don't know anything about these people. They've just been sold this line about how if you're not for us, you must be against us, which is not the truth. We're for England. We're for a beautiful relationship. We can't get a beautiful relationship if one of the parties is dominant and tells us what we want all the time. We can't do it. It's just impossible. So I'm perfectly willing to accept that if it doesn't happen now, it will happen soon. It won't. If it doesn't happen in my lifetime, I have to give that up and hope that it happens in other people's lifetimes. But I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful. I think that Boris can't deny the majority voice of Scots or Welsh or anybody for that matter. He just can't.
It's interesting what you're saying. It's interesting what you're saying about the for example, the Conservatives, because I've had a number of. I live in rural Angus, and there's quite a lot of tweed-wearing Tories around, and I'm a tweed-wearing non-Tory, obviously, and when you talk to them about the makeup of an independent Scotland. And and I said, well, obviously, there was one particular guy, a big landowner, and I was saying, obviously, after independence, well, more parties would spring up, and before the first elections in an independent Scotland, those parties that are headquartered in London would need to sort of reconfigure and find out who they were. So you actually would end up with a Conservative Party or whatever, a right of centre party that would actually be made up of right of centre Scots, reflecting what they wanted. And I said, look at Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel, she most people think she's a pretty good politician, and she runs a right of centre government. Just because you're right of centre doesn't mean you have to be a neo-fascist. Which seems to be what's happening. But it was actually really interesting seeing the penny drop with him. That actually, because there seemed to be I know a number of Conservative Party members up here who are now no longer Tory party members, and people who are real activists, and they're so horrified by the neoliberalist, just the dishonesty, and they're actually embarrassed to be associated with it, and they feel politically homeless. So I think that's one of the arguments I'm quite keen to see us making if and when we start moving towards our next independence referendum, is to be showing that we're positively, everybody sort of wants Scotland to succeed, but we just have different ways of looking at it. But actually, I would like to see so many of those who march all under one banner. I'm very aware that in the Borders, for example, there are Tories who march on the Yes marches because they want to have an independent Scotland, but they want to have their own version of the Tory party there. I know that John Drummond's had a number of people he's talked to about that, but anyway, so that's just kind of.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a quick question, Eddi. I was very impressed by what you said, and I think other people would be equally. Have you ever considered running as a politician?
I can hardly walk. No, I don't think I'd be very good at that. But I am good at singing songs and providing a voice that's maybe a little bit more like a kind of ordinary citizen voice. And I didn't join any party because, I'm born of Labour, so I'm a Labour trade union girl. I was brought up with trade union Christmas parties and trade union trips to the seaside, and my family, we're all shop stewards, my dad, my granddad, we're all 35-year Labour voters. So I was 17, my first vote. When I first arrived in the voting booth at 18, it was Thatcher that got in. So all my lifetime, I've watched Scotland being ignored. And I ran away from it and ignored it myself. So like you're saying, Ruth, and there has to be a point where, I could live in England and my vote would very easily contribute to the majority that might run the whole of the UK. But when I live in Scotland, I have no chance of my vote agreeing with the majority that wants to run Scotland. I just feel that I want to be in a country that's normal, that has a menu of choice, and a menu of leaders. And I imagine the John McClanes of 2035 turning up, young women and men that just grow, or whatever they want to call themselves, gender non-specific, but growing up in a place where they have the opportunity to be prime minister of this country. And they have the opportunity as young girls and young boys to know that their voice would be heard and respected, and that they could go to Germany and Italy and France and America and England and hold their head up and know that they represent all of us. And
It's fascinating.
I want that.
It's fascinating to see the difference. I also went away. I was away for 10 years before coming back. Actually, ironically, in 2015, coming back so that my kids could enjoy life as Europeans. And that hasn't quite worked out, but it did mean I became a full-time activist pretty much to get them back at their opportunities back again. And my youngsters are absolutely horrified that the grown-ups have let the situation develop for so long. And they actually feel personally insulted to think that they are not capable of running their own country. And so for me, I am very hopeful that we will see independence, a referendum, and then moving into an independent, sort of transition into an independent nation, hopefully over the next 4 or 5 years, so that we're back in Europe by the time that we sort of come to the next elections, perhaps. But even if that doesn't happen, my children won't let this situation continue, and there's more of them than there are of us. To be one of the best examples was the petty mindedness of bureaucracy that has gone into the visceration of the country through Brexit, was when they were shopping online for clothes during lockdown. They couldn't get out, and all of the clothes were back into imperial measurements. And honestly, actually, of all the things of Brexit that actually hit me, that was one of the hardest, to suddenly see that the clothes had gone back to being in imperial, and having to explain to my kids what imperial was, that it came out of empire, all of this horrific stuff, and they have no concept of pounds and ounces and grams, and so like, well, hang on a second, what's that all about? And why would the old people do that to us? But I remember the day after Brexit, the day after the Brexit vote, a couple of old boys up the hill going, that's fine, we can get our tatties back in pounds again. And that was it. That's what they were talking about. But these people that are about to tip off the other end of the scale, but my lot are coming through, and a whole lot with them. So I'm hopeful that in 2 years' time, the demographic, or a year's time, the demographic that'll be voting in an independence referendum will absolutely get perspective and get them tell. I'm just getting a really good result coming in. Dundee West, Joe Fitzpatrick has been re-elected, 61.6% of the vote. That's up 3.8%. So that's a pretty stunning election result from Dundee, the yes city. So let's hope that continues to be. And somebody's saying the 4.8 swing from the Lib Dems to the SNP in Orkney. I'm actually really hopeful. I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes up in Shetland, just to see the direction they're going. I used to live up in Orkney and Shetland, and always voted Lib Dem back in the days when it was Jim Wallace, because he was a really nice guy, really accessible, and a really good MP. It was the days before MSPs, of course. But I'm really horrified to see the way that the Lib Dems have gone. I mean, what do you make of, when Willie Rennie's being asked about during the debates, Willie Rennie being asked about the Lib Dems and their stance on EU, and you've kind of got Schrodinger's Lib Dems, where one branch of the Lib Dems say we're pro EU, and the other branch of the Lib Dems say, we're not.
The thing is, what we've been turned into because of union 300 years ago is a slow drip of being a small village in the global scene. We're a small village, the whole of Scotland. And I'm not surprised when you get small-mindedness, because when I see Willie Rennie and Dougie Ross and what's the other guy, Annis, I just say, you've got no power. You can talk all you want, but your boss isn't in your head. Your boss is somewhere else. So you can't promise me anything, nothing. You can be the nicest guy. You can do as many dances as you like. You can put on funny costumes. You can laugh. You can joke. You can look like you're out the Willie. But you can do nothing for me. Nothing, because you have no power. All your power is in London. It's in an office down there, and they don't even know your name. That's the thing that they don't get, and what they're trying to sell Scots. When I lived in England, 28 years I was away, there was not one iota of awareness about what was going on in Scotland. When I came home for the first time, I looked at Jack McConnell, I saw a guy in a kilt, and I saw the opera singer in a kilt, and I mixed them both up because I didn't know who they were. I thought Jack McConnell was the opera singer that was on earlier in the West Sound Burn Supper that I was invited to. I come from a blank canvas. So I've turned up going, wait a minute, 1979, they did what? I'm like your Waynes. I'm going, how have you let this happen for so long? Why have you let Scottish people have no voice for so long? And I understand it, because we're small-minded. We've got a small-minded attitude, and it's been inherited because we had to lose our parliament. We had to become part of an alien parliament. We had to learn the ways of that alien parliament. And some of them took to it hook, line and sinker. You know, the lords, the clan leaders became lords and lairds, and everybody got a bit of money and a bit of ermine. And that's the way it's been played. And when I see Labour people putting ermine robes on, I mean, they gave me an MBE, and my uncles were all like, "Whoa, your Uncle Seamus, who fought with the IRA, would be turning in his grave." And I'm like, shut up. It's our people's choice. And they're telling an old woman who lives down south, see this lassie with the red hair, she's getting an award. All right, fine. So the Labour Party gave me an award because I did a Burns album. I'm not about to spit at that. And it was 6 years ago, but it doesn't change me. It doesn't turn me into a lady. It doesn't turn me into a lord. It doesn't change my attitude about what I am. I'm still a Republican. I'm still a socialist. I'll always be that, because it's the only way to be sane in this world. But I'll tell you something. What you get for being an MBE, if you're interested, is a wee letter every year saying you can buy this crockery for half price. And a couple of people in Australia kind of go, "Oh," and a couple of people in London might go, "Oh, that's very nice." But that's all it gives you. There's nothing else. In fact, my cousin Mary's got the badge. It's in a drawer in her house somewhere. She bloody lost it. But she brings it out whenever she feels like being the queen for the day. It's just a joke.
But Eddie, you must look at the quality of the politicians and wonder, surely I could make a better job than they do.
No, Nicola Sturgeon is the bar, and she's quite a high bar. And I'm telling you, I don't know what God is you believe in, but whatever God we've created has created that girl, and that girl is saving her neck. That's what I believe. She's saving her bacon. She's better than all of them. She's better than the ones down south. She's better than the ones we've got here. And there's some really lovely people she's got around her, Jean Freeman, and I just think, and Michael Russell, I just think there's people here that are just solidly like this. We're going to get it together. And see, if I was her, I'd get insulted by some of the things that I've been called, you know, Nippy Sweetie and Jimmy Crank. Yeah, definitely. It's just ridiculous when you see people saying that about a wee lassie from Dreghorn that went to the same school as me, Greenwood Academy. And when she was 14 or something, I had a #1 record. And when I see her, she looks at me like she's 14 and goes, and I love that she does that. And I love the way she says words like says. And I love the way she's proud of Scotland. And I know where she comes from. I know Dreghorn. I know Bootree Hill. I was part of the Glasgow Overspill. So I know where she comes from, and I know that girl. And that girl is saving our necks, and I'll stand behind her all the way.
See what you're saying about language there and the way in which Nicola speaks, and you know, she's got a bit of the RP, but a lot of the time she speaks in Scots. And when you're talking about the weakness of Scotland, I'm very much put in mind. You were referring earlier to sort of Scotland, a family of nations. I'm very much put in mind when I look at Scotland of actually a domestic abuse situation, and it seems to me that Scotland has been a victim of coercive control for quite a number of years. The whole "you're nothing without me" kind of mentality. But more than that, our people, if we spoke our language or expressed our culture, would be beaten or murdered or deported, or our children would have the same inflicted upon them. So you can kind of understand why, if you're looking at it from the point of view that the fechters were deported, what was left with people who learnt to live in a compliant and fearful way. But I'm very interested by the way in which Scots language and the Gaelic is resurging, and there's a resurgent pride in speaking our tongue. And I think that actually in some ways, as our tongue is released, our pride comes, our sense of self becomes realized again.
Absolutely. Everybody has a voice. Everybody has a voice, and everybody's voice should be respected. And I think the only place in the UK where Scots language is respected is the unionists in Northern Ireland. They've enforced their Ulster tongue and all that, which is a sort of bastardization of many different forms of Scots. When you listen to it, it's beautiful. But I think that when I noticed the difference, because I love language, I love song and poetry. When I noticed the difference was when I went to get my hair cut, and I go to a lassie called Yvette, and she's got a great wee self-employed kind of business, and she does colour and all that. And she's from New Zealand, and her father's Scottish. So she's of an immigrant, but she's in New Zealand, and she's New Zealand. And she started to talk to me about the rings on my finger. And she used the word ring-a-linga, ring-a-linga. And I said, what is that? And she said, it's Maori. We all have to get it in school. And she was so proud. I mean, if that's not the brightest, the sharpest tool in the box, but see, when she talks Maori to me, I get a real feeling that she knows what pride is and how she connects with something that belongs to her. And I believe that about language. When I also noticed it, if I look back, was when I did Your Cheating Heart with John Byrne, when I was to play the part of Jolene Jowett in his play. And it was all done at the BBC. And John told us one day that this woman ran in and said, we can't make this a national programme because we'll need subtitles. Nobody will understand it. We can't do it. And it's like, well, they will if you play it. People will get to know these accents. They'll get to learn what they are. They'll learn about Burns. And when I did the Burns album, a lot of the publicity, Jackie, one Manchester girl radio DJ said, but how will we understand it, Eddie? How will we understand your new records? And I'm like, the same way we understand you, Hen. You listen.
I think that it fascinates me to see the. I think there is a direct sort of correlation between the growth of from Billy Kay and the Mither tongue and Ali Heather and the Rebel tongue. The resurgent growth in the sense of actually this is who we are and we've been silenced for long enough. And I do, looking historically at other nations, it's very interesting to see that one of the first things, I lived in Malaysia for many years, one of the first things the colonialists tried to do, Scots and English and Irish too, what they tried to do was to stop the Malays from speaking their language. Because and one of the first things that when Malaysians got independence, one of the first things they did was reinstitute Bahasa Malaysia as the language of the nation, because through that pride they weren't. And we were talking about it, and they said, well, we decided that if we weren't speaking the language of the people who had dominated us and killed us and tried to remove our culture, then if we always spoke English, we would always be thinking that their ways were better and they still were in our heads. And I thought it was fascinating to see. And the same with clothing, sort of traditional Bahasa, traditional Malaysian clothing. became the clothing of Parliament. And so you're seeing these beautiful clothes, whereas beforehand they were told that you had to wear a suit and a tie. And I just wonder how much of that potential for Scotland would be ahead of us if, as an independent nation, we not only retake pride in our language, but pride in our costumes and our culture and our textiles and our creativity.
Absolutely. I mean, I loved visiting France and Breton and finding wee lassies and boys getting drunk on a Saturday night and listening to music, and then going into a little cotillon dance. That was their dance. I hate that the English are so cringy about Morris dancing. I hate that. And I slap it down every time I meet it. That is English cringe. The English suffer more from this hierarchy than anybody else. I know that we as a nation still have a grasp of who we are. Irish have a grasp of who they are. The Malaysians probably do too. But the English have lost a lot of that. They've lost a lot of their cultural pride because they basically have replaced their culture with pretension and received pronunciation. You were talking about that. Now, if I decided to start speaking to you like this, then you would immediately feel a little intimidated by me. That's a direct and deliberate exercise in grooming children to be superior. So when you send your child to public school in England and they learn to speak like that, that's when it changes their relationship with their common neighbour. And their neighbour, who might speak like that, immediately feels a little undermined, a little bit like, oh no, you're better than me. That's what it's built for. The Etonian system, the ones that they're sent there by their dads who know somebody else's dad, who knows somebody else that gets them in. And when they get in, they're trained to be prime minister and rulers of India, if you know what I mean. Not that they can do that anymore, but that is what it is. And there is a damage in the English structural, cultural society because they're not giving their children the plethora of milkmaids tunes, language that was written by farmers and sailors. We had people like John Masefield and Cecil Sharp who did great jobs, but Cecil Sharp was kind of elbowed out of the way because it wasn't posh enough. Morris dancing, elbowed out of the way because it's not sophisticated enough. Elbowed out of the way. And it's a shame for the children of England because they have this attitude hanging over their necks, and we've just inherited it. We've just inherited it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that it's part of. It has been instilled because in order for the remnants of the class system to work, where you have a sort of a post feudal system, then in order for that to work, you have to have people who are still impressed by people who have wealth or class, this difference, this sort of the tribal clothes, and in order for, so I guess that's the reason why people who wanted to try and change the world and make it more just tend to be sort of deported or imprisoned, is to sort of keep that element of fear. But, I do think that when people talk about class, I think that class is actually a very outmoded construct, because
it's actually a caste system. There's a caste system.
It's caste rather than class, because actually, because actually the way, because ever since Thatcher destroyed the industrial base, we ended up, sort of the class system as we knew it has changed. So what we now have is the sort of the super wealthy who are probably pretty sleazy and don't pay their workers enough and get really rich because their workers are supported by universal credit. So when we see people with mega yachts, actually we've paid for it, yet how come we're the mugs that think that they're clever? And that system sort of which you don't see in New Zealand and places, and that, so that's the whole thing about sort of the mobility that people have that comes about through merit rather than connections. And absolutely. I think that's one of the things that I would like to see happening in Scotland. Oh, I'm seeing, hang on, Banffshire and Buchan, we've got Karen Adam has held the seat with a 772 majority, and that's a 10% a 10% swing to the Tories, which is quite surprising. But Karen's an awfully good coin, so I'm really pleased to see that she's got the seat. But that's interesting to see that in that area there's a 10% swing to the Tories. So I wonder how that's going to come out when we look at the list vote, and when the list vote comes through, how that's going to translate. Whereabouts is it you are, Eddie?
I'm in Glasgow.
Right. Okay. So you
yeah.
sort of your perspective is. Did you see any queues around the block at your polling stations? Oh no, you didn't. You were at 12 o'clock.
It was just the Janny said it was a steady flow, so it was good. I mean, I loved our conversation, and I have to go because I've got to go and do an interview. But I just want to leave you with the best of luck and the best of love. And I just know that if we are all completely as one for independence, intentionally, it will happen. Absolutely, it will happen. And I think with the ones that don't feel safe with it, I think we just have to allay their fear by telling them that we will be having relationships with English people and family. Social union is not the same as political union. Political union is only a deal, and it's a business deal. And we just have to change the business deal because the business deal doesn't want to reform. So we have to break it to renew it. That's it for me.
That's a lovely way to end.
Thanks you. All the best today, and I hope we're all right. Thank you.
Take care. Thanks again.
Thanks, Eddie.
Any feedback from the floor? I don't know who I'm talking to now.
Hey, John, sorry, say that again. We missed you on that one.
Sorry, I'm asking, is there any feedback from the floor?
Yeah, so just going back, a couple of things to note here with some news in with regards to the chap who was ejected for the hall earlier.
Yes.
We've got a report back. It was Derek Jackson, who's standing as the Liberal Party, who was allowed inside as he's standing in Glasgow South Side region. They said he was ejected for apparently making Nazi salutes and wearing a yellow star to some degree. So that's the latest that we've heard from here so far.
Okay. I'm hearing that the SNP have held Banff and Buchan with 45% of the vote.
Yeah.
The Tories are in second place, and they've reduced the SNP's majority by almost 6,000 to 772. So Banff and Buchan doesn't look terribly good.
It's a significant drop there. Slightly concerning one, that's for sure.
Isn't it?
So it's still a win, but it makes you wonder what's going to be happening then on the list vote, the 10% swing. It'd be good to see the breakdown of those figures. I'll have a look at Ballot Box Scotland and see if they've got it coming up anytime soon. But it makes you wonder if that's because the Labour Party and the Lib Dem, that they sort of gone for the unionist vote by going to the Tories. Are you seeing that anywhere else, John? Are you able to see that breakdown of figures anywhere?
It's not possible, and this is one of the things I find really quite upsetting, frankly, is that we don't do exit polls as a matter of course. Because the reason that we have to ask these questions about, do you think it's the Lib Dem, do you think it's the Tories, is because we don't do the work when people leave the polling station. For my mind, it's one of these things that's professional. It ought to be the sort of activity that's done at every election, even a by-election, because it tells you so much about people's reasons for voting. And if you don't know these reasons, you end up in the business of speculation.
Well, I've got something here for you. I've got something here for you to speculate about, John, because on Ballot Box Scotland, if you're on Twitter at Ballot Box Scotland, he's got a breakdown of the figures. He says that the SNP electing Karen Adam, who's a really nice lassie. I'm really, really pleased that she's got in. She's going to be brilliant. So the SNP got 14,922 votes, which was 45.2% of the vote, down 9.9%. The Conservatives got 14,148 votes, so it must have been really sort of hair-raising stuff at that count. That's 42.9% plus 10.7%. But I'm looking at the Labour vote and the Lib Dem vote. So my theory had been that perhaps it was sort of the unionist vote coalescing. But the SNP's gone down 9.9%. Labour's gone down 1.7%. The Lib Dems have gone down 1.3%. The ghastly Freedom Alliance have gone up 1.1%. They got 347 votes. And goodness knows what Restore Scotland is. They got 331. So it actually looks like the Tory vote that has gone up. It looks like a significant chunk of that has come from former SNP voters. What do you make of that?
Well, I'll give you a quote from James Kelly, who tends to be pretty good on these matters, I have to say. He's saying this. For context, the Tories hold the Westminster seat of Bamford-Buchan, and it was the one place where there was a swing from SNP to Tory in 2019. And he contends this. He says, however close the Tories got today, however big the swing was on paper, the fact is they lost. And that's what matters. So in other words, he's suggesting that the Tories fully expected to get Bamford-Buchan. And the fact that the SNP have held on, according to him, it would seem is a very good thing indeed for their prospects elsewhere.
So that's really interesting. So you think, or James Kelly thinks that that the Tories were thinking that they were perhaps on an ascendance, and obviously they are or have been to some extent, but it'll be interesting then to see how that sort of little chunk of the northeast then plays out, given that we're going to be coming up for Douglas Ross and the constituency that he's hoping to be getting quite soon.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really interesting. I would expect his personal vote to maybe carry him through, but you never can tell with these things. And the fact that the party that has the Westminster seat did not automatically win the Scottish Parliament seat, I think has to be some sort of indicator. I mean, obviously we have to wait for some of the others to come in here. But that, I think if I was in the Tories, I'd be really a little bit disappointed, if not majorly disappointed, in not getting that seat, particularly when the SNP vote has gone down. Now, of course, what we don't know is how many seats Alba got in that area. In other words, are these 9,000 votes lost, i.e. SNP voters did not turn up, voted for somebody else, or was that somebody else, Alba, on the list?
Well, it's the 9.9%, given the 10% swing to the Tories, it would seem to suggest that some former SNP voters have gone to the Conservatives. Obviously, Alba is not standing on the constituency vote, and neither is Douglas Ross. I mean, he's just he's opted not to. He's at the top of the list, I think, rather than anything else. So it will be interesting to see what's coming up with that. I mean, what sort of sense are you getting through speaking to people about the? I mean, have you had the chance to speak to any election agents or anyone else to see what they're thinking?
I'm on a WhatsApp group for the local SNP activists, and they've been very active in Kinross. I can say that categorically. And I'm talking about across the board, literally. i.e. they've been putting up boards, they've been knocking doors, they've been doing get out the vote. And I think a lot of it is motivated by the fact that to the north of this constituency, which by the way is called South Perthshire and Kinross, to the north of it is John Swinney's area. And I think watching John Swinney romp home, if I can use that expression, I think will probably persuade the people here, I suspect, who won't know the result until tomorrow, it'll probably persuade them to feel a bit more enthusiastic about their prospects. Because wherever you get a large entity, just take Perthshire, for example, if one chunk of it goes one way, you would rather hope that would influence the people in the rest of the area. But you never can tell with these things. This area has gone through, I suspect, if my memory serves me right, a number of different loyalties. I mean, for a time, it was Labour controlled, and it included Clackmannan and Alba, for example. And then the SNP came along, and they took it comfortably. And I think Tasmina was the SNP MP at that time. But then along came another election, and it went Tory. So you pay your money, you take your choice. It does seem as if the voters here are somewhat fickle.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping. I have a personal bias because Jim Fairley is the candidate for Perthshire South and Kinross, and I've had a few dealings with him through sort of farming aspect. I think he's a very impressive candidate, and I think he would be a very strong voice for Scotland and for his constituency if he was elected. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Jim Fairley. So I'm seeing here that Scottish Labour hold on to second in Kilmarnock. I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm just reading as I go. And Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley is an SNP hold. The SNP are saying that's the 7th victory of the day. And Karen Adams signed a message to her dad during the acceptance speech, so it's good to see the sort of diversity being and inclusion being there. Willie Coffey SNP has won. Oh, let's go Marken Valley, and Anniesland I think is due to declare quite soon. I think Alex Tiffin, which is at Respect is Vital. He says increased turnout had a big effect in Banffshire and Buchan Coast constituency result. The SNP only lost 882 votes, whereas the Tories gained a significant number. He doesn't go into those details. So it's certainly just honestly I don't know how I'm going to survive the next 2 days, because I'm such a politics nerd. On the one hand, I'm sort of suffused in a frisson of joy at the prospect of wall-to-wall politics. This must be this. I mean, I didn't watch any of Philip the Greek's funeral. I didn't watch any of that. But this next 2 days may well be for many people what that was like. Just sort of wall-to-wall politics. But I have to say that I'm rather delighted at the prospect of 2 days of politics, and yet I don't know if my nerves can take it. But yes, there's a few people saying, oh well, if the polls aren't accurate as suggested, swings in the if the polls aren't as accurate as was suggested, swings in the constituency seats won't affect the regional list. We'll see how that works out.
Sorry, what are they saying, that you can't interpret the possibility of the list votes without finishing up the constituency vote? Is that what they're saying? Yeah, they're sort of saying that basically they're saying the game's a bogey. Nobody's quite sure because there seems to be some shifting happening. James Kelly says the Donside result is worrying and probably more significant than Orkney, but then he also said, I struggle to imagine the SPP holding Banffshire and Buchan after the Donside result. So they did. So maybe James Kelly, who is really, really good, maybe he'll just have a nice cup of tea and kind of maybe his nerves are worse than mine, given that he's doing all the number crunching. Apparently we're still having trouble with my sound. Let me see if I can adjust it. Oh, it's full up. I mean, I can't get it. I'm not sure what I can do to make it any better.
It's quite quiet, John. It's
yeah. Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Whatever you've just done there.
What I did was I took out the remote mic, and I'm now using the mic in the
Ironically, that sounds much better.
Yeah, I mean that's Kevin always says, for God's sake, John, don't use your internal mic. Here I am using the internal mic because it's better. So Austin Sheridan at Austin R. Sheridan on Twitter, he says that that the SNP, he's just said 36 seconds ago, he's just tweeted that they are optimistic the SNP can take the Ayr constituency from the Tories. So I don't know, that must mean that the count's going quite well there. Well, the latest news is definitely confirmed that Willie Coffey of the SNP has taken Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley. Yep. And that's an SNP win, 7th of the day. Well, it's re-elected, yes. It's re-elected. So
So we're still waiting to see. Somebody's just put up Alex Cole Hamilton klaxon. So I don't know if that's in relation to his constituency coming. I would love to see. Okay, let's play this game, John. Who do you most want to see the face of if they get voted out? I think for me, it might have to be Alex Cole Hamilton, or it's a toss-up. Would it be would it be Jackson Carlaw? I can't decide. If I was to be given a Christmas present of a video of somebody being voted out, maybe that's mean, but I'd kind of like to see Alex Cole Hamilton or Murdo Fraser getting kicked out.
Well,
how likely is that?
I mean, I'm not sure that you would have to have some sort of extraordinary movement in the towards the SNP, which I think is unlikely. I don't think it's such a terribly bad thing that you've got a decent representation in the opposition benches. In fact, my biggest regret is the fact that the quality of the opposition is so poor. Yes. I mean, it is shockingly poor. And I mean, I've tried to find all sorts of excuses for it. And the only one I can think of is that there aren't enough people in the opposition parties to provide the base upon which you can build towards people becoming elected to Holyrood and Westminster. So what tends to happen is that the best of a bad lot end up going to Westminster, and their dross, if you'll excuse the pun, ends up, for the opposition, ends up on the list, being elected on the list basis for Holyrood. And that's a crying shame. I just feel that if they took it more seriously, the opposition, we'd have a better parliament. So I don't, unlike others, I don't have a problem with the actual voting system, because I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that the opposition parties need to up their game. Now, it may well be that it's too late, frankly, and that we'll be independent before that happens. But then I think we will benefit from better quality people coming along and filling opposition seats. And I think the whole country would benefit from that. Because
I agree
right now.
Yeah,
administration.
I absolutely agree.
And it's too simple, it's too straightforward. You simply whip your folks and say, look, this is how we're all going to vote one way or the other. So, for example, I have no real problem or issue if it turns out, as a result of tomorrow's results, that the SNP either form a coalition or form some informal agreement with the Greens in order to govern. I wouldn't see that as a major tragedy.
So, guys, sorry to cut in there, John. We're just getting an announcement here from the hall in Glasgow.
Oh, much excitement.
So this is for the Anniesland constituency, guys.
Lots of cheering there, Paul.
Let's see if we get some more word from the floor there.
So Pollock's turnout up 8%.
We're just going to switch to our vision camera, guys, and get a good shot of that.
I'm hearing, by the way, that the Tories believe they've held Eastwood, and the SNP are optimistic about Ayr, which would tie in with Richard Walker's remarks earlier.
Yeah. But I think you're right, John, that a good opposition, I mean, it's a healthy democracy has a strong opposition. And that's what we're seeing is what's wrong. One of the many things that's wrong with Westminster is that the opposition is utterly woeful. It's having a strong opposition absolutely means that you have to get better governance and reflective governance. I don't at all have a problem with there being a diversity of vote and opinion expressed. I think that's actually very healthy. I just find it depressing that some of as you say, the whipping being done from Westminster is so vicious. Actually, it means that the Conservative Party offers very little that is positive or meaningful in Scottish politics. And I find that utterly depressing. But I do think that there should be a range of views expressed legitimately reflects the views of the people across Scotland. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in Annie's Land and what's.
So yeah, I can now give you an update on that, guys. Yes, so we can now confirm that Bill Kidd has been elected for the SNP into the Annie's Land constituency with 17,501 votes.
Is that a new? Who was there before?
That's a very good question. So we'll get back to you on that. But the following
re-elected.
Re-elected,
says he's been re-elected.
And that was a follow-up to them was Eva Clark-Murray, who was the closest with 10,000 votes there. So it was a significant majority again for the SNP in Annie's Land.
Yeah, that's well over 50% of the vote. Labour was 10,913, the Conservatives 3,688, and the Lib Dems 1,063. So the SNP win is significantly over 50%.
Correct, and they're saying that's a 1 percent increase as well from the last time. So the swingometer showing 0.7% of SNP dropped to Labour.
What we seem to be seeing here, Paul, maybe it's too early to be definitive, but what appears to be happening is a split across the country, i.e. that the west of Scotland seems to be moving to the SNP, either through the vote holding up or, in the case of Ayr, perhaps actually moving so far as to actually take the seat. Whereas in the east, particularly in the northeast, we seem to be seeing something rather different, which is that the Tories are actually making headway in some of these northeast seats.
I think you've got to look at the fact that the northeast areas are the areas where the fishing communities were inclined towards Brexit, and it does surprise me to see them doing well in the sort of the food and drink areas, because they have been so hammered. I mean, I spend far too much of my time looking at trade Twitter and looking at sort of food and drink and fisheries and the like, and it's heartbreaking to see the absolute carnage that is being wrought on the sector. The only thing is, and this probably won't mean a whole lot to many of you, but those of you who are interested in sort of agricultural affairs, the price of sheep, the price of lamb, the sales are actually holding very well. The prices have gone up. So a lot of farmers in some sectors aren't yet feeling the effects that perhaps we were anticipating, although those in other sectors are being absolutely hammered. So it may well be that actually Brexit hasn't bitten as hard in some areas as we suspect it will. But what will really interest me is when we see the sort of results for the Peterhead area.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm getting feedback, by the way, that Marie McNair is the new MSP for Clydebank and Mulgai, having increased the SNP vote.
Yes, that was declared about an hour ago.
Okay. And the Donside thing we've talked about. I mean, it's all looking pretty positive as far as I can see. And if the SNP do take Ayr, that would suggest that the influence is extending further and further south towards that bastion of blue, which is represented by the south of Scotland, which I think will be very hard work for the SNP.
So guys, overall, apologies to cut in. So what is the preferred outcome here, if we're honest about what's going on there? So obviously we're rooting for an SNP majority right and overall, but from a kind of palatable aspect, what's the kind of best acceptable result that we should be looking for here from an independence perspective?
If there's a majority of pro-independence parties, I mean that's it, isn't it? I mean, a majority of pro-independence parties because if we don't have a majority of pro-independence parties, we don't get IndyRef. So we have to have a majority of pro-independence parties, and Nicola Sturgeon back as First Minister to be able to take that through. If there's not a majority in Holyrood that will vote through an independence referendum, then the game's a bogey.
Yeah, I think my sense of it is the SNP will be pretty successful in this election. What happens thereafter is crucial, and it may well be. Hi, we have Lesley Riddoch joining us. it may well be that will be more important than the actual result, which would be fascinating.
Again, we'll just bring in Lesley in a second there, but again, it's also one of the arguments from the 2016 result. Because of that, circa 100,000 votes less than indeed the unionist parties had collected there, regardless of the 8 additional MSPs for pro-independence parties there, that it might have been some of the aspect of almost giving the SNP a bit more to think about before declaring a referendum, because there's no better poll than obviously people coming and voting at the ballot box to also get a genuine feel of what the kind of look and feel is with regards to the constitutional question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I know that John disagrees with me on this, but I would be interested to hear what Lesley Riddoch has to say about this. I think that while yes, I completely get that a win is a win, and just one MSP that's pro-Indy more than the unionist side of things or the British nationalist side of things, I'm fine with that. But one of the things that interests me is the numbers of people voting. If we see that more than 50% of the people who have cast their vote are voting for pro-independence parties, I take that as a very positive sign, and I very much hope that the First Minister, if that is indeed Nicola Sturgeon again, I would hope that would be taken, that yes, the momentum very much is there. But I know that John thinks that's an election and a referendum are two very different things with their very different outcomes.
Yeah,
but what do you think? What do you think, Lesley? Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, yeah, that old one. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Right. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, I kind of still came in slightly halfway through that point. Is it just about whether or not there's an actual SNP overall majority, or whether it's an independence majority?
Well, I'm saying that so John and I have an ongoing disagreement. I think that I agree with John that a win is a win, and that just one MSP more than for independence, that gives the Holyrood the legitimate majority. One of the nuances that I'm interested in, just sort of within the political nerdosphere, is to see what percentage of the vote has been for independence, because I think that would add meat to the bones.
Yes, right. I got to say, I don't know that's really, well, it depends whose eyes you're looking through, and it's very probable that the only eyes that matter. Are you sure you can hear me all right? Because I can't hear myself. Right. The only eyes that matter really are Boris Johnson, and then to sort of step back from that one, those who are putting pressure on Boris Johnson. And these guys are so kind of first past the post. If anyone was looking at percentages, of course, this is to imply a consistency they never apply to anything themselves right enough. But, they managed to pull the whole of Britain out of Europe on 41% of the vote. So, that's not the way it works for them. And that's I think, where they get very stuck by simply having a majority won, either by the SNP or by independence parties in terms of votes here. Because if you start trying to unpick it, and honestly, unionists will come up with all sorts of rabbit holes for you to go down. And one of them will be, you can rehearse them till you're blue in the teeth, but it will be, oh well, you didn't get 50%. I mean, who has had 50% of the electorate for anything? I don't think that's it. I was on last night doing Sky News pay per view with Tim Montgomery, who set up Conservative Home and still a fairly influential sort of player within Conservative ranks, and I'd said to him, well, we are heading for a pro-independence majority. What do you think Boris Johnson's going to do now? And he said, I think there will be a moral imperative for him to grant another independence referendum. Now, I mean, I'm not saying just because Tim Montgomery's saying that, but it's just like there's an awful lot of these guys, I think, getting to the stage of just thinking, let's just call their bluff.
You think, Lesley, that's an interesting concept. Do you think that view is driven by the fact that the issue ceases to be union versus independence, is more about being pro-democratic or being anti-democratic? unless you concede a referendum, you will be definitely viewed as anti-democratic, not anti-independent.
Yeah, and actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Anas Sarwar doesn't get off his mark once there is an independence majority. And actually, I would suggest to him, not that he'll be listening to me, but the smart thing to do is get straight in there, say this is a democratic mandate for IndyRef 2, although I oppose it. Get in and get the mantle of being the no campaign leader, because he's actually in the frame for having an IndyRef. Leave Douglas Ross sitting gurning on the sidelines, place he quite enjoys being in his referee capacity, saying, we're not even going to get involved in a second IndyRef, so Huffy Doogie's stuck on the sidelines. And Anas actually gets in and about, leads Labour, leads the sort of no campaign for Labour within the IndyRef. At least it kind of keeps some of his folk happy, because there's actually going to be an IndyRef. And he gets to shape more of a sort of kumbaya narrative, as he's been very skillful at doing, on the no campaign. Like, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to happen, or even obviously as a yes voter, I'm not interested. I'm going to be voting yes. But I think that, there's fault lines developing. And I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't smart enough to see that that's probably the best kind of thing, is to stop blocking the democratic mandate, because even Tories are conceding it.
I wonder what that kind of messaging from Westminster would look like from Sir Keir Starmer, who's going to be licking a lot of wounds this weekend. So, I mean, I wonder if Labour is going to have a dark night of the soul, which might mean that Anas Sarwar is sort of released from his feudal overlords in London, telling him what to do. I mean, I do wonder what Labour. I've often wondered what the point of Labour is this last few months, but I wonder if Scotland is just going to have that, the Scottish Labour is going to have a look at itself and think, actually, who are we and what are we about? When statistics seem to show that 1/3 of Labour voters actually want to have an independence referendum. One of our former colleagues yesterday on Twitter, I noted, said that he had voted. He had voted for the constituency vote for the SNP and the list vote for Labour. There must be a lot of Labour voters out there that Anas Sarwar, who is a likeable enough bloke, doesn't seem to be reaching because of his stance.
Mm. Well, if I was Labour, which I'm not, the point of Scottish Labour would be, if you were to follow this idea and just come out, decide IndyRef 2 is going to happen, you've got to be in the frame to be part of the narrative. He could well be hoping that either the IndyRef is called very quickly and it kind of catches us on the hop, and there's just another small, there's a no vote, in which case that really is difficult for the SNP, because it's the fourth term government. What's the kind of message going to be next time around for the SNP? One more push? Well, it can't be. And it's quite possible the Tories can play games. They could. There's that speculation that Boris might come up with a sort of snap election, try to hold the referendum very much on his own terms, which of course anybody with their head screwed on is advising him not to do. But anything could happen which would allow the next election to be something where the SNP's starting to look like a bit of a sort of spent force. I mean, I know this is impossible to conceive now when they're about to weigh the votes all over the country. But, there's a sort of scenario there, at least for Labour, in which, Anas Sarwar, if you get to the stage where we've had another independence referendum and lost, God forbid, people might well be feeling, well, we're stuck with this now, and they might be wanting a change. Now, if I was Anas Sarwar, if I was Labour, I think that's probably about as good as it gets.
And also, you would have the huge advantage that it'd be very difficult, for example, to have a Conservative fronting the no side. I mean, it just wouldn't work. So he's almost certain to get the support of the Tories if he did decide to head up a no campaign.
It's interesting that, because you've got Willie Rennie the other day saying that the Lib Dems would boycott a so-called wildcat referendum, whatever that's supposed to be. So I could see that the scenario you're suggesting could well come to be that Anas Sarwar actually is like the last man standing and he could just run ahead and sort of pick up that torch.
Well, you could be the last man standing, or just for once in your life, you could be the first person to decide to do something. I mean, I know that's really going to come a bit, it's going to, forever, to be honest, we're all so locked into positions here, but he could be the first one that jumps ship, because it's the weight of the democratic mandate argument. And I've been on so many blimmin', debates and interviews and stuff with unusual sets of people in London who are all interested in this now. They're all alert, they're on it here. Whether it's the Financial Times had a debate, where the single unionist was outnumbered by myself and David McWilliams from Ireland, which is a pretty formidable. I mean, I actually began to feel sorry for the guy who was a historian from Cambridge. To all sorts of different people have been focusing on this. Now, it's almost, I mean, I've wrote a column about this. It's almost as if they've got so used to the drama of recent political years with Brexit and Boris and the endless uncertainty that they sort of almost crave the end game, the end of the union. Look at any, British paper based in London-based publication, and you'll see open speculation that the end of the union is nigh. So, there's a strange foot on the pedal here. I mean, it's unusual to be kind of, having to share that accelerator with anybody else. But funnily enough, just for the moment, and I appreciate it's a fickle source of interest, but at the moment, the London press are very conscious of Scotland. It's almost making up for all the decades where they just didn't get it. So I suspect it's going to be hard for Boris to just evade a very clear democratic mandate like this.
Well,
Lesley,
democratic mandate.
To respond to this comment from Nicola Sturgeon a few minutes ago, that she has told the BBC, quotes, "A majority has always been a very, very long shot," end quote.
Yeah, well, I hear from friends who are in one of the counts in Edinburgh that it's very hard for people to gauge what's happening in counts because of the social distancing, and also because people have been asked to, you fill their ballot papers in pencil. So people who are standing a couple of meters away with social distancing, trying to look at where, first of all, the ballot papers are opened. And as that opening happens, that's when a lot of kind of guesstimates are done by watching people. Is this
Hello, Paul. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Raymond. If you can contact us on chat, my friend, stick yourself on mute.
So look, talking about Edinburgh, we've got the Edinburgh constituency turnout. Edinburgh Southern is 71%, Edinburgh Central 62%, and Edinburgh Western 71%.
Hi, Raymond, please stand by.
That's
I can't hear you, Ruth. There's somebody else speaking.
I'm sorry. It's Ray Crofters. I think he's having some issues from
Paul,
the floor.
I'd like to speak to Bill Kidd just now.
Yes, stand by. You're on the live stream, please, Raymond.
Oh, I've got Bill Kidd with me. Okay, to feed me through.
Yeah, please. Yep, fire through. Apologies, Lesley. We'll come back to you shortly. Apologies.
Yep, no bother.
Yep, Raymond, crack on.
Okay, thanks very much. Hello, Bill Kidd. Congratulations on your win for the Anytown election. How's campaigning been?
Campaigning has been very difficult because it's totally thing for everybody, but it's a very different situation. You can't see stalls, you can't knock on doors very much. So, but we got the message out, and we got an increase in the number of people voting, and so that means that we were successful in that. Plus, we were obviously successful in Black Planning Plan for the SNP, and the win again. Yep. So that's the time we won Black Planning Plan. And really, really pleased about the way that everyone worked together for the front.
Yeah. Now going forward, there's some lessons to be learned here with Drumchapel, polling less than 28%, Whitinch 81%. Some work to do to try and encourage people in areas where depression, where we can help them a lot. Get out and vote.
Well, there's a lot actually. I mean, it's unfortunate. Actually, unfortunate. Sad. An area that's vibrant and full of community spirit as Drumchapel could find itself not feeling as if we've got enough to offer them, and I mean all political parties that they want to bother going out. So it's really down to all political parties to actually get in there even more. We've worked a lot believe in them. And we need to make sure that they trust us enough to turn out and vote for us and to believe in us. And that's our hard work. We need to actually do that to get that.
Yeah. And what message is the movement so far going to tell you how we're going to be? You expecting the majority of the way things are running quite positive.
It is positive. I mean, from what I've been watching here, and then with the result here within Pakistan, I do believe we make the majority, when we get the majority, that is us getting an independent referendum in this one. Only one.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right up. Okay, thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Listen, apologies again for the sound quality. We're still looking to try and address that, and hopefully we can get that sorted out. So it seems such a shame to.
Can I be a bit cheeky? I mean, is there not a point in actually him coming out of video and just using audio to try and reduce the bandwidth?
No, it's not. It's not cheeky at all, Lesley. It's a very good point. So we're doing some testing on there, but unfortunately, I think we've lost our opportunity.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Is that the last candidate from that count?
It was for that. He's already been declared anyway, so that was just trying to catch him at the back. So apologies, Lesley. Back over to yourself there, just before we cut you off.
Well, I have one of those moments my memory has actually maintained. So the Edinburgh constituency ballot turnouts. Edinburgh Southern is 71%, Edinburgh Central is 62, almost 63%, and Edinburgh Western is 71%. Now, whatever the result is, and obviously it, I'm hoping it's going to be good for the pro-Indy parties. A turnout like that at least shows that democracy, people are coming out and having their voice heard.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying was from the pal who's in that count actually watching. First of all, they can't see very easily as the ballot paper is being unfolded, so it's uncertain. But it may well be that there is some tactical voting going on, whereby actually there have perhaps Labour look set to hold Edinburgh Western and Southern. Does look like Central has gone for Angus Robertson. That would then raise questions about who are those people? Are they sort of real Labour voters, or are they likely to then shift Conservative on the list? And this would be a question across the whole of Scotland, actually, with such high turnouts, that a lot of the projections that were done with an expectation of lower turnouts. So in a sense, this boat's got a bit more folk in it than you'd expect. So kind of it's just moving around a little more differently.
Lesley, picking up on that point, don't you think this is, whatever the outcome is for the SNP and the other independence parties, surely this amazing turnout is a huge endorsement for the Scottish Parliament?
Yes, and this is something that pretty much everybody, just listening to other commentators have been available, but listening to other outputs, even the Tories are having to concede that this is a pretty massive endorsement of the Scottish Parliament. And actually, there was an academic on whose name I missed. She was part of an institute that had been doing quite a bit of research about just general interest in politics in a very thorough kind of way. About 50% were across the board were interested generally in politics of their large sample size. 60% were interested in the Scottish Parliament. 70% were interested in the Scottish Parliament elections. So, as it became more and more kind of close to home, closer to a vote, can't quite remember if they got to the point of very interested in the independence referendum, but the levels of interest were rising. And, it's been a thing up till now that turnout for Scottish elections has sagged behind turnout for Westminster. Now, there's all sorts of reasons why that could be, and that doesn't essentially mean that voters are dissing their own parliament, but it just ends that kind of line to see that the turnouts have risen so much. It would be interesting to see what the turnouts are for the sort of regional stuff that's going on down the road, because it could well be that Scotland has the highest turnouts in Britain.
That should be extraordinary.
All those things are wee lines that feed into the narrative really, really strongly. and sort of just, I mean, there's all sorts of TV crews coming here from abroad. There's a team over from the Republic of Ireland. There's a bunch coming over from BBC Northern Ireland next weekend. So there we go again. Honestly, if there's another contribution, why not just ask them to try audio?
Yeah, apologies, Lesley. We're working on it just now. We have muted him, but he appears to have he's unmute his button there. Apologies. So please do carry on.
He's a wild man with his mute button. That's okay.
So, well, one of the things that's been really interesting me is just saying Volker Kiest SNP holds for Michelle Thompson. So interesting to see her coming back into politics again. So it's interesting to see. I mean, the basically the love letter from Europe to Scotland and from Scotland to Europe that I know that you were instrumental in it. That's been getting remarkable momentum. There's been a whole load of academics and politicians and people showing support for Scotland being back as an independent nation back into Europe, and I think that is going to be a really significant aspect going forward. But I've been watching a number of, again on Twitter, a number of publications of the last week from around the world are really focusing on Scotland, and the conversation has very much turned to Scotland is awakening, and surely with this level of voter engagement, it must be very difficult for the world to look at us and think that Scotland isn't awake to what's going on. Mm-hmm. What sort of feedback are you getting from your international connections about the way that they see the situation going? And do you think that a pro-independence win will see more European nations, for example, openly courting an independent Scotland?
Well, to work backwards on those ones, it seems that, as sort of states and governments, there's still a lot of wariness about courting Scotland, even though, I mean, there's nothing much to lose now. Because do you know what happens post-Brexit if you disagree with kind of Boris Johnson? He sends gunboats at you, So it's kind of we're already seeing the way that Brexit's playing out, and you begin to think that there's actually nothing much to be lost by just realising there's no point currying up to Boris Johnson, because if you're on the wrong side of the argument from him, it's blooming hardball as far as he's concerned. And yet, clearly, I mean, in the course of trying to get signatories, which took quite a lot of doing behind the scenes, there were people who were keen, but just very reluctant to be seen to be siding with Scotland against Britain. And I mean, that's obviously been a constant since 2014. So as with many things, what you're seeing there is a really incredible testimony to the fact that so many people now just don't care about that, see that there's bigger fish to fry and are quite willing to come out. I'd be doubtful if we deliberately didn't ask politicians, partly because for a lot of people, that sort of devalues the currency. Then it gets very mixed up, because if somebody signed it, then that means somebody else won't, and so on and so on. So the aim very much was to keep it as a kind of cultural, citizen-led thing with no politicians in it. So politicians might well pick some of these things up, but it doesn't really matter if they don't. There was also the push that you've seen some of the articles that there was a great interview with Nicola Sturgeon, one of the Italian papers, and there's been a couple. I mean, those were things organised because it's the combination of Nicola Sturgeon as a person really interests people all over the world, actually. So the combination of that and this sort of democratic moment is enough to harness the two things together. And that's been what's led a lot of interest in this. And then, finally, the question in its own right of gaining a new EU member. I mean, that is something to be achieved for Europe, which is still feeling a bit bruised having lost Britain. Now, I realise that I was a bit disappointed, I'll be honest, in the Scottish reaction to this, which was not much. In comparison to the kind of level of out there-ness that a lot of English cultural figures had made. Brian Eno, I mean, come on, those of us of an age, moving and grooving. Incredible collaborator with David Bowie, Roxy Music. I mean, why did he think that this was something he absolutely had to kind of go over the top about and pledge support for? But he did. Ian McEwan, the writer, very quietly spoken guy, but really incredibly powerful, elegant statement about himself. Our own William Boyd, originally a Scot, an incredible novelist, Neil Gaiman, who's got 1 million followers on Twitter. You know, it's just extraordinary people have rocked up. And some of this is really, I suppose, a measure of their kind of disempowerment as English citizens, because there's nowhere left to go for them. They're massively pro-European, and there's nothing to pour themselves into. No argument. It's over. No party's interested. The end. And 45% of them are still there, you know, with nobody representing them at all. So I think there's a little bit of displacement going on, you know, where they're displacing their own feelings. And I do remember that before the Brexit referendum, there was a very telling opinion poll which asked voters to rank different issues in importance. And for England as a whole, Europe was ranked either second or third. For Scotland, it was 11th. Yeah. So I think the thing that perhaps people sort of mistake about this is that I don't think the Scots care as much about Europe, to be really blunt, as the English do both ways, funnily enough. I think the Scots were like, well, yeah, if it ain't broke, why fix it? We're there. You know, it wasn't a big issue. And perhaps having it focused upon the way this letter does leaves some Scots a bit uneasy, because it kind of makes more of a thing about Europe than independence. It's as if we're putting the cart before the horse. But the point is that the horse is going to need the cart awfully soon. And it's going to need some way to access the single market. So we're just trying to get this revved up a bit to get citizen pressure on governments in Europe to make the European Commission make a clarity before the next independence referendum that closes down permanently the argument that an independent Scotland would not get into the EU. Now, we might not be successful, probably not, but that, you know, push is something that really seems to be animating people. And there it is again. It's about the democratic rights. It's not about, nobody's even wanting to jump up and down about independence. They just see that Scotland quite visibly is an outward-facing, modern, aspiring to become more modern, progressive country with people who've been members of this club, you know. So that's what's happening there, and it's moving in the extreme. The two young people, the young to me people who have organised this, Andrea Pissarro and Janina Jeter, Italian and German, are just completely dedicated to this and have spent months of their own time on it. And honestly, it's moving to see how much energy they've got for this.
I mean, I find that interesting too. I interviewed a guy on the TNT show on Wednesday who's a retired senior civil servant who grew up in South London, went to Dulwich College, the same one as Nigel Farage, different age, different time. And he's heartbroken, Lesley, that he's had to opt for independence, because he sincerely wished, when he voted no in 2014, that there would be no split across the country, as he put it. He was devastated by Brexit. And worse than that, he believes that the government that he supported as a senior civil servant has now become immoral. And he says that this will take perhaps half a generation to address, assuming that a different political party were to be able to obtain power in England. And he feels that's not terribly possible. And he will vote for independence in any future referendum, but he does it with a heavy heart, because he feels that his country left him rather than the other way around.
Well, look at the reports that came out about 2 weeks ago, one by two very senior civil servants, one by Kieran Martin, who was the architect of the Edinburgh Agreement, and the other one by Philip Rycroft, who's the head of the Constitution Unit. Now, both of them were the sound of men in despair. And actually, having juked across the border to be involved in stuff that a lot of people north of the border are going, why are you bothering with that? You know, rewriting the UK Constitution Conference. Why bother? Because we're not going to be in the UK, right? But what that does is it lets you talk to a lot of sort of, you know, liberal academic people who are actually at the end of their tethers. Because, you know, if we think it's a gloomy prospect that Labour has collapsed south of the border in such a profound way in the north of England, that English people are looking at a decade certain conservative rule. You know, if you were a lefty, in fact, if you were a Remain voting lefty in England, I don't know what you'd be doing at the moment. You know, it reminds me of the old doomsday scenario we all lived through, with just no light at the end of the tunnel, except that you can't get an English parliament away from yourselves. You know, we always had that hope.
My brother my brother is an English lefty living in Cambridge, and he's a Scottish lefty living in Cambridge with English family down there, and he's tearing his hair out. His son voted for the first time, and it was basically a wasted vote, you know, kind of for Labour.
Well, but it's like you're looking at a decade of this. It's the same eternity feeling, you know. And I've got plenty of friends south of the border who are much the same. So there's a lot of displacement of all these people because, you know, whilst Labour to them close up is feeling unconvincing, Keir Starmer just doesn't sort of. There's just something a bit missing in that performance, and of course he's disappointing a lot of left wingers. He's obviously not wooing the north of England. There's plenty of things not working properly there from a distance. And I'm not saying that Nicola Sturgeon is a less appealing proposition close up, but I think the further away you are from some of the nitty gritty, so you don't see any of the difficulties the Scottish government's actually had here, you're seeing somebody who seems to be like a blooming Bodicea, you know, reborn if you're a lefty in England. You know, all you see when you see her on is she's saying everything you want to have said. She's speaking in her own accent. She sounds working class. She sounds, you know, like so many people have been, probably the first of her family that went to university. You know, she sounds like so many of those folk are. And so for them, I think there's a huge aspirational thing. And just by the by, when we become independent, I think this is why I keep battering on about needing to get so many things fixed up beforehand, because I think we're going to have tens of, I'm seriously, not hundreds of thousands of Londoners heading north. Because London, even now, London is voting for Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan is 17 points ahead. And there was a little bit of a thing put out by Labour, which many people feel was just to make sure that the vote actually turned out. But, you know, he will win. And the metropolitan centres of it's a bizarre scenario where the metropolitan centres of England are turning Labour, whilst the north of England is turning Tory. But still, what we have is a city, London, the capital of Britain, of England, whose people have the same, roughly, social outlooks as the Scots. Every opinion poll, they've got the same roughly liberal attitudes about immigration. They're quite progressive, and they're stuck with Boris Johnson running their government. So, you know, when we get independence, those guys, you know, that's an ideal moment for those guys to move. So I think there's a lot. I know we're looking ahead a lot, but there's one other thing I wanted to say, which was, you know, in the debate, the last debate there that we had on the BBC, there was a comment that Patrick Harvey made towards the end. I don't know if you registered it. I did a tweet based on it because I thought it was a really strong thing that he said. And he said, "It tears my heart out to see young people of Scotland deprived of the chance to belong to the European project, perhaps the greatest peace achievement of the last century." Great impassioned speech by Patrick Harvey. That was my tweet. 2,000 retweets. Yeah. You know, everything else I tweeted in that debate, 100, 200. So there's something about this, you know, that he managed to tap into there, which, for all that people are dubious about the EU as a corporatist, bureaucratic leviathan that definitely needs change. When you cast it in a different way, as Patrick did, it's not hard to get that sort of internationalist vibe flowing again.
Yeah, and the peacekeeping vibe, which is, I mean, actually that comment resonated with my 19-year-old son, because we often talk about how the EU, it's not about the economy, it's about peace, and it's about sort of neighbourliness and sort of discussing issues rather than picking up guns over it. Just some news in SNP have gained from Scottish Labour. Paul McLennan has won in East Lothian, so that's an SNP game. And Angus Northern Mearns, Mari Gudjon has been re-elected. Now that is interesting from my point of view because I'm the next constituency along, and I know that the local team were thinking that Mari had a fight on her hands because, of course, Angus Northern Mearns is kind of, you know, Kirstine Hare, Toryland country, and so I know that they've been working really hard to try and get the Tory in. So she's held that and seems to have held it well, and taken the SNP have taken Lothian, East Lothian. So that's interesting. That'll be Anna Sarwar will be perhaps considering his options a little more now.
Yeah, that's a really two good sets of results. I'm just trying to call up because I can remember there was some thoughts about East Lothian in particular as one of the seats that would be one of these kind of bellwether seats. But yeah, great. That's all very, very solid stuff so far. I mean, East Lothian, I'm just saying, has only ever been won by Labour as a seat in the Scottish Parliament. And I think what's partly happening is Ian Gray held the seat since 2007. He stepped down, and Labour saw its majority come down to 151 votes in 2011. It bounced back. So Labour selected the former East Lothian MP Martin Whitfield to contest the seat. Paul McLennan stood forward. He was the former council leader of East Lothian Council. So I think probably a really strong candidate and a Wheel Kent person who's a local lad. But that is very interesting because that's completely unprecedented for East Lothian not to have a Labour MSP.
Yeah. Well, Joe Pike, at Joe Pike on Twitter, has poured a little cold water on that because, of course, the Lothians are part of Scotland South, and it's always been the case of that it was a both votes SNP in order for the SNP to get their list constituency MSPs, their list MSPs on the regional vote. He's saying, of course, the SNP taking the seat from Labour might mean that their list seat gets knocked. So I mean, honestly, my maths just isn't good enough to be able to do any projections on this. But do you think I'm very interested in what's happening with the Greens? Because I mean, I do completely get the fact that the Greens, it is completely their legitimate democratic right to stand for constituency seats. I get that. But there was a little of the unreasonable part of me being a little miffed because I thought, you know what, guys, you're going to pick it up big on the list vote. So just, please don't split the constituency vote. But I guess you have to just trust that people are savvy enough to work out what they want themselves. But what do you think about that with the Greens? Because it looks like, from what I'm hearing again from the folk that have been out round the doors here in Angus, where I am, a lot of SNP voters were saying, I'm going to vote SNP. The one thing that actually the Alba and ISP and AFI have done for the last year is make people think about the list. And a lot of people are going, actually, I'm looking at the list, I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm going to vote SNP 1 and Green 2. And he was hearing that a lot on the doors. So I'm wondering if anybody here has got any views. I see Kenny McCaskill's just been interviewed, and he says that Alex Salmond has said our success is in registering as a political party. Elsewhere, it's saying that they're getting 2% of the list vote. Elsewhere is what it's looking like so far. Have either of you got any opinions?
You know something, I'm sitting with all these bits of paper around me from dozens of blinking interviews and stuff. As soon as one's finished, just put it over there and then think, good, it's there for me finding again. There was a very interesting poll that was done, and I can't remember who by now, which was asking about scenarios. And the scenario of there being a majority with just the SNP actually had really strong support from evidently, even not SNP voters, because it was certainly over 50%. The idea of an SNP Green coalition or working together was maybe about 5 or 7% less. The idea of an SNP Alba coalition was right down at 10 to 11% support. And I mean, what I think, beginning to think about this, is that if we take some of the debate about Alex Salmond and his personality and this sort of thing out of it, I think a lot of independent supporters want one hand on the tiller. That's it. They may not want it to be Alex Salmond's hand, but I mean, the first principle is they want one person in control. And they don't want to have a car driven by someone who, any minute that they're kind of not paying attention, the chap in the front seat suddenly whips the wheel and is trying to take it in a slightly different direction, even if he used to be Sterling Moss. They just want one person driving the car. and they're pretty happy for that person to be Nicola Sturgeon, for better and for worse. Now, the Greens look like they're fairly simpatico. If you were looking at it from a steady as you go scenario, the Greens people will have their disagreements on lots of questions about the gender identity stuff, but there seems to be very little that the Greens and the SNP have actually massive arguments about, to the extent that, you know, people suggest they're actually not pushing the SNP particularly hard as any form of opposition. So nonetheless, the upside of that is that you could see those guys working together reasonably well. And there was a point in one of the debates, and I kind of mind which one, it was maybe the STV one, when there was some question to Lorna Slater, who, you know, has done incredibly well in all of the debates, was asking, you know, would you form a coalition with the SNP? And actually, it was the Scott Squad interview. Did you see that programme?
I didn't, but I wish I had.
Bloody serious, all you guys. You need to watch this and get down with it, right? But it was hilarious, actually, really, really well done by the comedy unit. And it's a bit of a telling thing, actually, in some degrees, that the comedy unit manages to do some more on it kind of questioning than the actual political, you know, BBC Scotland. But anyway, she was asked, you know, if you were going to have a coalition with Nicola, you know, there would have to be one of you that was kind of basically the leader. And I mean, Lorna had sort of said in a quite relaxed way, well, I think I can probably take Patrick, you know, on that one, which was much mirth about this. And the point at the end of it was, you know, you're watching this young, relaxed woman who is an acrobat in her spare time and had a long conversation about that, and sort of just imagining. I know this is not worth imagining, really, because I don't think Nicola really does collaboration with anybody. But still, you know, the idea of Nicola and Lorna Slater as kind of people working together for a little second went through my brain, and I thought, wow.
So, guys, apologies, Lesley, for cutting across. We've got the announcement just coming there for the Glasgow South Side constituency, which we believe has been won by Nicola Sturgeon on 19,000 votes, which is a 9,000 vote majority over Anna Sawa.
Great.
What his day is it?
Are we hearing the audio there, or are we? Is that just
yeah? We're just waiting on the feed coming back through. So, guys, we'll let you know. So, please do carry on. Apologies again, Lesley.
No, you're right.
Actually, Lesley, it's a good point with East Lothian going to SNP from Labour, and with this, according to what we've just heard, a huge majority for Nicola Sturgeon. What does that do for the Scottish Labour leadership?
Well, just as I was saying before, I think that the problem is that unionism, as it gets more defensive, it gets more defensive. You know, it polarizes and it looks for hard men. And you look at Northern Ireland, exactly the same process has been happening there. So, you know, you wouldn't believe that Arlene Foster could possibly be seen as moderate until you see the guys who are queuing up to take over after her. And, you know, as the Northern Irish unionists have begun to feel more under threat as a result of demographic change, so that the next elections in 2022 will be the first in the Northern Ireland Assembly where there is basically a Catholic majority ever. So there's Lesley, one point of pressure.
Lesley, can I just jump in here? They've just got the election results for Coatbridge and Christon, and that is an SNP hold. And in Ayr, apparently there are bundles of ballots being recounted or double checked. So it looks like two interesting things coming out of there. Sorry, I'll let you get back to it, but I thought, ooh, new information.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I applaud your enduring news senses, my dear. I
just love politics. I know I should be getting more into the Scot Squad side of things, and I love Scot Squad, but I have to say my husband grimaced at the thought of me salivating over 2 days of figures and anticipation.
Anyway, Ayr, just so that folk will know. So this one, where are we here? This is John Scott for the Tories, who basically won in 2016 with a really small 750 vote victory. And this is Siobhan Brown. Yeah,
we spoke to Siobhan this morning, Lesley,
right,
together with Richard Walker, previously of the Sunday National, and they were both sounding optimistic.
This is the one as well that the former SNP MSP Chick Brodie is standing there for the Scotia Future Party. Isn't this the party that...
Glasgow South Side is SNP hold, and I quote Raymond South, the racist, fascist so-and-so got 46 votes. So it's good to know that Jada Franson only got for Nicola was right, nae fascists in Scotland, nae Patharan.
Coming back to your thing, actually, I mean, it was noticeable that if people don't know what we're talking about, just go onto social media and spot this extraordinary encounter last night between the aforementioned, I've not quite got her head in my name. What's her name in my head, rather?
Jada.
What's her name again?
Jada Franson.
Jaden, right. Well, she and the posse were kind of coming to challenge Nicola Sturgeon and started shouting stuff at her. Nicola actually at one point just stopped, stood her ground and said, "You are racist, you are fascist, and you will be rejected tonight."
As she was. So Nicola has won 19,735. She's been elected, as one might have expected, but 19,735 votes for Nicola Sturgeon.
And what was
by the way, the SNP vote in Coatbridge and Christon was up by 6,000.
Wow.
Wow.
Who's the have you got who the candidate was, John? No, don't worry. It's all right. I mean, if you haven't, that's fine. It's just that's really.
It was Fulton McGregor's Coatbridge and Crichton.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Massey is saying he's very pleased that Alex Salmond has only got 743 votes.
Where?
Goodness knows where he gets that information from.
That's absolute nonsense. I mean, that's absolute nonsense because you can't declare the list until all the areas are gone. So that's just
Alex, Alex isn't daft, so I wonder if that's just slightly taken out of context. Anyway,
Lesley, are you aware of the situation in the Emirates this morning where...
Can I just finish the point I was trying to make?
Giving a Nazi salute?
Can I just finish the point I was trying to make there? Just because, no, I'm not on that Emirates thing. And I think a more mainstream issue is where, standing back a little bit, the whole of unionism's going at the moment. And the point, we were asking before about Anna Sarwar, Douglas Ross and so on, is that once unionism is a defensive nationalism, it's a form of nationalism, but it's defensive. It's like Israel, South Africa in apartheid, these countries where there is sometimes a contrived majority that's constantly under threat, partly because of the contrived nature of the state and the majority that's baked in. Mm-hmm. But it's always on the back foot. It's always a bit grim. It's always in support of the status quo because that's what maintains its own set of interests. It's got no songs, no verve, no joie de vivre, and no poets.
So that means
aspiring nationalists, by contrast, which is what you characterise Ireland as being, Palestine, various parts of Africa, and Scotland, aspiring nationalism, which is not defending a status quo, but is trying to become a country, is completely different in character. So it hasn't got buy-in by the big boys. It tends to be more upbeat. It has to be. It has to be less bureaucratic, less corporate. It has to have the singers, the dreamers, the visionaries on side. And that pretty neatly describes many of the campaigns we're seeing around Britain at the moment. They're falling into these camps, the stolid unionists and the aspiring nationalists. So in that respect, Anna Sarwar sits a little bit in between the two. He's not stolid enough to look scary as Douglas Ross does. But he's not exactly living the dream. We've got something else in the background there.
Yeah, I think
the Shetland Islands have just declared for the Lib Dems, and apparently there's concern about Caithness. So Caithness and Bamford South there's interest. Well, Bamford South's coming tomorrow, but Caithness apparently is an area of concern for some. But that's the Shetland Islands declared for the Lib Dems.
Sorry guys, we're just getting some live footage of Nicola Sturgeon in the hall here from our team on the ground.
So when are you picking out?
We're just celebrating the victory of Nicholas.
Can I just interrupt to say that I'm seeing, quite importantly, an SNP hold in Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. 8 minutes
Oh, that's
ago.
fantastic.
Caithness, an SNP hold.
Oh, that's very good news, because that was the one that they were saying they were worried about.
Also, I see that the fascist candidate that was standing against Nicola got 46 votes.
Yeah,
dive
Ruth
in
said
at the
that.
moment if you
Just to
wanna.
say about Caithness, the
looking-
SNP share, according to
looking
the
this way,
BBC's
so-
Philip Sim, is
Yeah,
down a
we've
bit.
only had,
Fundamentally, he says they're winning the seats they need to
IndyLive
win.
Radio
If they can make
once,
gains
she's never
like East
been
Lothian without
on
losing
Indie-
seats like
Independence
Caithness,
Live,
they're
so
well
this
on
would
track
be
for
a-
a majority.
So did you say that the SNP vote had gone down a little in Caithness?
A wee bit, but honestly, who cares?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, that's tremendous, because I mean, my family come from Wick, so you know, there was a lot of unpleasantness around Gail Ross' decision to stand down, and quite a difficult time for her. Actually, she and her family took some fair pelters, really, which is unpleasant because she's an absolute Caithness lass. You know, there's nowhere else to go for her. That's home. So I think that actually did cause quite a lot of difficulty in Caithness. And then obviously Marie is well, if she's not from Dingwall, I mean, she's Strathpeffer. So clearly that's the constituency, but it's not the Caithness end of it. So there could have been a bit of sniffiness for a lot of people who might have felt they were losing some clout by losing Gail Ross, who lived in Wick, to a candidate who's basically living in the other end of this utterly vast constituency, you know, which
It's
is the
huge,
size
yeah.
of freaking small countries. So that, and Marie is a really, I mean, lovely woman actually. So she's probably really knocked her pan in getting around the place, and you know, well done to her.
That's fantastic. So that was Marie Todd has got the seat.
Yes.
And of course she had that scare with her husband having a small heart attack. If everyone can have a small heart attack, just last week, I saw something about that on Twitter. I'm interested to note that the Labour vote in Glasgow South Side for Anna Sarwar had gone up 8.9%. The Tory vote went down 6.9%, and the Lib Dem vote went down 1.7%. So it would seem that, again, it's that thing about the unionist vote, people perhaps voting tactically.
Yeah.
For
And
the union.
you may have discussed it earlier, but Clydebank and Mulgai, there was equally a swing to Labour. Aberdeen Donside, there was a swing to the Tories, but not enough to unseat the SNP. But still, the point would be, if those swings are happening, it does look like people are looking for the most likely local unionist for the constituency section, and then it will be very interesting to see what tactics are employed on the list vote.
Yes, I think the list vote is going to be really interesting. I mean, I guess the one thing with COVID that again, sort of, I'm hearing anecdotally by campaigners around my area, is that with people being stuck inside for months, they've just been watching the telly, and suddenly there's a whole load of people who are more politically aware and you know, sort of actually more engaged with it. So I guess if that's the one good thing that comes out of COVID, then I'll take that people actually are engaging more, because then at least they feel that the democracy is involving them more. Yesterday, I had the privilege of going to vote for the first time with my 19-year-old son. And I have to say, I had a moment of pride when, as he was running down the steps to go to the car, he turned the Tory poster around as a moment's protest. Yeah. I know. But
check off the old Brock there,
but he's engaged and he's talking to his friends, and you know, we were getting in the car and he said, "Oh, by the way, the pal I was telling you about that I thought was going to vote Tory because his mum was votes Tory, I explained to him about the rape clause and stuff. He's not voting for the SNP or the Greens because he doesn't want independence, but he's not voting Tory." And I thought, you know, that's 19-year-old
You jumped off and left that screen on, mate, right over the top of the broadcast.
Yeah, and now you're speaking as well, dear.
I know.
Right. Anyway, yes, I mean, there'll be another thing. It would be very hard to fish it out of the results, but I would be very interested to see what's happening to the fishing vote, because having friends who are former fishermen, you know, they're saying that the fishing communities are just kind of devastated. Basically, they had been very strong Tory areas. In fact, you know, long before independence reared its head, these are self-made guys. They own their own boats, and there's a long tradition really of conservatism in those communities, which seems at odds totally with the kind of, well, peril that they're putting themselves in. But anyway, but they're very likely to just not vote. You know, they're scunnered over Brexit, but they're not going to just suddenly hop and skip straight through to being, you know, independent supporters. But that does take, from certain constituencies, that takes quite a lot of votes that are just going to sit, you know, are not going to be repeat votes for the Tories this time round.
I think you're right, and I mean the thing is with the fishing boats, actually you can see why they're Tory if you're looking at the kind of patrician Tory type image that there was back in the 1950s, and you know, sort of life moves slowly. Thought that they were aligned because the Tory party they thought was a party of business, and they thought was a party of the self-employed person, and you can sort of see, I can understand where their historic perhaps interest in the Conservative Party came from, but it's actually really saddened me to watch the kind of that. I'm a fan of Animal Farm. You know, that scene where Boxer the Clydesdale is put into the horse box and sent off to the knacker's yard while the pigs start quaffing with the men in the kitchen at Manor Farm. That's kind of the equivalent of what happened to the fishing communities, that they sort of gave all this support and had all this hope and expectation, and are finding their businesses are just hemorrhaging, and actually bizarrely finding that the Scottish government that they have spent a lot of time railing against is doing a huge amount of work trying to help them. So I'm looking with great interest at many of the fishing communities to see where they go with this, because the sense of betrayal and anger is it's not just palpable, it is vocal. And I'm not surprised that a lot of the Tories have been staying away from some of those constituencies because they might end up in the harbour.
Yep. Gosh, we've stopped speaking. What's happened?
I was looking at somebody running around, Fiona McKinnon or whatever her name is up the top. She's doing something up at the top, and I'm not sure what it is, but it looks like people talking at Maryhill and Springburn is to be declared shortly. That's what that one's going to be about.
It seems that the SNP candidate in Shetland only missed by 800 votes. Well, that may be huge in Shetland terms. I don't know.
That is huge in Shetland terms. It's. I mean, the Lib Dems in Shetland and Orkney have, you know, I mean, they sort of just they were inviolable. You wouldn't have thought anyone would come close to them. But it's interesting. I don't know where Jonathan Wills goes from here because. John. I'm the father.
Tom
Wills. Yes, yeah. Sorry, I'm going back a generation and thinking of his dad.
Yes.
I don't know where Tom Wills goes from here because that's him just fallen short in both the Westminster.
Yes, but I mean, let's look at this. He's looking at he won 41.9% of the vote in Shetland.
That's huge.
Unbelievable.
That's
and if
huge.
You're looking on Twitter, you know, this massive, you know, just kind of plaudits coming in from all around here. Looking at, gosh, the actual whole numbers are really quite small. But Beatrice Wishart for Lib Dems, 5,800, and Tom Wills, 5,000. So, you know, the Conservatives, 500. You know, that's it. So there was just nobody else even anywhere in it. So, I mean, that's really...
The SNP have won Maryhill and Springburn.
Did they have? Are you saying won or held?
It says win here, but I guess it's a hold. By the way, Ruth Davison has just been asked by the BBC if Scotland needs the Boris Johnson magic.
I like the fact that Bob Doris, his election slogan was Doris, not Boris. The Lib Dems have held North East Fife, so that's Willie Rennie re-elected.
Hello, I think that's where I live. Honestly, it's, you know, it really is no surprise. There have been small forests felled here. It's unbelievable. There's even, I think that I've had about 18 communications, including on the last night before the polls, a handwritten letter. That's what it looked like from Willie Rennie himself. Although when you looked at it carefully, it was on the old Basildon Bond paper. It was that size of paper. But when you looked at it really carefully, it was really clever, but it was obviously printed. And actually somebody had written my full name and full postal address on it and put in a little Basildon Bond envelope even. And they've done that over the entire constituency. I've got friends everywhere saying, have you had your letter from Willie yet? So, I mean, honestly, I can't believe they've stayed within their spending limits on this. But,
Leslie, I have to tell you,
themselves at it.
I have to tell you, it worked. Here are the figures from your area. The Lib Dems got 22,163. SNP got 14,715. Labour got 1,056, and the Tories got 2,323. The turnout was almost 70%.
Right. Well, that also tells you real tactical voting going on, which is actually what happened the last time round anyway. There was a new candidate, Rory Nicholson, I think.
Yes.
I have to say, I don't know him at all. And of course, it's awkward when you get these new candidates in COVID, because, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, in a seat like North East 5, where it's all about personality, so, I mean, Willie Rennie is absolutely over the place like a rash, I met him last weekend, so you meet him, it's all about that. It's really hard to be the young looking unknown face of a party, so Rory hasn't had a chance to get himself sort of in and about at all. So I don't think there's any surprises there, really.
The Lib Dems get 55% of the vote, up 11% on 2016. But interesting to see that Rory did so well, although I guess the SNP ticket, you wouldn't have to kind of know who he was. I'm still honestly in sort of shockwaves with the figures that you quoted me from Shetland.
I know, I was trying to complete that thought, because
please do go back to it. Yeah, please go back to that.
And that's amazing, because the other thing is, Ruth lived on Shetland for a long time, so you hardly need me telling you this, but I mean, quite evidently, Shetland is at the cusp of the oil industry and knows it's got to change. Deep down, nobody's having to be the first that do that changing, but they're not stupid people. So Tom he embodies that change, because he's a young, smart guy who's in marine energy. He's part of Nova Innovation, which is a company that has installed the world's first array of marine energy devices north of Shetland. And lots of people have put in single turbines around the place, but not an array. So he's the face of the future. And I think that's part of where the change will work its way through. So I only hope that the company he works for is able to stay, because of the way Britain has really strangled the marine energy industry by making them compete with mature renewable technologies for any contracts there are in town through this contracts for difference system. It means that marine, which has been always the kind of lagging behind on the development front, is having to compete for funds with offshore wind, which is not winning. So the funds are not there for marine energy, and that might mean that the company he works for, I know, has had offers from other countries, which they are crazy not to take, but they're crazy Scottish. That's why they're still here. So that could be the only fly in the ointment for Tom.
But of course, in independent Scotland, we could start making the most of our water, which isn't going anywhere. The election results from Airdrie and Shotts has just come in. The SNP have won 16,000. With the SNP have won. They had 16,139. The Labour Party with 10,671, and the Conservatives are 4,042. Lib Dems 562. I see that Gordon McIntyre Kemp is due to come on in a couple of minutes, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to join us as well and give us his views on things. But he was there a second ago, but he seems to have disappeared.
And just to say that the Mary Hill result was a hold for the SNP. It's Bob Doris, and he's been re-elected. He looks like he's had about 40% of the vote. 16,000 for the SNP, 8,000 for Labour, and the rest nowhere.
That's another good result. Hiya, Gordon. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. Yourself, Ruth?
Very good to see you. It's I have to say that I am holding you and Lesley responsible for some of our successes here, because the pair of you have knocked your pans in for the last few months, and your poster campaign has been so impressive, Gordon. What sort of feedback are you getting from folk around the Yes groups around? Of course, I'm very involved with the National Yes Network, and we often look at your material as being a real source of inspiration for folk, and what sort of feedback are you getting from people about your billboard campaigns and the like?
Well, yeah, the feedback we've had has been completely positive, and obviously we've run the campaign 3 times now across about 100 billboards. But what's actually, I mean, that's us booking billboards, but they tend to be central belt and on main roads to shops, etc. What's really starting to happen now is that we're getting messages out into local communities. We're getting people getting canvases up. We're getting local billboards, local paper billboards, which are a lot more difficult than the electronic ones that we've been putting out there. And we're starting to see small towns and villages get the messages as well. So, even though we're not got the major campaign running at this moment in time, there's still probably about half a dozen billboards up or going up in the next week or so. So it's just going to keep on continuing. And getting the message out there that 72% of people between 16 and 34 support independence is quite an important message. Independence is normal, that the UK pays the worst pension in the developed world. Those are key messages that let the older folks in Scotland understand that actually independence can make their lives a lot more comfortable, because we're not going to make spending choices in an independent Scotland that creates pensioner poverty in the way that London does. So, it's all been going very well, but we're just getting started. We're going to redouble our efforts now, because we think there's going to be a second independence referendum, so we're getting ready for it.
Well, I hope so. We're just getting results coming in. Linlithgow SNP have won with 22,693 votes, Labour on 12,588, Conservatives 9,472, and the Lib Dems on 2,126. And the SNP have held Hamilton, Larkhall, and Stonehouse. So, with any luck, we're going to be looking towards getting that pro-Indy majority in the Parliament. I mean, when you're doing your market research, because I know that you do a huge amount of market research, are you seeing, for example, the letter to Europe or the letter from Europe that the likes of Lesley and others have been working on, and what sort of, when you're talking to people, what sort of awareness are you getting that those messages about Europe and Brexit and pensions and youngsters, what sort of messages is coming through from your market research?
Well, a couple of things have been thrown up from our market research. One is that if you talk to people about a well-being approach to economics, if you talk about building back better, not the slogan the Tories have, but actually building back better, if you talk about ending pensioner poverty, about giving ideas like health and happiness and security and well-being the same amount of prominence in your thinking, your socio-economic thinking, as you do for GDP and how the FTSE is performing, if you build an economic case around that, then we're seeing people's propensity to support independence going through the roof. So basically, if you say, don't worry, everything's going to be the same as it has been in the past, and we'll just be as wealthy now as we were before COVID, it's not really appealing to people. But when we've actually asked people in-depth questions about a switch to well-being, about building resilience into our plans for an independent Scotland, we can see support rising to the high 50s, even early 60s, if we change the platform. And so I'm hoping now that we've got past this, that the SNP are going to take a look at the Sustainable Growth Commission, and they're going to say, okay, that was of its time. Time has moved on. It needs to be rethought and replaced. The stuff about the Arc of Prosperity, Norway, the Scandinavian, Ireland, etc. All of those comparisons still stand true, but then the actual strategy of what we're going to do differently, what we're going to do better, I think we can now inspire people. And I think that Labour vote that there still is, which is still quite sizable, is willing to switch to independence with a better economic message. So that's kind of what our research is telling us, and we're going to be redoubling our efforts to try and convince the SNP to move in that direction now that the election's over.
I'm seeing that the SNP and Green share so far is 49.2%, which is pretty impressive. Now, Lesley, I'm relying on memory here, which is never a good thing, sort of given my state of memory these days. But last year, at the end of last year, am I right that you were involved with one of the sort of new activist sort of groups that were coming up to sort of try and give the Yes movement a kind of focused another voice coming out? What in the work that you've been doing and the many people that you've been talking to across the sector, what kind of messaging do you think the Yes movement, I mean, let's not talk party politics, but the Yes movement, what sort of messaging do you think that we need to be working on and looking at the kind of work that Gordon is doing, the kind of research? How can we, as the National Yes Network, for example, how can we get Yes groups across Scotland to pick up on and use and get this messaging across to punters, and how do we do that?
Well, I do totally agree with Gordon, and I mean, I've been kind of chuffed to see that some of the stuff that I've been trying to say for years by documenting the success of our small Nordic neighbours is something that's been picked up a lot actually by Nicola Sturgeon. I'm not suggesting, it's a free world, it's a fact, it's there to be picked up by anybody. But very regularly, she's actually managing to silence people really quite quickly by saying, are we the only people at our latitude with all these small successful who somehow just wouldn't be able to become independent? And it's when you cast it that way and make people look right around, you think, well, yeah, that would be a bit odd, wouldn't it? So it definitely, that's where I've been for quite a long time, is to try to get people to sort of widen the spectrum of thinking. I suspect we might, in the first instance, there may be a little bit of difficulty getting people to get over the divisions that have arisen because of different parties, because of Alba, basically. I'm not blaming Alba, but a lot of people have put their heart and soul into this. I remember when some of the lasses started up the Independence for Scotland party, I actually spoke to them on the phone and said to them, basically based on my own experience, don't do this. I mean, it will kill you. You will get completely ignored in publicity terms. You will have all sorts of internal turmoil. And you're very likely, as soon as there's any bigger player that feels like it wants to move in on your territory, you will be toast. And I mean, that's pretty much what happened to the ISP. In its turn, the amount of effort and emotional energy people have poured into Alba and belief, is enormous. Now, that just doesn't suddenly disappear overnight, So it'll take people a bit of time to process the disappointment they're feeling, those people who are very involved with the Alba side, if the the results are as they appear to be. Of course, we haven't moved to the list side of things yet, but if there isn't much of a result for Alba, that will take a bit of healing. And actually, that sort of really makes it all the more important that there's a bit of a concerted, not party political, not narky leadership thing going on here, where people are beginning to face front instead of feeling that kind of almost inevitable stuff. And it would really behove SNP supporters a lot not to be nippy with anybody or triumphalist. I'm not saying people would be either, but just dinny, I mean, just imagine how you would feel if you'd been on the other side of this. Of course, it's early days yet, could be wrong, but that will be the first kind of, fence to loup.
I think that actually the best thing that most people could do after this election would be just to come off social media for a month and just let the dust settle. You know what I mean? Just kind of like, just go and make pancakes for people. Let's have communal pancake making or something nice and friendly. But I think one of the things that I really like, I think it's is it Stuart Bremner? No, Stuart Bremner. He's the actor. Stuart Bremner's artwork that for Believe in Scotland, and I think that the neutral zone that is the Yes movement. I mean, I know we're talking politics today, but I think that actually having a non-party politic area a year ago on January the 31st, when we were having in Kirriemuir, the Kirriemuir decided to have a 12-hour vigil to mark sort of being torn out of Europe against our will. And one of the things that really struck me was that our Conservative provost's son came up to me and he said, "Are you guys SNP?" And I said, "No, this is the Yes movement. We're for everybody." And he said, "That's fine." And he came and took part in the vigil with us because he's pro-European. His wife is German. And I think that the Yes movement has a huge part to play in being inclusive and being a space that people feel that they can come to. And I think that the work that actually both of you do is so important because Lesley, you with your sort of the Nordic horizons and the messaging looking outwards to Europe, and Gordon, the way in which you're able to articulate very simply through your messaging and your posters. I mean, our Indy Windy is full of your stuff. I think it's really important. So where do we go from here? If the SNP and the Greens and potentially other parties, pro-Indy parties, give us a majority, what do you think we should do in the coming months? Partly to force the feet to the fire to kind of get Indy going, but also to make sure that people are aware and positive enough that the momentum is there.
Well, for a start, I would disagree with you, Ruth. I hope people don't go off social media for a month because we're launching a new campaign on Monday.
All right, okay. I'll be tweeting. I'll be there. I'll be tweeting.
We're just waiting for the election to get out of the way, and then we're just going to redouble our efforts.
Okay, rewind.
But yeah, I think you hit on a really important point, and I agree with Lesley. And in fact, if you're looking for an argument here, you're not going to get it between me and Lesley. We seem to see eye to eye on just about everything. But yeah. It's not, the conflict between the political parties has damaged Yes support. That's not to say that either one is to blame, and I fully understand both sides of the argument, and that's why I've tried to stay out of it. Except some of my observations haven't gone down well in terms of it doesn't look as if some people are going to be happy, etc. But what I would say is that I think it's really important that we have a Yes campaign that is gone all guns blazing, that is not tied to a political party. And you'd expect me to say that. We're pushing for that. We're pushing to create an organisation that supports local activist groups with the materials that you're talking about. And I think I'd go further and say that what we need is not just for people to wished for Indy after this result or anything like that. What we need is almost like a South African truth and reconciliation event where we basically just have to say, look, everybody, we've had this discussion on Facebook in particular. It was quite fraught at times. But at the end of the day, what actually links us is that we're all hugely passionately supportive of independence. And, if I want to say something about Alba here, the Alba supporters are amongst the most passionate supporters of independence. That's why they went down that route. And I totally understand the frustrations that made them want to do that. But what we've got to do now is we've got to say, okay, fine. We know there's going to be a referendum if there's a majority for yes. We pretty much mathematically know there's going to be a majority for yes. So let's stop arguing amongst ourselves and switch from arguing amongst ourselves to talking to undecided voters. And if we do that, we can get yes support back up into the mid to high 50s, because people switched to us and then they went, oh, I'm not so sure they know what they're doing or what direction they're going. If we get the message right and we get the attitude towards the undecided and soft nose right, we can bring it all back. And I think we're still going to win from where we are. But I think that we really need to stop for a minute, take a look and say at ourselves and say, okay, what's the end goal? Let's focus on that. And then I think we're going to see yes rising in the polls once more.
And also, what kind of victory do we want to have? You know, let's have a victory where we all come out and actually we can all still sit down and have a chat, you know, have a cup of tea with each other. So, a couple of things: SNP hold Clackmannanshire and Dunblane, so that's Keith Brown re-elected, and Paisley George Adam has held his seat, and Adrian Schatz is an SNP hold. So that's all looking pretty good for the potential for a pro-Indy victory. So we'll see. What do you think? What do you think we're all going to be seeing on Monday then? If you'll give us a sneak peek. I know that you can't give us too much of a sneak peek, but what you're launching a new campaign on Monday. What should we be looking out for? Given that we're now not going to be having a month off social media, but we're all going to be frantically campaigning. And what focus are you going to be putting, for example, on Europe? Because I have to say that, at least within the microcosm that I look at, Europe and the rights of the people of Europe who have settled here as new Scots, and the future for people to work and to trade, that is a huge, huge motivator for many people. So where do we go with the European issue?
But there's a huge issue with Europe right now, and that is that until the UK sorts out its border chaos, we're not going to have a black and white answer for what's going to happen to our border with the rest of the United Kingdom after independence. And that's one of the key problems we've got. I was watching a video done for The Economist magazine, their sort of online TV shows. And it was full of Europeans being interviewed. And I think this is a little bit of a setup, but it was full of European business people saying, who work in Scotland, a guy from Holland that owns a brewery, etc., saying, oh, well, you know, we like the idea of independence, but we're really, really worried about the border. But, you know, we don't want barriers between us and England, etc. And I think that you know, what we've got to consider is that it will take time for the UK to sort that out, because they don't seem to be very competent nor too bothered by the problems that they've got trading with the rest of the EU, for instance. But they will have to sort it out, or Northern Ireland is going to explode, or the economy is going to deflate. So they are going to have to find an agreement with Europe. And when that's done, we'll know what approach to Europe is best, and what the border is going to look like, and what we need to do to mitigate that. And there's a few other things. Currency is a big issue. For instance, if there's going to be a hard border with the United Kingdom, then there's going to be tariffs. But if there's a border with tariffs to an independent Scotland, there'll be a hard border with tariffs to everybody else in the entire world, just about. And therefore, that then impacts on what currency we decide to do. And I think under those circumstances, the SNP strategy for a transition period trading in sterling makes sense, because the cross-border trade will be in the same currency as the rest of the UK, so there won't be any fluctuations in currency valuations, and the trade will be more stable in that respect. And a lot of people are saying, no, we want our own currency, etc. And I think we have to be more flexible and more pragmatic than that on that issue. But it might just be the case that we end up with the UK sorting out the border problems to a sort of soft Brexit way, in which case maybe the best solution is to launch your own currency and those sort of things. So there's a lot of uncertainty around Europe. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be really driving home the well-being message. We're going to be lobbying and campaigning to make sure that that is the message, that building back better is what people are expecting of independence. And that will be the message we'll be putting out over and over again. Independence is normal. Scotland is a wealthy nation, and let's solve pensioner poverty through independence. Because all the things that people want are actually hindered by the fact that we're tied to the United Kingdom. And I think getting that message across lays the foundation for the more detailed campaigning on issues like Europe later on. But we're not going to have a referendum. I don't think we're going to have a referendum until 2023. And not just because of COVID, but we've got the Olympics this year, and I wouldn't be happy running a referendum campaign during the Olympics when every billboard in Scotland, like Prince Philip, is taken over for every gold medalist, massive waving Union Jacks and all that sort of stuff. We're just giving them a huge gift. But we've got the council elections next year, but it certainly has to happen well in advance of the next general election. So I think we're looking at late 22, early 23 to September 23 is when the referendum will happen. And that gives people enough time to get all the issues sorted, to reinvent the economic strategy. And, would I like it to be sooner? I'd like it to have happened in 2019 if we had the chance to do that before we came out, but it didn't. There were reasons for that. And so we just have to pick the time that's going to win, or be most likely for us to win. And so I think we've got a couple of years to get it right.
I think that actually takes us back to a point that Lesley made earlier, which was, how do the SNP sort of continue this remarkable run of victories? And I was actually thinking about this as I was brushing my teeth this morning, which is that one of the frameworks I had heard mooted, in fact, I think it was perhaps Ian Blackford or Mike Russell last year, had been that we would have an independence referendum possibly before the end of this year, and then the full transition to independence would take place, and we would be independent and back with a form of agreement with Europe before the next parliamentary elections. However, I did think there was a moment where I had this sort of Machiavellian moment brushing my teeth, which would be that if the independence referendum wasn't held until 2023, then that would be the motivation, for example, for the SNP to say, well, you have to vote for us this next election, because if the unionists get in, they'll cancel independence. So what do you think of that, Lesley? Is that a Machiavellian plot too far?
I've got to be really honest there. I saw a little thing on Twitter being very pleasant about the contributions being made to this esteemed broadcast, but leaving out both yourself, Ruth, and John Drummond. So just as a little brownie that I am, I was going in to try to retweet it saying, don't forget. And then Ruth, you either not on Twitter or you have some crazy name on Twitter.
I'm at Quantan Curls because I got
see, it's rubbish, right? So, so I got a lot stuck there trying to sort of surreptitiously try to find out who the hell you are again on Twitter.
I'm at Quantan Curls because
cool. So I'm only saying that I missed your theory right in the little moment that my brain was trying to provide some accuracy to the entire posse that's actually on this esteemed broadcast. So apologies.
No, it was just my theory was building on something that you had said about how would the SNP hold on to another victory in 5 years' time, and I was saying that this morning I'd been thinking basically what Gordon was saying, that if an independence referendum happened in 2023, then given that it would take a potential 4-year transition to leave the UK and become independent and hopefully be back in the EU for the terms of trade, so that we weren't scuppered for trade, then that would be the way in which the SNP could say, well, actually we need to win big the next time, because otherwise we're not going to. Otherwise, if you have a unionist that wins, then they'll cancel independence. Yeah. But that might just be me and the bourgeois.
No. I think that's, and this is where I actually I'm not convinced about people who in the past have kind of just tended to deflect all criticism of the SNP on the basis that, look, just put up with them. They're all going to disband the second we reach, we get over the line and we're independent. And it's just not going to happen. It's not just that it's not in the nature of political parties to do that, but it's just look at what's happening at the moment. If the polls are right, Nicola Sturgeon has knocked everyone else into outer space. She's knocked the Tories out. She's rained on Boris's parade while he's cleaning up everything south of the border. She has seen off Alex Salmond. There is no aspect really of politics in a fourth term that she has not been very successful at. And this is just a statement of fact. It doesn't mean, I have, as people will well know, I have many criticisms of both her leadership style, which is intensely not collaborative, and I pray she would change. And the SNP as a party, which I have at one rush of blood to the head moment suggested I would even stand a party against myself. I was so irritated at its inability to grapple fundamental problems of non-local government and democracy and no change in landform. So I'm not a massive supporter of the SNP. Just look at what has happened. For whatever reason, this may be what we're like. People seem to want a very powerful, confident leader like Nicola. So are they going to suddenly decide that that captain that they have sort of followed, the one they got on board in this leaky ship and sailed off on this dodgy journey when everybody else was saying, don't go out, the winds are too strong. No, off we went into independence. The only one who wanted to take the ship out that night, we're going to dump her? It's not going to happen. People will continue to want that strong leader, the one who has seen us through COVID, has seen the transition from Alex Salmond, has smoothed over so many of these things. If she's still up for it, and she's I've just seen a thing there with her saying she's going to be back at her desk on Monday, and Pat Kane has said, I think you can have the day off, lass. She's, it's extraordinary. But nonetheless, I think she will still be there. So it's not just this question of the SNP will have a line to play to say, we need to kind of be re-elected to keep the independence mission on course to deliver actual independence. I think they'll be saying that once we're in independence, they won't have disbanded. They'll be saying, we're the ones who wanted this to happen. Nobody else did.
She'll be the Angela Merkel of Scottish politics, and that may not be a bad thing. Now, James Kelly has joined us. James, you're somebody who I have to say I kind of nerd out on. You make politics and political analysis and number crunching very accessible to those of us like myself who are kind of analytically relatively illiterate. So please using your powers of counting and your common the touch of being able to explain such things to punters like myself. What do you think of what's happening and the general analysis of, is Nicola, does she look like she's going to be steering the ship for some time to come?
Yeah, I think she is. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, I can.
That's good. Right, I've had trouble with this microphone before. Okay, I think it looks like a very powerful result for the SNP, but obviously they're not going to do particularly well on the list because, even if the Alba Party doesn't do well, it looks like the SNP are going to lose support to the Greens. So obviously everything does hinge on the constituencies for a majority, and it's looking very similar to the 2016 results. So they may fall short of a majority. So I suppose it's that question of trying to win the narrative from here. If the SNP do fall slightly short, which they probably will, can they just move the narrative on to the fact we've got a very handsome pro-independence majority, which I'm sure they will have by the end of tomorrow.
And what do you think about the way in which the Greens look likely to the maths is so hard because the Greens are standing in constituencies and they may well then end up shaving votes, for example, off the SNP, or do you think that it's likely that it'll be the Labour Party or sort of Greens, people who can't bring themselves to vote for the Tories but don't quite know where else to go? Or where do you think the Greens are going from here? But it does look like they're going to be heading to a stronger position.
Yeah, I think they'll either hold the number of seats, roughly the number of seats they have, or they'll make gains. We've seen before in previous elections where they were extremely confident, as they are today, that they were going to make big gains and they didn't. So I think a bit of caution until tomorrow, but they'll probably at least hold their position, which is crucial, obviously, if the SNP falls short. I'm bemused by the fact they're standing in Edinburgh Central. I've been away from the TV for a while, so I'm not sure what the rumours are from Edinburgh Central, but that was an extraordinary decision. You can see that the Conservative vote is similar to 2016, so there's no particular reason to doubt that the Conservatives could be competitive in Edinburgh Central. So I can't understand why they've made that intervention again. Even if they'd, sat that one out and just concentrated on other constituencies, I think that would have made more sense. So there's going to be hell to pay for them if they end up costing the SNP that constituency, because that could be crucial, because the SNP probably won't win any less seats in Lothian.
So that's what the one thing I was tweeting to somebody last night who was sort of, or 2 days ago actually, they were asking what my views were. Goodness knows why they were asking me, because I can't really count. But they were sort of saying, well, where do you think we should vote in terms of SNP and the list in Edinburgh and or the Lothians? And I was saying, well, actually, it's too hard to call, because with Lorna Slater standing, then if the Greens shave enough of the vote off the SNP for the SNP to lose the seat, I don't know what difference that would make for the list vote. Do you have any ideas on that?
Basically, if the SNP gain that seat, that would probably be an extra seat. So they would have one more seat. So that would take them closer to a majority. So if they don't win that seat, it's not a seat that's a seat they didn't previously have anyway, but it's a failure to win a seat that could have got them closer to a majority. So that's why it's so important, because if they don't win that seat, they will probably not be compensated for it with a list seat in Lothian. They're probably not going to win any list seats in Lothian unless something changes dramatically from last time.
James, John Drummond here.
Hiya.
What's your sense of how Alba are doing?
Well, the last time I heard, there was only that one result from Aberdeen Dawn's side, which had them on 2%. So, I mean, obviously that's in the northeast, which has sometimes been assumed to be the best area for Alba. So if that's at all representative, then the likelihood is they will not win seats. But, the first result can be misleading. So I think we have to be a bit cautious about that as well. I did hear a rumour that maybe they were doing slightly better in Clackmannanshire, but that was only a rumour.
Well, Keith Brown has just announced his results, and he's been re-elected.
Oh, that's good.
So
James, can I ask you a question, James? You mentioned about the Greens standing against the SNP, and I've always been of the thought that, I understand why they do it in a really safe seat, and why would they do it in Edinburgh Central? They can do it in Glasgow where there's massive majorities, and it doesn't impact, not that they really care about the SNP because they're an opposition party. But when you look at the polls, you find that something like 40% of Green voters don't support independence. And therefore, is there a question that on the list they're actually taking the second votes away from unionist parties? Is there a question if they stand first past the post that actually they are going to not just weaken the SNP, but also weaken the other parties? Because unionist environmentalists might vote Labour more likely, and therefore, but maybe it won't impact on that. I think I just beginning to think it's a lot more complicated than people think. But I wouldn't. If I was advising them, I would have said don't stand in Edinburgh Central. But I do think it's a bit more complicated than people think. What do you think?
Well, there was a lot of people were commenting on this poll result. Was it the Ashcroft poll result, I think, which purported to show that there was a majority of Green voters a majority of don't knows were excluded who were anti-independence, but that was on the constituency ballot. On the list ballot, which is where the real Green support is, there was there was a very big majority of Green voters who were pro-independence. So, I mean, there are unionist Green voters, but that's I think they're going to be taking more votes away from the SNP than from anybody else.
There from the returning officer with some additional detail.
Ask another question since it's all gone quiet, if you like. But you were also saying there that you don't necessarily think that the SNP are going to get the majority. Now, I've been out filming all afternoon, so a bit like you, I've been away from the television to really follow what's going on. But with East Lothian going to the SNP, they're only, if they hold every other seat, which looks fairly likely, and they've taken East Lothian, they only need one more. And I understand there's a recount in Ayr.
No, East Lothian's no good because that's in the South Scotland region, so that's going to be cancelled out on the list. It needs to come from one of the 6 regions where they didn't win any list seats. And Ayr isn't no good either because that's in South Scotland as well.
Yeah. So they've really got to make the breakthrough in Eastwood or
Dumbarton.
Dumbarton, yeah.
Edinburgh
Dumbarton,
Central. Sorry?
Dumbarton.
Oh, Dumbarton. Well, I'm worried about Dumbarton because obviously any Tory voters there will just go heavily for Jackie Bailey, and it's such an obvious tactical vote to vote Labour in Dumbarton. But who knows? We'll see. Apparently, Eastwood's going Tory. That's the last rumour I heard. I suppose the other Aberdeenshire West, is it that the Conservatives hold? That's the other possibility, but I doubt the SNP will take that. They did very well to hold Banffshire and Buchan Coast, which I think, although it looked like a safe SNP seat, based on the Westminster results, they really should have lost that. So that was an extremely good hold. But I mean, it's possible they could get a majority, but it's just going to depend on these handful of constituency seats.
So the thing that fascinates me about this, just because I spend a lot of time, far too much time on Twitter, is watching the way in which people are really starting to get to grips with quite a complex system. And whatever one might think of the new parties or pop-up parties or whatever, what they have done is they've really made people think about the voting system. You know, my 19-year-old son was asking me to explain the d'Hondt system to him yesterday all over again. You know, and it's actually people like you, James, that have helped to bring that, to normalize that conversation. What sort of level of understanding do you think we're seeing from people about the way in which their vote can matters and the way in which it counts?
I think an awful lot of people who think they understand the system do not actually understand the system. It's like people are sort of grappling in the dark a bit, and it's explained to them in a particular way, and they think they've got it, and then they say something that sort of reveals the fact that they don't quite understand it. You know, I've heard a lot of people say, who are Alba voters, say, you know, we need to vote SNP on the constituency because that helps us win on the list. That helps Alba win on the list. The opposite of that is true. So that's a kind of indication that they haven't understood the system. I mean, in principle, this should be a simpler system than the single transferable vote. Everybody says a single transferable vote is fiendishly complicated, the most complicated system out there. But in practice, STV seems to be a lot more intuitive. People sort of grasp the basic principle of it a lot more easily. And we've had this AMS system for the Scottish Parliament for 22 years, and 99% of people don't have a clue how it works. And
Okay,
I think
hang on. AMS, you're now talking and stuff that I don't get. What's AMS?
The voting system we use for the Scottish Parliament is officially known as the Additional Member System, or AMS. So because we've had this system for 22 years and nobody understands it, or the vast majority of people don't understand it, I think that makes a pretty strong case for maybe changing it.
Well, Sean, you've been sitting here the last few minutes listening to this conversation, and I know that we're sort of crashing your part of the show. You're taking over after us.
Well, the whole election's all about collaboration and cooperation, isn't it?
So what do you make of what's been going on? And tell us a bit about what you're going to be doing in the next segment. What can people expect to hear from you? And as they go and make their tea and cups of tea and stuff, what can they look forward to from you guys?
Well, hopefully there'll be a few people that maybe tuned in before when Graham and I were doing a Wednesday night chit-chat thing. Much the same as what you guys have been doing, analysing, post-morteming on things, but maybe just not as sensible and stuff like that.
That's not a bad thing. You're going to go Scott Squad on us. Graham,
Graham
Dallas.
A lot of it, Ruth. You were talking about the pop-ups making your 19-year-olds ask about this d'Hondt system for the first time. The pop-up parties, yeah, say what you want about them. They have just blown that whole issue, thankfully, wide open. And I've had middle-aged people PMing me and asking me what's this all about, sending them little video links about cats and rabbits and dog parties and things like that to explain, and it's been great. As Gordon says, it's a very, very complicated system. Thankfully, I mean, when you get guys like Gordon and James who are love numbers, number crunchers, that aren't scared of percentage signs like some of us who look at a percentage sign like Dracula looks at a crucifix. These guys thrive on numbers, and none of us are able to second guess what's going to happen. And I think it's a beautifully complicated system, because if it was pochable or second guessable, the Independistas wouldn't be where we are, because Labour and Tory would have had it stitched up 20 years ago. So yeah, viva la confusion.
So Graham, the last time you and I met, we were having quite a passionate conversation about the AFI and pop, you know, the new parties and the way in which that they were going to interact and engage with the electorate. And how do you think the last few months has been, and how can people like Gordon and Lesley, or with Gordon with the posters that he does, how do you think he could help make the system more accessible and understandable in kind of bite-sized chunks visually on billboards, for example?
Well, as in what the d'Hondt system?
Just
how does he make that?
I mean, how do you guys think? I'll throw it open to the floor. How do you guys think the voting system can be made more understandable for people who, even like myself, I was having to Google to double check that we only had one vote on the list, and it wasn't like the councils, and you're kind of like, numbering them. If I'm finding that confusing, then I'm sure that and I live and breathe this stuff. I'm sure that other people are. So what do you guys think we could be doing to make this better?
I don't think it's that complicated if you want to look into it. I mean, there's a lot of great things. I mean, I think I looked on YouTube, and as Sean said, got a little cartoon that explained how it happened or how it works, and it's pretty obvious. So I think if people want to know how it works, then it's very easy to understand. I think the problem is most people can't be bothered even looking into it. And so it's a wee bit like the rules of golf. They're actually quite simple, but people think they're complicated because they don't bother to go and learn them. And I think it's just a bit. So the only way that people are going to understand the haunt system, for me, is if they want to understand it. It's not that difficult. But maybe that's just me. Yeah.
What do you think, Lesley? Do you think the way, I mean, the voter engagement and the voter understanding, given that you spend a lot of your time explaining politics or talking in your columns about stuff, what sort of system do you think that we'll carry on with the electoral system that we have in an independent Scotland, or moving forward? Or,
well, I mean, we're sitting with the rump of a British outlook towards democracy, with a complete kind of unaccountable obsession with the constituency link. So, if you start to look across Europe, successful countries who have got fairness and equity at the heart of their entire politics wouldn't tolerate any aspect of first past the post in their system at all. So, I'm sorry to introduce Norway, but look, it's taken me a whole hour and a half for my first Nordic mention, right? I've done very well. But I mean, Norway is celebrating 100 years of proportional representation, and that's changed their entire country to have had compromise built in for 100 years like this. So, and there's none of the kind of distortion that's caused by the first past the post element. So when I'm on anything kind of, broadcasting things in England or Britain, Jesus, I'm always trying to explain this and just say, look, we were saddled with first past the post because everyone's obsessed with constituencies. That creates complete unfairness in results. 1/10 of seats in Britain have not changed hands since Queen Victoria. So the second part was created to try to compensate for the unfairness of the first part. And see, when you explain it like that, everybody gets it, But listen to what that is. That is the classic fudge that Scotland is doing on so many different issues. That instead of having clean, robust, sensible systems that work in their own right, we have to kind of buttress up a shitey system that we all know doesn't work. And that's where we are at the moment, betwixt and between.
Definitely.
Unless we've sort of educated slightly an electorate to also have this preoccupation with who's their constituency MSP, even though for a long time, when it was the boot was on the other foot, and in supporters of independence didn't have actually many MSPs or MPs that's MSPs on their side, they would look at the list and they would pick the person that seemed to fit the bill best to them. So it's an unsatisfactory system, and of course, as Scots always do with unsatisfactory halfway houses, because we are the kings and queens of making do and mend with the hand-me-downs of failed British structures. We've learnt to live with it, and we've learnt to work it. So actually, anybody who can do odds in a betting scenario, and that's not me, by the way, can actually look at this and really quite quickly calculate what they should be doing. But that's not everybody, So I think for some people who find this dead easy, I'll bet you're also very good at odds and betting situations and so on. Other people would just much more like to have a simple, what they think of as a simple life. And after all, is this not what independence is all about? That instead of having to kind of distort what we end up doing because we have to keep not voting, we're never going for gold. We're always going for second best, third best, fourth best, fifth best. Nobody wants that from their democracy. So I think that's also where some of the aversion to having to sort of game the system to get a result comes from, because people are just sick of it. They just want to be able to vote for who they want, the end. So all of that is sitting in the cauldron that is the Scottish electorate. And if there's anything that's coming out of all this, it's that there's, it's very hard to say a sweeping thing about everybody's motivations, behaviours, experience, and where they're coming from. And in a way, that's what, to me, always makes the Yes campaign so beautiful, because it is composed of people who ought to actually not get on with one another, because they have so many different, they're coming from so many different places. Long answer, sorry.
No, it's a good answer.
Meantime, can I jump in?
Yep.
And say that on air, BBC Scotland are saying, yeah, the vote's being rechecked, and there's 2 or 3 people coming up saying it's the Tories who've asked for the recount.
Oh, that's good news, hopefully. Well, I'm seeing
that was a 20-year incumbent, wasn't he? A 20-year incumbent down there, so that'll be a nice scalp if Siobhan Brown can do that.
That would be good. Hamza Yusuf has held Pollock with 18,163 votes. So that's
and also
another.
The SNP have held Rutherglen, which was a Labour target.
So yeah,
I think the Labour leadership are going to have to deal with quite a few tough questions, Lesley, tomorrow, because in terms of results, it doesn't look awfully good for them.
Well, we've still got those couple of Edinburgh seats to go, which some people have suggested look like they might be more likely to be a bit more wobbly. But sorry, I was distracted by a phone call from BBC Northern Ireland again. You see, like everybody is actually getting back very interested in all of this. Yes, of course, Labour's going to have some talking to do, because what they'd hoped to do was basically oust Douglas Ross and the Tories as the kind of voice of unionism in Scotland, and yet, despite the fact that by the end of it, Anas Sarwar was polling regularly. I mean, is James still here?
Yeah.
As the second most popular leader in Scotland, so he'd fairly jumped his way personally up the ranks. Labour hadn't followed him. So, there's a mismatch there for starters. And of course, they are betwixt and between on the national question. I mean, you missed earlier, James, I was throwing my little theory in that I think Anas would be well advised to jump in quickly and back the right of Scotland to have an independence referendum and try to lead the no campaign in it.
Oh yeah, sure, but he's not going to be sensible enough to do that, is he? He's more hardline than Richard Leonard was, or than Jeremy Corbyn or John McDonnell was. So they seem to have doubled down on that, although they're still claiming to be representing yes voters as well as no voters, which is not a consistent position. But
I know,
yeah.
but I mean, once you get, well, I don't know. I still think I was listening carefully to him and noticing that he talks a lot about not changing his mind on independence. But that's not the same as not changing your mind on IndyRef too. But I do appreciate, I've also heard him say absolutely no to it as well.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think maybe, Lesley, an explanation, it may not be the only explanation, for the disparity between his particular personal ratings and that of his party, perhaps lagging behind those, is the fact that he has a particularly good PR person.
You mean the Daily Record editor?
Yes. I'm saying that Eddie Barnes is doing a great job. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
and that would
yes.
explain it.
Well, it might, but honestly, I have you stood and done a TV debate live? Because I'll tell you, it frightens the bejesus out of you. Unless you've got a very strange brain, when it's all go and there's, you're full on, you can see how many people just lose the track, really. And so there are skills there. I mean, the guy has got some skills. He's able to focus. He's pre-run.
Giving the people of Scotland.
A funny story is that Business for Scotland's offices are on the same floor of the same building as the Scottish Labour Party in Glasgow. So I was in the office today and bumped into Anna Sauer in the corridor a couple of times. And can I just say, for what it matters, all the Labour people in their offices were in very chipper mood and very happy this morning up till about 1:32 o'clock when I last saw them. So they seem to think they've done quite well. which is interesting because sometimes their mail gets delivered to us and vice versa. So people wonder what party that Believe in Scotland is closest to, and we're only about 50 feet away from Labour, so that's the answer. One of our directors owns the building and charges them a lot of rent and donates it to us. The thing about Labour is, and Anas Sarwar, he's not that bad as a Labour leader compared to what's gone before. But we don't know him yet. The electorate don't know him yet. He hasn't been in Parliament and faced down the SNP or Nicola Sturgeon and all the other ministers week in, week out, made the mistakes, all those sort of things. So he's in a honeymoon period right now, and I think that's more what it's to do with. And he does seem to be absolutely dead set against independence and a real hard line on that. And if he is going to say yes to independence referendum at some point in the future, and as Lesley says, try and lead it, kind of we don't want him to do that. We want the Conservatives maybe to come second, because then the Conservatives are not going to let them lead it.
But I think the Conservatives will come second. The thing is that Labour then needs to find a way to get back into the party, because they will come third. I mean, one thing about Anas, sorry, what I was meaning was, he's got the wit to sit and, give it the kind of kumbaya approach, as my podcast partner Pat coined it, which is, very, very softly, until he gets one of these pre-formed little kind of balls of rage out and chucks it straight in the face of Douglas Ross. It's a strange thing that happens in each of these debates when Anas is obviously doing the one he's baked earlier, gets this kind of, quip out. And it's strange because, Douglas Ross, who cannot normally be silenced, just stands waiting for this pelter. It's the weirdest moment, because it's almost like he just takes this usually very well crafted aside, which, it's a small thing in life, but in this soundbite quality of the debates that we've been offered by both BBC and STV, the ability to do that is really quite clever. It's something, it's not nothing. The other thing I noticed about him was that last night when Nicola had her standoff with Jida Franson, if that's the right pronunciation, and it's all been all over Twitter, the film of Nicola facing her down, Anas Sarwar came straight back on and said, basically, all power to your elbow and thank you for doing that. Well done. Now, that's a clever thing to do. It's differentiating yourself from Douglas Ross, who never in a million years could possibly, of course, he's on the wrong side politically, that's never going to be something for him. But I mean, he would never concede that a rival had done something good. But Anas Sarwar manages to shape his own credentials by coming in on the right side of that argument, so he's not, I think, John, just, the guy has got skills. It's just that he's actually at the moment standing on nothing particularly. And that's why I thought if he had any skill, like any kind of boldness, and okay, we all know his long record in saying he's opposed to all of this, but as soon as there's a real engine developing about the mandate, the democratic mandate, and he keeps being asked a million times how it's not possible for this to result in a referendum, I just do wonder if he won't be clever enough to realise he has to jump.
Well, we'll see. Now, I'm going to take that as a segue, because I'm seeing that Hamza Yusuf and Fiona McKinnon may be coming on in a couple of minutes, and it's also time for Sean and James Kelly and Graham Dallas to take their segment and move on into the evening. So I shall use that as a segue to say thank you very much to Lesley and Gordon, and to say to my co-host John Drummond, I shall look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and wish you all a good evening, and thank you very much for your time. And it's time for myself with Watson to go, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Well done.
Thanks for the
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Thanks, Ruth. How are you doing? So we've got Ruth away. John dropped off as well.
I'm still here, but I'm just about to drop off.
Are you leaving us?
Yusuf now. Just going to be Yusuf now.
Okay, so listen, we're just going to go over and we've got an interview with Ruth with the team on the ground there just now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to go for another call. Right, bye.
No problem. Thanks, Lesley. Thanks again. Okay, guys,
Right,
carry on.
welcome to the last of the counts from the Emirates Arena, and congratulations to Hamza Yusuf, who's just successfully won Glasgow Pollock again. How do you feel about it?
I'm elated, really delighted. I said on stage in 2016, I was pleased to make history as the first ever ethnic minority to win a constituency seat in 20 years of devolution. And I'm delighted now to be re-elected and be the first ever ethnic minority to be re-elected to a constituency seat. So, but it's a huge honour. Anybody that's ever won an election, you know, people, and that many people, over 50% of the constituency, put that kind of trust in you. You don't take that for granted. You don't take that lightly. It's a huge honour.
How difficult was it for campaign this year in relation to every other?
Do you know, in one sense, difficult, of course, because of the restrictions. But do you know what makes it easy is having the best team in the world. And I do have the best team on the planet when it comes to elections. They have been by my side doing the graft. And you know, the Glasgow weather's like, my goodness, we've had snow, we've had hail, we've had rain, we've had gales. You name it, we've had it all. But there they are, pounding the pavements. And MSPs and MPs and councillors, when we get elected, we may take the credit. But that team that you don't see, they're the ones that deserve that.
Right. I believe this is your first time on Independence Live.
No way. No, I've been on
the year before.
Definitely.
Right. I do apologise. Right. A message for the Independence Union going forward.
Listen, we are on course for a phenomenal result for the SNP. I also think the Greens are frankly going to have a good night of it or a good weekend of it too. We'll see in the next coming days. That Parliament is going to have a pro-independence majority. Of course, our immediate focus will be the COVID recovery, but be no doubt whatsoever that when we get through that recovery, the next priority will be to ensure that the people of Scotland get a choice over their own future. And we have just seen the results from the local elections down south in England. And if you want a demonstration of how different countries are going on two different paths, then my goodness, this weekend is a demonstration of that. So let's focus on the COVID recovery. Once we've done that, let's make sure that Scotland's future is in Scotland's hands, not Boris Johnson's.
Hamza Yusuf, congratulations. Have a good break with you and your family. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's Hamza Yusuf, and that's the end of the day from on the floor here at the Emirates Arena. So back to the studio.
Thanks again, Ray. Excellent. Outstanding. It's good to kind of end our engagement on the hall on a high, and it definitely was in that as well. So thanks again, guys. Well done. So just before we go on that, to move on to the next part, and guys, I apologize, I know we've kind of kept you hanging about for a good spell, but Gordon, you're still on the line, yep?
Yes, I am.
So Gordon, also just based upon the kind of results that we've had in today, and I appreciate we're still waiting some clarification around the air situation, what's your general feel of things? How do you feel this has went, in particular for the Yes pro-independence movement?
As James was saying before, we're really not going to know until we actually see the list vote, and the list vote is where all the excitement's going to be. We know the SNP are going to sweep the floor today, and it's going to be interesting how it's reported, because right across the UK, the count of constituency seats is going to be broadcast of how well the SNP have done, and that's going to be compared to how well the Conservatives done in England on the national UK news, and that's going to tell a very interesting story. Right now, the SNP vote is on 49%, which is 1% ahead of the poll of polls for April that I did. But the more recent polls were slightly higher, so it's bang on target. And what all of those, doesn't matter whether you did the last 7 polls or all the polls for April, they all said SNP majority is on an absolute knife edge, who knows. But a couple of times I've picked up moves in constituencies where that are being reported, but it does appear that there might be a hint of some Labour votes going to the SNP when it's SNP Conservatives. So I think on the list, if that is increased, there might be some interesting results there. But then you've got the Greens doing very well. And I think, I don't know what to predict for the Greens, and James will have his own thoughts here, but they look as if they're heading to at least 8 or 9 from most of the polls. So it's just going to be very interesting to see how that goes. And I think the reason that the Greens stand first past the post in constituency seats is for name recognition. They get their logo on both lists in these areas, and I think that does transfer. If you vote Green constituency, you're probably more likely to vote Green second, and I think that's their thinking. Whether it works or not, I don't know. So it's on a knife edge, but there's going to be a yes majority. It's a yes majority we can trust to vote for a referendum. So right now it's looking very, very much as we expected, that there is going to be IndyLive 2 within a couple of years. And that's what matters at the end of the day, not who wins and by how many.
Apologies, guys, when our mute button clicked on there. So I was just saying, James, would you echo that, in particular the points that Gordon was making in regard to the Green vote?
Yeah, I think first of all we should say that the SNP have gained air, which is a big psychological result, but it's slightly unfortunate that we've now had 2 SNP gains and they've both been in South Scotland, which is where the list is likely to cancel those gains out. So we've got the 2 gains where we don't need them, and we haven't got any gains where we do need them. So that is extremely unfortunate, and it may be extremely frustrating by the end of this election if the SNP end up with 63 or 64 seats, and we've got these 2 fantastic gains, but they did us absolutely no good whatsoever. In terms of the Greens, yeah, I think in terms of, if polls are right, then they will gain seats. But as I said earlier, they've been here before in 2007 and in 2011. The polls seem to suggest they were in course for maybe 10 seats or something like that. And then when the list results came through, that wasn't there. And I think the list results historically have tended to vary a bit more from the opinion polls and the constituency results. You tend to get more surprises on the list. So I think people should be a little bit cautious. I had a look at that Donside result, only had a very quick look at it. It looked to me like the Greens were about 3 times as high as Alba, which would imply they're on about 6%. So that's not fantastically high in the northeast. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm sure they'll either hold roughly the number of seats they have or maybe make gains. And because the way the SNP are heading, if they don't get an overall majority, they'll be just short of it. And therefore, any number of seats for the Greens will be enough, and that will be a pro-independence majority.
And again, just backing that up, we're seeing that it's a 1.2% swing from the SNP from the Conservatives in that year seat. That's quite significant in itself, James. Yep.
Yeah, some of the seats, yeah, there's been a swing from the Conservatives to the SNP. I think it's probably to do with the Remain Leave vote. So, you know, obviously in Bamshire and Buchan Coast, there was a huge swing from the SNP to the Conservatives because that's the most heavily Leave voting constituency in Scotland. But obviously where it's more of a Remain vote, the Conservatives should struggle more. That means they should have struggled more in Eastwood, but all the mood music is that the Conservatives are going to hold Eastwood, and that's a big disappointment because, you know, that's a seat that the SNP, if they had got that would have been a bonus seat that would have got them closest to that overall majority, because it's in one of the key regions where they don't have any list seats. So, as I said, you know, there's this danger that the SNP are making gains where they don't need them, and they won't make gains where they do.
Perfect. Well, listen, guys, thanks very much for joining us today, because also the rest of our coverage tonight is going to take a slightly different slant, as Sean was giving us some indication there a minute ago. But James, if you're available to join us again tomorrow at some point, where we do it all again, also we can. We've got a positive end to the day, but we also need to see how that plays out tomorrow when we get the full release of all the results. So again, James, thanks for joining us, and again at short notice. And Gordon as well, we'll look forward to speaking to you both tomorrow, gents. Have a good evening.
Okay, bye.
Cheers. Bye for now.
Cheers. Thanks again. So, Sean and Graham, how are we doing, guys? How's things your end of the world?
Very peaceful here. Good work, guys. Keep putting all this together. This is good stuff.
Do you see the crow's feet?
Under the circumstances,
you got to see poor Kevin.
Absolutely brilliant. Because that's the whole thing was the kind of anticlimax, the not knowing in this election. Usually, you're on about all day, chapping people up, standing at a polling station, and then by midnight that night, you know whether you're sinking a drink or sinking into a depression. It's done. But this running about yesterday and the weeks before, and then all of a sudden, bump, nothing. So yeah, thanks for keeping it going, because my constituency count's not until tomorrow, so I wouldn't be feeling part of things again until tomorrow. So
definitely. I mean, it's been a total strange. The whole campaign has been strange. Like you say, it's been a bit flat. In the early part, we didn't know whether it was going to be a fully digital campaign, so we didn't know where they could even put leaflets through doors. Yeah. And even that small step made a big difference towards, you know, just feeling a bit normal again, you know, being able to still do something in the streets, you know.
Especially for our guys, because no matter whether you're SNP, Green, Alba or whatever, our movement is about feet on the streets. It's about leafleting. It's about the rallying and stuff like that. It's the other guys that have got the digital networks and the money to pay for the ads and the papers and blah, blah, blah. So I think it would have hurt us not being able to do that practically as well as psychologically, just to feel that you were out there doing something.
I can definitely echo that personally.
To leaflet and canvas, aye.
made a big difference. And just on that, we'll mention at the start of the show today is one of the things that both myself and Kevin had noted, probably yourself, is watching things like YouTube. I mean, every video you watched was a Scottish Labour advert on it. Didn't matter what the subject matter of the video was. So they've also spent big in that area to try and kind of capture primarily the younger vote, you know, coming through that side. So, and I never really saw much of that from any of the pro-independence parties, you know.
Aye. See, that's an interesting one again, because you know, you walk into a newsagent and you see that the press are targeting a certain demographic, and you know the adverts and the party politicals that are coming over the telly, but your YouTube and Facebook ads, they're pretty tailored depending on who you're speaking to and what your values are. So the fact that the kind of Labour stuff was filtering through to we always talk about being in a bubble, but there you go, it was getting through our bubble.
Aye, no, you're right, absolutely right. What about you, Graham? What's happening on your side of the world?
Well, quite a strange afternoon there. I thought we were coming on to do a wee laugh about right, and I get sort of crashed into a heavy political debate there. It was brilliant. I felt like the drunk guy crashed the glass of wine, you know. Well, where am I here?
That's what you call grassroots, mate. Make you feel part of the whole game.
That's what Lesley did point out, was the whole thing of the whole beauty, the terrible beauty of the yes movement is that it is disparate people that are thrown together. We're looking to have more than 50% of the population of this country shoulder to shoulder. So yeah, of course, there's going to be different opinions and ideas. And sometimes it's GRA or not GRA, or Alba or not Alba, ready to tear each other's eyes out. Sometimes it's just one guy sitting going, what sorry numbers they're throwing about.
That's like a good night to Grover, eh?
But again, that's the beautiful thing about it. I mean, there's Gordon McIntyre Kemp, who's putting out all these great visuals. And by God, they're going to come into their own now. Maybe not so much, but now when they throw everything at us, the Project Fear, the 2v2 poor stupid stuff again, and I will go to his resources and I'll say, here you go, there's that thing you were talking about balance of trade deficit and currency, and there you go, there's this. So door chatters and singers and buskers and poets and stuff like that are all getting together in this one virtual room with these number crunchers and people that are disseminating the information, and the Lesleys that are getting onto the TV shows and rubbing shoulders with the bigwigs and stuff like that.
It's just like 2014, eh?
Shared skills. It's shared skills. It's got to be good, man. Got to be good.
As I say, it's just like being back in 2014. That was one of the things that all stuck out to me. I mean, I used to campaign on stalls and that with people who completely disagreed about what independence would look like. But the one thing we all agreed on is we believed that the decisions made by Scotland should be by the people that work, live and contribute to Scotland, you know, and that should be it. And I think some of the kind of distillation of what we're seeing in social media and things like that is almost about the kind of lack of looking for that starting gun to fire, you know. So, I mean, we've got classic examples of history where it's the Earl of Mar at Dunkeld or something, you know. If you don't give people something to do, they turn on each other, you know, you keep them busy and that kind of stuff, you know. So I think there's a bit of that's what happened.
That was lovely. You put that in the context of a bit of Scottish history. I like that. My wee metaphor was like, you're like a dog that's left in the house all day and you chew the couch because you're just, you want to do something, but I prefer the Earl of Dunkeld.
So what's happening anyway, Graham, on your side? Are you getting us a song, or are you just going to make us all jealous with that glass of wine?
Yeah, I'm just going to make you jealous with a glass of wine. I've been doing a lot of recording lately, so I actually haven't been doing any the work, you know, keeping the repertoire up to date. So actually, when the campaign started, it got a wee bit touchy. I was getting a wee bit of hassle for the studio to get everything finished. So I thought, right, I'm just going to keep my head down for the next 4 or 5 weeks. I think when that finished, I've just basically been working in the studio every day, just head down, you know, coming up now and again and having a wee laugh at Willie Rennie running about, you know. I was just saying that to Sean earlier. I think he read the wrong email, you know. The one he should have read was there's an election coming up. I think the one he read was we're auditioning for presenters in Blue Peter, because you know what I mean, every night you're looking at him giving a parachute here and you know. So
aye, some man, some man.
So John Noakes without the cuddly dub. It's interesting, though, Graham, you were talking about the kind of no doing so much, no doing the repertoire. We live in crazy, unprecedented times, and really for writers, performers, singers like us, we should be. There's so much material coming at us.
Aye.
My God, it's fucking depressing, most of it. And now that there's a wee boost again, you can see things kind of moving in one direction, and you feel that the people round about you are ready to focus in this one direction. It's kind of unifying, because there was loads and loads happening. There was loads of historical things happening that we could chronicle and sing and write about, but by God, it would bring you down. And that's exactly, it was worse than parody. Some of the Trump and Boris Johnson stuff, a comedian or a writer, a script writer couldn't come up with. So a lot of us guys have just went, oh, here, wait a minute, just shouting us at alley.
That's exactly it for me, because if you're listening, all you're getting is negative influences, man, you're going to be writing depressing songs, you know. So I just had to kind of, you know, as soon as it kind of gets negative like that, I just need to move away and find happy things to
see. The funny thing, guys, is I think famously Shakespeare wrote some of his best works during plague, when he had to go back to kind of touring and stuff, and gave him a total different view. But listen, he didn't have Twitter, you know, just draining his spirits day and day. I think that's maybe the main difference.
Sean, he's a wee bit too intellectual for us.
Sorry, I meant Matt McGlone. I didn't mean Shakespeare.
Matt McGlone. I might have used to buy a fanzine he used to write for. Not the Matt, not the view. But Shakespeare, there's all sorts of rumours about him. Did he really, when he was during the plague, was he going through people's pockets and stealing their wee diaries and taking their stories? Is that plagiarism?
There's a lot of familiar stories and tales in his books, that's for sure. There's no question about that at all.
You can say that about Shakespeare, but don't dare say it about Burns.
I thought you were going to say McGlone. Fine. So, guys, listen, also in a kind of serious kind of point then, and I know that's probably not your repertoire, but also, what was the experience for pandemic? I mean, you know, you guys are kind of relying on the ability to go in and, you know, play in front of people, entertain folk, and that's just been totally taken away from you through also the kind of sad times of the pandemic. So, how have you kind of managed to get through that? What's been the biggest challenges?
For me, watching Saturday night television, man, I couldn't believe how bad that was. You know, here's that, I've never seen that. I just hear about it. You know, and actually to come in on a Saturday night and watch what people actually watch. The first few weeks it was brilliant. You know, you were actually getting your weekends at home, and it was fantastic. But man, the standard of television has really dropped since what I can remember. You know. That's the thing that got me, but yeah, mostly it was that. I think that's where I kind of ran into trouble with Terry down at the studio, because I just started writing a lot, but I wasn't finishing anything.
Aye,
I was writing stuff, and basically, okay, once you write a song, it's kind of finished, but it's not finished because there's a big process to go through to make that, you know, that you can put that out.
Aye.
So there was stuff everywhere that I was just constantly writing, because I wasn't playing, I wasn't practicing, and it was just all building up. And eventually he just says to me, man, this is crazy. And I think, I mean, I'm sitting down finishing it all now, but there's 3.5 albums sitting there, so that's what you know.
So it's got to be the triple white album you're coming up with, Graham.
I was trying to actually go for Guinness Book of Records and release one day, one the next day, and one the day after, you know. At least that was one achievement in my life, you know. Made the Guinness Book of Records.
So was the stuff that you're recording that just now, what's the kind of vibe there? Is it very pandemic flavoured? Has it been really influenced by that kind of side of things, or is it just a kind of general everything else that's going on in the world?
Just everything really. I had a few indie songs that were kicking about that ones that are well known as well, like the Jack and things like that I'd actually never put out. So I kind of put them down firstly, and then I had another few that were half written. So I wrote them and I got indie stuff. And then, I just kind of started to look, I kind of get switched off by the indie stuff. I thought I'd written 20 odd songs, and I thought, right, I need to move on, you know. So I started to look at what I was doing in my live gigs and trying to build that up to make it more, just to add in songs there that were more dynamic, I think. So it's been a wee bit of everything, just really feeling where I had holes and what I do, and having the time to fill them in, just sitting there and filling them in. I'm sure Sean was probably the same with poetry, or maybe putting words in your mouth there, Sean, but Kevin's going about in the background there behind that.
I share your pain with the Saturday night TV thing, man, but to be honest, people pay musicians, to gig and stuff like that, so it maybe hurt Graham more than me. Nobody pays poets or...
You only get recognised 100 years after you've passed, Sean. That's the problem.
That's what I was saying, Sean. That's the thing for him, man. Everybody will be talking about him when he's dead,
Absolutely. Start you up in Edinburgh, the works.
So I've still got the day job, which is a night job actually. So I managed to escape the evening telly, thankfully. But with the writing, you get bits and pieces. There's still people wanting wee commission things and stuff like that, which is nice. But no, the lockdown, I missed the social aspect. But from an activist point of view as well, that was sore. It wasn't about earning at gigs. It was about the momentum that we were building up with a lot of rallies. And just before COVID, a lot of the old Yes groups had come out of mothballs.
Aye.
And we did a few gigs at the relaunching of these Yes communities. The SNP were always going strong, flying high, but to see these Yes groups getting back together was lovely. It's maybe 2019 that was happening. So there was, and the momentum, obviously, the marches and the rallies was just snowballing. So that kind of imploded, which left a wee bit of a gap. But hopefully with these results coming in, we'll pick up where we left off.
Absolutely. I mean, just on that part, totally agree about the momentum that kind of lost it. A lot of folk had come to us and saying, well, I've just got involved in Yes and that. Is it worth going to the marches? And you'd see half the folk going, no, don't waste your time. It's murder, it's this and that. And I was like, look, to be honest with you, you might be better at chapping doors and stuff like that. You could argue that all day long, but you can't miss the fact of meeting up with people that you only know online, and how you doing, even the chance getting a beer and stuff like that. But they're cracking days, there's no two ways about it.
And again, the thing about chapping doors, in the early days, all under one banner, folk used to say, oh, you're better at it. But chapping doors isn't for everybody.
Aye.
And I mean, I'm a gob. I'll rabbit away to Andy, but I'm still not that comfortable with canvassing. I'll leaflet all day. So, and again, that's another beauty of the movement, is that no matter what your skill set is, there's a space for it. There's a space for you technical geniuses, for the guys that can write and hold a pub's attention, for somebody that can bake a tray of Millionaire's shortbread and bring it along to a stall. There's room for everybody. So, chapping doors is good, but so is rallies.
Yeah, I didn't fancy that canvassing. I've never done it, but recently, when I found out that the Tories were saying, like, if you don't know the answer, just make it up.
They've always said that,
I could do this. I would be brilliant at it. Just speak up anything you like when they ask you questions. Why should I vote for Yes? Because we're not telling you, right? But everybody's going to get given £100,000 when we get independence for all the oil. Take it off, it's brilliant. So
I think I must have been told everybody in Hartlepool that.
Oh Jesus, aye.
But and if you say the lie long enough and repeat it often enough, then that's it. Just I've started adopting the Douglas Ross technique. Well, I don't want to answer that. I don't want to.
So he has a technique. Is that what you're telling me?
You're talking about the lying, but like Douglas Ross. That was the story I picked up on Facebook with Boris Johnson the other week. He'd gone out to the islands to do a week, because how he never comes to the mainland when we're all about. He goes to the islands, and he goes on to this island, and the head of the council says to him, he says, or Boris Johnson's chatting to the head of the council. He says, "Okay, what's the problems you've got up here?" The guy says, "Well, we've got two main problems up here." He says, the first one is we can't get a doctor." Boris Johnson said, "Leave that to me." He gets on the mobile phone, walks away and comes back and says, "Okay, That's it, Shorty. There's a doctor coming up next week, you know, the press are all clapping. He says, what's the second problem? He says, we don't get a mobile signal up here.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Aye.
The thing is, your signal dropped for like a split second just as you're hitting us with the punchline there, Graham. I was like, oh no. But
comedic timing. Comedic timing.
So listen, guys, just for people watching, we're expecting Richard Walker to be joining us hopefully very soon with the winning candidate from Ayr. So we'll also stand by and wait for him coming on that bit.
Yeah, I was looking out for all of them, but I did a wee thing for. I'm talking about all the different groups. I did a wee thing for Siobhan Brown's adoption night.
All right.
So that was one of the ones I was really looking at for.
Was that one? That rings a bell.
Aye, that's right. We both did it, man. Aye, that's right. And again, I just 20-year Tory incumbent. That's
unreal. That's definitely. Sorry, on you go.
No, I was just saying they were quite good nights, you know. But it's amazing me the raffle, man. The raffle went on for more than half the night, you know. It was like way back in the days when you used to do the clubs and you used to do the first set and then you come off at half time and the bingo would come out, you know. You got to sit there and play bingo.
I've got to make fun somehow. Who won the Kerbolics?
Need the mind of the breaks because they were all getting into their pie and beans anyway. That's the thing about our movement as opposed to the other guys. Like we needed those funds. We've not got any big party donor. Tags Exiles giving us money, so it's the tickets for the adoption nights and the money for the raffles and the millionaire shortbreed at the stall and all. That's what we depend on. So it was a real shame. Instead of filling a bowling club with 150 people off pouring drink down there, I'll buy a raffle ticket. Aye, give me that. All of a sudden there's folks sitting at home going, do I want another bottle of vodka? It was
we had a water bottle at the end of the night.
It's the refashioned ones. It's the ex-Christmas gifts and all that you find yourself on these things. Carbolic soap set.
There's a wee poetry night runs in south side of Glasgow. It used to be at Sammy Dow's and it's moved now. And a tradition there is their first meeting after Christmas. Everybody brings in their an unwanted Christmas gift, and it goes into the raffle and folk go home with like the big slipper and this echo.
Staple. So Sean, for your perspective, also for people watching, how can they find out a bit more about your poetry and find out a bit more about yourself?
All right, cheers, man. Probably on Facebook's the best way. I've got a wee website set up and whatnot, and round about the west of Scotland when things are operating normally again. There's all sorts of events and open mics and things like that we do the circuit. But I just keep an eye out. Sean Moore written and spoken on Facebook. That's the one that I managed to keep up to date most of the time.
Just
what Twitter is, and so I really envy you guys for doing what you do, for juggling, plate spinning these digital things, because Twitter is just it's a rabbit hole to me. I go into it and I don't come back out. I'm scared of it. I'm really not from a technical point of view scared of it. I'm just scared that I dive in there and like bang, it's 6 hours later and I've been arguing with Tories all day. My website as well, I'm a bit lazy, but Facebook's handy.
Twitter's the one
it's
platform
for older people as well.
I see that people say that, and other folk will say, no, I prefer Twitter. But Twitter's actually the one platform, social media, I kind of try and steer people away if they've never been on it yet. It's like, look, do you know what? Like you say, you'll end up arguing with people over, the price of tatties or anything. Because you wouldn't bother normally care, but you go, what? This guy said what? I'm going to go and jump here, and you fight, and you're never going to win these arguments. They're guys that will never change their mind. It's just this madness in that front.
It's surprising to hear you say that as well, because I do realise that for disseminating information or for reaching a bigger target or getting that it is a lot better than other platforms, but
it is through the hashtag, but it's saturated though. That's part of the problem. It is saturated. It's really, I know this is just my own personal opinion, it's really changed that ability to extend that way from there. Certainly Facebook from Yes Kilbride perspective, actually, when we push stuff through there, we get a lot more formulation through there than folk in Twitter. So I think it's kind of swings and roundabouts for people, but from an ease of exposure and stuff like getting a hashtag, then absolutely right. And Twitter's certainly one of the ways to go on that front. What do you think, Graham? You're a Twitter guru, or you prefer Facebook?
I don't like any of
them. I was expecting that.
You've got to use Facebook to put your music out there these days. Twitter, as Sean said, it's you just end up arguing with people on Twitter all day. I mean, Twitter's the place where, and I do it myself just for a laugh. You put your opinion down as a fact. It's a fact that nobody likes potatoes. You just make it up and you call it a fact. And that just pisses me off, because immediately that just gets my hackles up and say, but I don't agree with that. And as you say, you end up arguing about the most stupid thing. So I very, very rarely go into Twitter. Facebook, again, I keep getting sucked into it. But you can be sitting there for an hour looking at junk.
Aye, easy.
People's opinions that you don't really care about, and you read it and you think, that's good, and you might put a comment down, or you think, I better not say it there. And the time you actually waste on it. So I think it's the only reason I went on it in the first place was it's a good platform to put music out, but it's like that. It just sucks you down that rabbit hole.
So you jump on for 2 minutes to maybe check how to put up a shelf, and then it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you think you've sussed who assassinated Kennedy. It's got that kind of hold on you.
Shelves like that.
It's good as long as you don't put anything on it. So again, Graham, for yourself, where's the best place for people to find out a bit more about you and about your music?
The website, pepperjock.com, is the best place to go. I put everything on there, really. Anything you can want to know about me is on there. I think, or on Spotify or any of those other streaming platforms, my music's all on there as well. But if you want to know about what I'm doing or where I'm gigging, I always go to the website. I think that's
best point of call.
Because if you put it on Facebook, by the end of the day, it's like 5 miles down. Where if it's on your website, people want to find it. Go to gigs, and all your gigs are there. Go to albums, your albums are there. Singles, your singles are there. Your bio's there. Everything. So that's really simple, and that kind of suits my mentality, because I'm no intellectual like Sean with his poetry. I write 9-year-old poetry and put music to it, basically.
Sorry, just apologies. No, I didn't mean to cut across there. So that from a technical aspect, how do you record? Do you get your home studio, or are you using somebody nearby, or where do you record these?
I record at home. I've got a studio at home, and basically what happens now is everybody records at home. So like recently, I was using a backing vocalist in Argentina, and she was doing backing vocals for me and sending them over. And so that everything's basic. Everybody records at home, even the top people. They don't actually go in. It's very rare for people to go into the studio together now. I'd imagine bands still do that.
Aye.
We had a wee band that I'm involved with. We just get back into the studio just a few weeks ago after a lockdown, and that was just wonderful. And again, it maybe wasn't about the recording. You could probably get a clearer, crisper, more pure sound or something doing it individually at home and learn it. But for that social aspect, just doing stuff together again was phenomenal. I think the studios are good for the practicing and whatnot.
Aye. The practice studios, if you're playing with a band, that's essential, isn't it? But when you're actually recording's a tedious process, so you're actually better doing it on your own, because you don't feel under pressure that you're holding other people back trying to get something right. You can do it in your own time, and then you can send it off when you've got it the way you want it. And then, I used to hate sitting in studios and engineers would be messing about, oh no, we need to change this and that. How does that sound now? And to me, it sounded exactly the same.
How's EQ then?
you'd sat there for half an hour and they're going, oh, that's much better, and you're giving it. It just sounds the same, you know. So you don't need to be there when that's happening now, you know, which is quite nice. You can go and watch your telly or something.
It's no four folks standing.
Get away. I'm antisocial as well, Sean will probably let you know.
Graham, was it no kind of therapeutic, a wee bit cathartic, throwing a strop in a studio or falling out with producers and all that? You know, you see it in the movies all the time. Even Father Ted and Dougal when they done their wee song. You know,
My Lovely Horse.
John, the truth of the story is I'm actually banned from studios because I'm one of those rock stars that just smash them all up, you know. I go into tantrums and break the old Fenders and the Gibsons and that. Aye, right. No, it's not quite like that. It's just tedious. And I'll tell you what else what he done. You sit and drink tea all day, and I started to get serious heartburn. So, you know, everybody thinks you're in there and you're drinking brandies and that, and you're sitting there having a cup of tea, and then somebody will go, right, going to put a wee bit in there, and you sit there, and then you sit back drinking tea. Oh, can you put a wee vocal in there? You know, so it's not quite what it's not quite what it's portrayed to be. I think it's a long, slow, tedious process. You have your good times when you have a laugh, you know, but when you're having a laugh, you're not making it, you're not doing anything. There's no work involved, you know. I find that quite often you go down there and it's an hour and a half into the session and you're still sitting there drinking tea and having a laugh, you know, nobody's done anything. And then you're rushing about to get everything done before lunchtime because that's only an hour away and you must stop for lunch, you know, so.
I was going to say to you, Graham, that you weren't really selling that rock and roll lifestyle, but you just brought it back in that last point. That sounds like not a bad job after all.
There was one day somebody decided to do a day in the studio, no, with a live cam.
Aye.
And they put it in the corner of the studio, and now you forget it's there. And I came home, right, and the missus says to me, have a busy day today. Like a liar. I went to your webcam on. He sat there drinking tea and telling jokes all day. You know, and right enough.
It's part of the artistic process, don't worry.
Is that what it is? See, I'm not as quick as you guys. I never even thought of that, you know. But it was just a really hard day. No, you didn't. I watched you. You know, so but anyway, it's a good life. I'm not out now. I'm making it out to be worse than it is.
Brilliant. Don't never get up, Graham. Stick to it.
Thank you.
So listen, guys. Apologies.
Sean's poetry is absolutely brilliant. I think he's. I don't like to say he's the best poet in Scotland at the moment because I know other poets as well, but he's certainly up there. And most of the guys that I know, they're totally underrated. You know, people keep going on about Burns, and Burns was a great poet, but we've got great poets about the day. Please appreciate what we've got at the moment. Don't wait till they're dead. You know.
No, you're bang on. You're bang on, right?
Go and listen to their stuff just now. I mean, that poem that one of the last ones I heard was Sean, the one about the Duke of Ellington. That was a brilliant poem.
It was Statue Gate, when everybody was going upset.
Aye, it was written through the statues, and you wrote that. That was a brilliant poem. And then we had a good night when done a couple of gigs together.
So guys, sorry, apologies to
we're going to the seaside.
We're going live there with Richard Walker.
Cheers.
Hey Richard, how we doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? How's it been going?
We're good. We've had a successful day so far. Hopefully we get the same again tomorrow.
Excellent. Yeah. So I'm in the air, just where Siobhan Brown is just taking the seat for the SNP from the Tories. I think a majority of 178, I think it was. So, yeah, good day here for the SNP and supporters of independence. Siobhan's going to join us very soon. In fact, that's a phone going off in her bag right next to me. So, hopefully she'll go back soon and switch off that alarm. But, yeah, she was delighted, obviously, and it was a really tense count. It went on very quite a long time.
So Richard, what happened there? What was the reason for the re-trigger? Who'd requested that?
I think it was the Conservative candidate that requested that, as far as I can tell. Not 100% sure, but I think there was just wanting to check some bundles. I'm not quite sure why. I think it was probably just random bundles just to make sure that the count was reliable. It was very close, as I said. So I suppose rather than do a full recount, they just randomly check some bundles to look for discrepancies, which obviously in this case they didn't find. So the result stood. But yeah, it was nail biting, and it probably took about an hour to do that procedure. So everybody was sitting around waiting for the sort of outcome of that. It was a bit tense, as I said, but good outcome at the end.
Absolutely, absolutely. So again, also when we spoke about earlier, fantastic news. The SNP get the result there. Like you say, on a knife edge for most of the day. So how do you feel that will affect the results that come in tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I think there obviously are some key marginal seats that they need to win. The SNP needs to win to get that majority. Ayr absolutely being one of them. So that is, good news for them in terms of the majority. I saw that they took East Lothian from the Labour Party as well. So clearly there is movement there, and there's a swing to the SNP. And just wait tomorrow to see if they can get it over the line. I haven't seen all the results yet because I've been busy here, so I don't know whether there was any other SNP gains. Were there?
East Lothian, Richard. East Lothian.
Yeah, East Lothian took from the Labour Party, right? That was Ian Gray's old seat, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was.
So that was good. So there was two gains today.
Correct, 2 gains. Yep.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. And no losses.
No losses. So let's just check the results there. So we got SNP on 29, Lib Dems on 3, Conservatives on 1. Also, Labour lost their seat there. And Greens and Independent parties, nothing there. So yep.
Okay. I haven't seen what's happening. I mean, presumably we haven't got Dumbarton yet.
No, we've not had any news of Dumbarton coming through to us yet. No.
Edinburgh Central.
Nothing yet.
And Edinburgh Western.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. So I don't know what they're all due today. Those results are all due today, aren't they? I think, as far as I can check.
They did predict that, but we'll wait and see.
Well, I don't know. I mean, in Ayr, for instance, I don't think there was any possibility of continuing on to tomorrow. So I don't know whether these seats or those councils have made arrangements for that to happen. So yes, we'll just need to wait to find out. I don't know what time they'll go on until. But yeah, it was definitely a good result for the SNP. Not just a good result, actually a great result for the SNP, because this seat has been in the hands of the Tories since dinosaurs walked the earth, or at least since the Scottish Parliament was reconvened. So it was a great success for the SNP, and I would imagine a bitter blow for the Conservative Party. So yes, it was great. And obviously, when the result was confirmed, it was a fantastic moment, and I think Siobhan will make a great MSP.
It's also good to feel the hard work and also the pain to pay off there. And also we spoke to her earlier, which wasn't saying very much on it. I'm sure she's feeling way happier than we spoke before, and she's probably get that glass of wine on her mindset just now.
Absolutely,
pay off for all the hard work.
I would imagine so, but I mean, really. These counts are difficult at the best of times, but it was a strange count. I'm sure other people will tell you that in the counting place in COVID, it's not the same as it was normally. And there's lots of in Ayr, which is the count was taking place at the Citadel in Ayr. There's all these screens up, so it's quite difficult. Sometimes you get the ability to try and sample some of the voting and get an indication of how it's going. It was really difficult to do that because of the screens and the reflection, and it was just, and you couldn't get close enough to them. So that was one aspect which was very different. Also, very few people cheer. Normally lots of people massive cheer when people win, and we did our best. The people that were here for the SNP, we did our best, but clearly it's not quite the way it should be. No. The result is a result, so the result stands. But in terms of the atmosphere of the place, what's it like in the Emirates?
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's pretty much the same vibe as what you've just described. I mean, it's certainly a lot quieter than you've got there. But just the general kind of, even the noise in the background, it's not as much. You can hear yourself think, which isn't usually the case.
I know. Sometimes that's not so great.
But again, the cheer, it was like, what was going on? That's the decoration there, it was really kind of a wee bit dissustained as far as we could see.
I'll have to be very, very careful. I'm going to our count in Braehead tomorrow.
All right.
Second Renfrewshire count. And I'm like, I'll probably end up following the crowds and ending up in Primark.
Well, wouldn't be the first time. Right, Siobhan is here. So I'm going to pass you over to her just now.
Perfect. Thanks, Richard.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So how are you feeling after the result coming through?
It was nail biting towards the end, but I am absolutely delighted and so relieved because we have made history in air today. So I'm so excited that we've done that, and so thankful and grateful to my team that helped me get here today. So no, I'm feeling ecstatic.
Fantastic. So again, the nail biting result at the end. Talk us through that, if you can. We want to feel a bit about how painful it was for you.
Oh well, how painful it was. It's been a painful campaign, and it's been a painful, torturous day at the count as well with our masks on. I've got my mask off now, but nobody's around. So about 4 o'clock, the candidates and the agents. We went into the back room with the presiding officer. There was a lot of delays because they kept recounting. So we knew something was up, and I was sort of predicting that it was a close result. And when we went through, it ended up over 18,000 for Conservative and myself. I can't remember the exact figures at the moment, but we had a majority of 174. So, of course, John Scott, who's been the MSP for so long, asked for a pile recount, which we did for 40 minutes or so before they conceded, and we won the seat.
Fantastic. Great end to the day, without a doubt.
It has been great, yes, on our journey to independence.
Excellent.
Slowly but surely, yep.
So how are you going to celebrate? I'm sure you're due a bit of downtime after the hard work in this campaign.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I could be going out with everybody and having a big party, but because of restrictions, we can't. So I think I'm just going to be going home, spending some time with my family and waiting for the big party in a couple of weeks when we're allowed to, hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, you enjoy it. Certainly well earned. So listen, sorry.
Remember, when you have your party.
Oh, I do remember.
Put your empties away.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Remember, clear your empties away.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. And then never forget that.
Yeah, well done, Siobhan. That was a great result for you there. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks very much, guys.
Well, listen, thanks again for joining us, Siobhan, taking the time out. And again, congratulations on your result. We hope to speak to you soon.
Brilliant. Okay, take care, guys.
Cheers.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Sean, also, we're just picking up there briefly. We'll let Richard just come in, but we'll catch you in a second.
I'm just grabbing the phone and switching it off. So, great day. Well done in your tremendous effort today as well. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, Richard, in person. Thanks very much.
Bye.
Cheers. Thanks again.
Bye.
Sorry, Sean, just over you again. You mentioned there you're going to be at the count tomorrow.
Aye, for the Renfrewshire South. So I mean, I don't like to say anticlimax, but the Paisley Town and Renfrewshire North, Derek Mackay's old seat, they were both counted today.
Right.
And we're both in. So that means we'll kind of have an idea of what the pattern's been like in the constituency, kind of more or less know that hopefully Tom Arthur's been returned. But again, it wouldn't be a total anticlimax because, like every other constituency, it's this list vote that's just who knows what's going to happen.
Aye, definitely. I was just going to say, I know you're joining us tomorrow at some point, but I was going to ask if you were able to join us from the count. If you get some technology available, you maybe step in and give us a few words tomorrow.
I'll try that.
We've got to seek an opportunity every time, Sean. You know the drill.
I'll download what I need to download on my old Nokia 1975 phone and see what happens, man.
Yeah. Perfect.
I'm so jealous of Siobhan there, man. How good would that have been?
Brilliant.
Beating a Tory by a few votes. I mean, if you're going to beat them, that's the way you want to do it, innit? Because then they count and you can just be watching them standing there trying to recount them.
With agony. And especially when it's a result that's happened to us quite a few times, because I know Jackie Bailey got in with a small margin like that. There was so many of the marginals last time round were only 100 and odd votes. I think Eastwood as well. I'm not sure, man.
Well, Jackie's definitely one to watch. That'll be one of the ones to keep an eye on, without a doubt. A bit of luck in that.
Jackie.
Was somebody saying that it's not looking too good down in Eastwood? Was that the feedback from there, just from the monitors?
Aye, apparently so. Aye, apparently so.
Because that was another marginal target.
Aye, I know. It's one we need to keep a close eye on.
Scotland, man. Ach, well.
So listen, guys, thanks very much for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time, and apologies that we've kept you a bit late. I'm sure you've got plenty of Saturday night TV to be watching.
Well, I'm going to watch this anyway. It's Friday, man. I've not that much wine.
It's Friday, man. I've lost a day. That's what the problem is. And I've no wine, unfortunately.
I'm looking forward to the Saturday TV tomorrow night. Yeah. What is it? They've got this masked dancer now. I thought that masked singer was crazy, right?
Oh, I mean, man.
What was that? I still don't get that. Well, I've only watched 5 minutes here, so I've not tried to get it. But then now they're announcing that these arseholes are going to go up there and do dances and these.
I don't know, man. I'd be quite. That's quite an extreme sport, mass dancing. You would bump into things, wouldn't you? Right, Jeff.
Cheers. Thanks, Sean. Take care. Speak to you tomorrow.
We'll see you later, eh?
And also, whilst we're waiting here, we've got Dr. Mark McNaughton's just joined us as well. Mark, how's things in your world? You're muted there. We need to unmute. Check your mute on there, Mark. I think you're still on mute.
Well,
that's us. Got you.
Oh, pretty good. Hold on. Let me turn off the thing. Yeah, hold on. Is that better?
Much better. How's things your end?
All good. You know, just caught the end of the show and wanted to join and just say hi. You know, before are you streaming later on this evening, or is that it for today?
No, so we're cutting off for today after there, but we'll have a chat because we've got a potential show tomorrow night. We can have a word with you about, and I'll pick you up on that there as well.
So. Are you going to be streaming during the day?
Yeah, so we'll be, and thanks for bringing it up as a reminder. So also we'll be doing the full day coverage, same time as we did today. We'll have every action, every result from across the country as they come in, and a lot of good commentary again with some great guests and indeed some music tomorrow as well.
Okay,
so
would love to be one of the guests for a while tomorrow. I've got something at 7, my weekly meeting, but where we'll have a lot to discuss, especially if Alba does relatively well. So,
Mark, you know the drill. You're always welcome, of course. Yeah, that's not a problem at all. I'll catch up with you afterwards, and we'll just have a quick chat about like schedules and stuff like that. But it'd be great to have you on. So, whilst we've got you, what's your kind of general view of the results you saw today?
I'm encouraged, certainly, but I'm really wondering about the list seats and how Alba has pretty much been airbrushed from the debate. I mean, including excluded from the debates, and even when on the national you have the photos of the party leaders and Alex Salmon is not included, and so and I'm really interested to see, despite that, how well Alba will do, and and especially if the SNP does so well that they don't even get it, they don't even get any list seats, how well that would portend for Alba to pick up at least maybe 10 or 15 seats. So we'll just have to see. But I'm really curious, and so I'd be happy to be on at that time when the results start coming in.
I mean, the point you make there is with also James Kelly on earlier talking us through it, and this is the problem with the MS system, is we're kind of victims of our own success. So if you've got the great results as we have had today, then it makes us slightly more cautious of how we could shape up tomorrow when all the results start to come through, and particularly for Alba, which we really don't know where they stand. When the polls haven't really given them any credibility any time of day at all, which is an extension of the reflection of the point you just made, that they just don't exist in any other media with exclusion of independence live. So they certainly want to watch. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't think we've got much more to do here at the Emirates. So we still get anything else? Right, okay, so listen, good to speak to you, Mark.
Okay,
I don't know where
you want to just wrap it up, and you stay on for a bit, and we can chat. So,
but we need to drop off because I think they're going to be asked us to escort out the Emirates for the leave. But listen, I'll drop you a message, Ellen. We can catch up.
Okay, we'll talk a little later this evening. Okay,
no problem. Take care. Right. Good to speak to you. Thanks again.
And good day, everybody. So hope to see you tomorrow.
Thanks again, Mark.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, so what do you make of that for a day, Kevin? Do you think we've had a success in there with regards to the independence movement?
Well, I thought it was really good, and I didn't actually take in everything that was going on because I was so focused in the production, as is per usual. So yeah, looking at the score there, it's 29-5, and that's without my specs on at the moment. But I mean, that's a lot clearer. Yeah, it went pretty well today. There's a few problems with from the floor interviews, but we know what caused it, and we won't have that issue tomorrow.
Yeah,
so that's good.
You know, it's slightly frustrating, but it's part of being live. It's part of being grassroots. You know,
Yeah.
we've not got the opportunity to test like some the counterparts in that in the whole of the night. But listen, that aside, I thought it was pretty well, and we got the result we want. We got the right vibe here in the Emirates as well, and certainly that's what we've got reflected across the other side here. So,
Yeah.
obviously, before we wrap up, tell us a wee bit about what we've got on tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'll just check out the What's On Guide, Scott.
Which is a good reminder that for anything coming up in the show, definitely, obviously the IndyLive Radio guys will be continuing after we go off tonight. Check out the What's On Scott guide for every event that's coming on and scheduled in the up and coming time on the Independence Live network and further afield.
Yeah, and tomorrow we're going to have John Drummond and Ruth Watson again doing the hosting stuff, and excellent, right? We've got Sheena Wellington.
Sheena, yeah.
Now, for those who don't know, she was the person who's at the opening of the Scottish Parliament. She gave a song and was singing, and she's going to give us a song tomorrow. Right,
Fantastic.
so that's at half past 1. We've got Andrew Wilson on at 2:30. Andrew's with the Scottish Independence Foundation, a great organisation that helps a lot of yes groups financially with stuff. So it'll be interesting talking to him. And we've got Lesley Riddoch back, and Gordon McIntyre Kemp, and we've got the I Write Boys back as well.
So what you're saying is we're
loads
spoiled
of
for choice.
Yeah, and we've got loads of other people coming in, and God knows who. Dr. Mark McNaught was speaking there. He might jump on as well, of course. So yeah, it's.
So I think the key point there is, we've got the election covered, and there's no need to go anywhere else.
Why go to the BBC when you've got us? Especially you, Paul. You've done such a good job tonight. No,
thanks very much, mate. It's also been a good team effort for everybody coming across.
Absolutely, the back end team, all the contributors, Ray and Fiona down on the floor. It's just been a superb.
Who has some of the toughest gig, I might add.
I tell you, absolutely. I'll tell you something else. We've got people monitoring, the live streams for trolls as well. Those guys, Hashbury was on YouTube, and Ian Leckerby, and who else was it? Brian Allen was on as well. So that's a big team, big effort. All these different areas that we're getting covered.
Absolutely. Well, listen, on that note, just to say, folks, thanks again. Just like to thank you all for joining our live coverage today. And indeed, a special thanks to our guests, Eddi Reader, Lesley Riddoch, Gordon McIntyre Kemp, James Kelly, Sean Graham from the I Write team, and a few other guys that we missed on the end there that have joined us out there. So I'd also like to offer special thanks to Independence Live team, both here and across all the networks, particularly Ruth and John, who kept us company through most of the day. And of course Kevin and all the Independence Live team here, just not in the Emirates, further afield, and of course the guys at IndyLive Radio, which you can be absolutely sure to join on IndyLive Radio once our coverage ends. And of course, catch us at the same time tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting from 1 o'clock right through to 6 o'clock, and we'll keep every aspect of the election 2021 covered. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good night. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.